45 seconds left. Seconds left. Seconds left.
And that is time, guys. Bring him in, bring him in. Marshals on the blowers, please. Thank you for hustling out there right away. Drivers on the driver's stand, please do not go back to your pits. Go right out to Marshall. Get these turned around quickly.
Next practice starts in 1 minute.
All right, drivers, right out to Marshall, please.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds. Next practice starts in 30 seconds. Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
All right, Marshall's out there. Don't go backwards, guys. Track's open.
New drivers begin practice. Claire Snyder. Brady Lucas. Justin Sherman. Hunter King. Paul Wynn. Dave McEwen. Corey McAlveen. Crash Morden. Sean Ball. Matthew Poirier. Mike Kling. One minute left. "45 seconds left. Seconds left. Seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand.
That's time, guys. That is time. That is time. Drivers right out to Marshall. Please don't go back to the pits. Marshall's on the blowers. Keep things going. This is going to go till about 8:45, another half hour or so.
Next practice starts.
Race number 1 will be to the driver's stand at 8:55 for a 9 o'clock start time.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Because you've never been able to like develop talent with like the ability we got. I figured like, you know, this ability we should be able to have like.
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
Yeah. It's only people that come here, they're like,
Yeah,
Let's say how they say that until it's actually true.
well true.
If we were like in Charlotte, it'd be a totally different story.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Next practice.
All right, let's go,
starts.
Marshals.
Just one of those things.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's get Marshals in the back first. We need one in the back beach bowl there, guys. I got one upside down. Thank you, Hunter.
New drivers begin practice.
All right, roll them out, guys.
Loganville, Georgia, they got a scale track. They're about 45 minutes out of
Ryan Carl, Dustin Evans, Mike Treharn, Doug Ludwig, Michael Hine, Julian Oliveris, Chuck Tutt, Ray Seabaugh, Chris Fopianos, Jeffrey Coons, Wesley Shipley, Dean Howard.
Watch, guys, on the front tabletop.
One minute left. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand.
That's time, guys. Bring him in. Bring him in. Drivers right out to Marshall. Marshall's on the blowers, please.
Next practice starts in 1 minute. Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Morning, everybody. Yeah, Craig getting some practice this
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
That's it. Drivers right out to Marshall, please. Don't go back to your pits. Hold the cars, guys. Wait till we get everybody out there. Need a couple in the back.
Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
Don't go backwards, guys. Come on. Track's open.
New drivers begin practice. Aiden Horn, Gavin Busina, Talon Henley, Eric Gray, Digan Bledsoe, Craig Jackson, William Moberly, Colin, Thomas Burnside, Chad Moberly, "1 minute left. 45 seconds left. Thirty seconds left. Fifteen seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stands.
That's time, guy. Bring him in, please. Everyone, right out to Marshall. Marshall's on the blowers, please. Happy day after your birthday,
Next
Julian.
starts in 1 minute.
That's quite the party they threw for you last night, wasn't it? Yeah. How old are you? 23. Happy birthday, buddy.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Everybody right out to Marshall, please.
All right, guys, last call for T-shirts. If you prepaid in time to get a free T-shirt, go pick it up in the hobby shop if you have not done so already. And then we'll open up T-shirts for sale in probably about an hour. So last call for to get those T-shirts for you prepaid, pre-registered on time. People.
Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
Get our marshals out there, guys. Watch it in Beach Bowl in the back, guys. Back right. All right, here we go.
Drivers begin practice. Killian Bealmore. Crash Morgan. Zach Mizurak. Doug Riviere. Chris Zimmerman. Bubba Johnson. Owen Simmons. Mike Treharn. Sean Ball. Matthew Poirier. Nate Sutherland. Jacob Hartman. One minute left. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired.
That's time, guy. Bring him in. No more laps, please. Marshall's on the blowers.
Next practice starts in 1 minute.
Morning, Scotty.
Hey, fine. Good morning to you.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds. Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
Drivers, get out to Marshall,
Practice
please.
starts in 15 seconds.
Thanks for spreading the blowers out. Thank you. All right, track is open.
Justin Doyle. Jonathan Orchid. Warren Campbell. Dakota Fenn. Tater Sontag. Sean Harding. Van Slutz. Meyer Snyder. Doug Ludwig. One minute left. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired.
That's time, guys. Bring him in. Bring him in, please. No more laps. Marshall's on the blowers. That was a good park job there, Kling. Mike, that was good how you parked it, just backed it in. That was sweet. Yeah.
Next practice starts in 1 minute. Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Drivers right out to Marshall, please.
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
Hold the cars, guys. Hold the cars. Please don't go backwards.
Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
Marshall, it's from the last race, please. Need a little help in the back there. All right, track is open.
Brady Lucas. Dustin Evans. Will Santiago. Tom Sherman. Brennan Schimmel. Ryan Cottle. Brody Treharn. Patrick Rossiter. Michael Sunderland. Aaron Rowley. Ennis Graves. Brad Powell.
I'm actually off for a week. Well, not really off. I got to race up at trackside at my old track in Milwaukee.
1 minute left.
Then to the Worlds in California. Then I'm I'm done overseas travel till end of January. It'd be nice. They had a lot this year.
45 seconds left.
Yep. Then I got ETS and EOS in Germany.
First of the year.
Yeah. Chili Bowl first, then that. Then Motorama.
Chili Bowl
30
first
seconds
sold out,
left.
isn't it?
Sold out. Yeah,
It's sold out like in minutes. Yeah.
it's crazy. It disappoints me because we got like 200 people on the wait list that can't get in, and I never wanted to have a race that everybody can't race.
15 seconds left.
Then you have to make the decision: do I add another day? Can I add another day?
Right. We can't because we're already Sunday to Saturday.
Oh yeah.
So
you
it's
don't
all
have
week.
another day to run. Yeah.
Drivers, your practice session has expired.
But
Please
I
leave the
do my
stand.
bucket list next year. Bucket list trip.
Yeah. Where you headed?
Antarctica.
Okay.
I've always wanted to go there.
Okay.
Go somewhere just so obscure and
So is that for an RC race or just vacation?
no, that's just
Vacation.
that's the go to a place that you know.
Next practice starts in 1 minute.
1% of the population has been to.
Switzerland is my bucket list.
Yeah.
I want to go to the mountains of Switzerland, do Ireland, just all of that. I'm a mountain guy. I love the mountains.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Drivers out to Marshall, please. Well, take advantage of it. Just do it.
Yeah.
I've wanted to do it for years, and we had to book this a year in advance and pay for it up front.
When we bought our camper,
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
we literally, hey, can you get off work early on Friday, or can you take off Friday? And I'm talking Thursday. We'll just drive. We'll just be gone, park somewhere for the weekend.
Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
All right, let's go, Marshall. Get out there, please. You guys up in the back there. Tom's on his way. Oh, Brennan, take the top if you would back there. All right, track is open.
Doug Riviere. Carter Irish.
What made you get a pull behind instead of a driving?
Chuck Tutt.
Once you're at the track, you're stuck.
Cole Tollard.
That's why. So
Craig Jackson.
That's the biggest reason. Is,
Carson Zimmerman.
if you take a motor home, you're kind of
Dagan Bledsoe.
stuck there.
Jacob Page.
I want to get a motor home, and when I finally downshift and
Thomas
do all my
Burnside.
RC stuff, and then just see the country, all places I haven't been.
Pat Rossiter Sr.
We want to do the trip,
Samuel Crow.
like 7,000 miles or something. I can't remember exactly.
To visit every state trip?
Visit every state trip.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I want to go all the way. I also want to drive from Florida. I want to drive from Key West to Alaska. It's also
1 minute left.
Make that
That'd be
that
awesome.
long trip as well, all through Canada, going through the Yukon, all of it. I want to do all of that.
That would be awesome.
But we would
45
have to
seconds
I
left.
told Stephanie we'd have to downsize on our camper. Our fifth wheel right now is 40 foot, and a lot of your state parks, they kind of frown, even though they'll allow for it, a lot of them frown on the big 40 footers. So I would downsize.
30 seconds left.
It'd just be the two of us. I get a nice 32 footer, 36 footer, somewhere right around there, big enough for us and the dog. But yeah, I want to.
15 seconds left.
Visit every state trip thing. We've already been to a lot of states already. I've already gotten about half of them down already.
Never counted up how many I've been to.
Drivers, your practice session has expired.
That's
Please
time,
leave
guys.
the
Bring him in.
The hard one will be for me is Hawaii because I don't care to go to Hawaii. Yeah. I don't care for it.
If you can get away from the tourist areas, pretty nice. To go to
Next
Pearl
practice
Harbor,
starts in 1
something
minute.
like that. I was there right as they came out of the pandemic. I had a friend over there, and we were talking about doing a drag race over there. And while I was talking on the phone, I looked them up, and tickets were nothing.
Next practice starts in
It was like
45
$300
seconds.
round trip.
Wow.
So I went out there. It was terrible though because they had such restrictions on you had to get stabbed in the brain every 48 hours as a tourist to go into a restaurant and you had to show this paper. It was terrible. So
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
I couldn't go to the Pearl Harbor and things like that. So I want to go back.
The only thing that I would really care to see, I think, is all the volcanic stuff.
Sure.
I
Like you said, you love mountains and everything. It'd be.
But I just,
Get our marshals out there, please. Marshals.
Alaska, absolutely, all over Alaska. I'd love to go to Alaska.
I'd love to do the whole watch the bears
Yeah.
sitting in the stream as the salmon are. That would be cool.
New drivers begin practice.
All right, track is open.
Eirik Kozarud. Jason Westfall. Julian Oliveras. Zach Mizurak. Bubba Johnson. Hunter King. Gavin Busina. Chris Fokianos. Chad Buckland. Owen Simmons.
How much of a lunch break are we going to take today? About an hour, hour and a half?
RJ Henry.
We're at 9, 10, 11, 12, 1. We're done at 1. We're done by 2, then we got to do concourse. So, probably 45.
Is it today the Beachrc lunch? Or do y'all, do we
Yeah,
race
the lunch, and then we
do we
got
race
the
through that, or do
concourse.
we stop?
Usually we race through that.
Okay.
Because that's at 12, so we won't be, we'll be at race 20-something by then. 9, 10, 11, 8, 16. We'll be at race
1 minute left.
24, 23 by then. So we'll see what Brent says, how long he wants to do it.
I'm good, man. I'm good. I went to bed
45
last
seconds
night.
left.
I was in bed by 10:15. So sat there and played around my phone a little bit so my brain shut off. And I went out for the night. Woke up about 5 o'clock this morning.
30 seconds left.
No, that's exactly what it was. I saw some pictures floating around. Yeah, I wake up about right now. Yeah, I wake up every morning at 5, so that is true. That's what I said. Something you said.
15 seconds left.
I didn't stay long last night.
Drivers, your practice session has expired.
That's time, guys. Bring him in. No more laps. Drivers, right out to Marshall, please. Those of you guys just rolling in, check the resort. Resort is posted. New groups. Same order, but new groups.
Next
We'll start with
practice starts
21.5. You'll be up to the driver's stand 8:55. Drivers, right out to Marshall.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds. Next practice starts in 30 seconds. Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
All right, guys, track is open.
Practice. Josh Parrish. Tater Sontag. Ryan Cottle. Ray Seabaugh. Eric Everett. Justin Doyle. Crash Morton. Ben Warner. Mark Reed. Jacob Hartman. Ennis Graves.
Hey there. I'm going to change my transponder in my stadium truck.
Alrighty.
Because it
got
missed 3 laps yesterday.
Miss 3.
Yeah.
Last name?
Sunderland?
Stadium truck, you said?
Yeah.
All right. What's the number? Read it to me, please.
837
Uh-huh.
7678.
All right. Got it. 837
1 minute left.
Yes, sir.
Got it, Michael. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Forty-five seconds left. Seconds left. Fifteen seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand.
All right, bring them in, guys. Marshall's on your blowers.
Next practice starts in 1 minute. Next practice starts in 45 seconds. Next practice starts in 30 seconds. Next practice starts in 15 seconds.
Marshall's on the way out there. Hold on, guys. Hold on till we get everybody out there.
New drivers begin practice.
All right, track is open.
Lachlan Kozarad. Shane McCall. Alan Henley. Noah Crow. Jonathan Orcutt. Brody Treharn. Chris Zimmerman. Craig Jackson. Jason Haas. Mike Treharn.
I got one more session after this. One more group after this. Race number one going to be up 8:55 to the driver's stand. Race number one.
One minute left. Forty-five seconds left. Seconds left. Fifteen seconds left. Drivers, your practice session.
All right, that's time, guys. That's time. Marshall's on the blowers, please. Drivers right out to Marshall. Final group coming up. Race number one. Start getting them ready. About 10 minutes till your driver stand.
Next practice starts in 1 minute.
Final group coming up.
Next practice starts in 45 seconds.
Drivers out to Marshall, please.
Hi, good morning. How are you? I am well. I'm just thinking Callie was awake.
Next practice starts in 30 seconds.
Okay. Oh, got it.
Hold the cars, guys. Hold the cars. Hold on till we get our marshals out there, please. This is the final practice group, race number 1.
Practice
Start getting
starts
them
in
ready.
15 seconds.
You're up here in 10 minutes. Marshals spread out.
And how did trick or treat go? Awesome. Was this in the neighborhood trick or treat or the national one?
New drivers begin practice.
All right, track's open.
Hooligan, Matthew Poirier, Iris Kozara, Colin, Doug LaRiviere, Aaron Bembry, Zach Mizurak, Chad Buckland, Jacob Page, Will Santiago, Brennan Schimmel, Patrick Rossiter, Sean Rizzo. Colin. One minute left. "45 seconds left. "30 seconds left. "15 seconds left. Drivers, your practice session has expired. Please leave the stand. Next practice starts in 1 minute.
All right, that's going to wrap up practice here. Race number 1. You'll be up to the driver's stand here in about 8 minutes. 8:55, we're calling up race number 1 to the driver's stand. Kickoff qualifying round number 2 for a 9 o'clock start time. Race 36 are going to be our marshals.
Check one. Welcome everybody to round number 2, day 2 here of the Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline Racing. We've got a second round of qualifying about to get underway here. Everybody getting them checked in. We're going to start off with 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Motive out on the track. Hey, good morning, Sean Mackey. Thank you for tuning in. Sorry you're having to work here on a Saturday, but we hope we can keep you a little bit entertained while we are beginning our day. Everybody kind of just getting started here for this morning. We had a little bit of a 2-minute shakedown practice for about an hour this morning, and we're fixing to get underway here with race number 1. We'd like to say a big shout-out and special thank you to all of our sponsors. I'd like to say thank you to Exalt, Team Losi Racing, J Concepts, R1 Works, TZO Tires, Hobby Wing, Reedy, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Motive, Factory Tracks Racing, ProTech, One Up Racing, S-Works, Beachrc.com, Racecraft USA, Trueform, Assault RC, FDJ, and Track Tack Prep. All right, we got everybody checked in here, getting them gridded up. Roll call start here again, the same as it was yesterday. Did a resort after round number 1 of qualifying. Yesterday we got RJ Henry that was able to take the TQ in round number 1. See what he can do here in round number 2. RJ was the recipient of a brand new Team Associated B7D compliments of Lee Kessler. Excuse me. Compliments of Lee Kessler, Elite RC Productions, Nitro Pro, Beachrc.com, J Concepts, Exalt. Got a whole bunch of goodies there for him. Let's see if he's going to be running his new car. Yep, he is. He's got the new car out there. So, that pretty painted body there. Thank you to Larry Genova. So, it's cool. We gave him a car yesterday, and he's out there already running it. Let's hope he does good here. Sometimes it can throw you for a little bit of a loop, going from a car you're familiar with to a new loop. So RJ going to send him off here, lap number 1. He's got a really fast car in the first round of qualifying, but a brand new chassis here. See how he does here in round number 2. Track is a little slick out there. The temperature has dropped considerably since yesterday. We were probably in the mid, maybe upper 80s as well yesterday. It is in the 50s here this morning. So the track does not have quite the grip that it had yesterday. RJ Henry on lap number 1. Man, clicked off a good lap. Ran a 19.8 on that first lap. Uh-oh, he sends it out of the park. Turn marshal gets him. Back underway. Going to turn a 26.2 that time by. Hey, good morning, Derek Vanderham. Good to hear from you, good sir. So we got a new race leader. It's going to be Dean Howard. Dean Howard, the owner of the Lazarus Setup Station. If you haven't had a chance to check that out, that is available on Beachrc.com. We did a little bit of video yesterday. We'll have all those videos and stuff up throughout the week once we get time to edit them. Right now we are in the middle of our live production here of the Masters of Dirt. RJ Henry now takes back over the race, leads on a 14.520. They are running a qual point system here, so if he was to take the win here in round number 2, he will wrap up TQ overall. RJ Henry working the left-hand side of the track, coming down in through the middle section now. Trying to work the bugs out. Oh, going to jump it off to the wrong side there. Luckily, Marshall right there to get him back underway. He had an 8.4-second lead here up on Dean Howard. RJ sending up over that second big tabletop as he comes down the front straightaway, left-hand side of the track now. Good morning, Keenan White. How are you this morning, sir? RJ still leading the way, trying to work his way around lap traffic, getting a little hot through some of those corners. Still learning the car, I'm sure he is. Fine young man, very appreciative of the surprise that he received here this weekend. It's cool to see him out there with the car. They worked on that thing tirelessly yesterday and
got it all hooked up and ready to go. Got all his new equipment put in. Oh, no, he catches the dot, rolls upside down. Yeah, last time by the line, he had a 15-second lead. See where he's going to be at. RJ coming back to the line here, coming across start-finish line with just over 2 minutes left to go. Comes in the middle section of the track, trying to work his way around some lap traffic. Keenan, I'm feeling great, man. Feeling really good. We went to bed last night, probably right around about 10 o'clock, 10:30. As we went to bed, got back up this morning. I was awake at 5. We actually got up at 6, went and got some breakfast, and made it to the track just before 7:30. So we are primed, ready to go. Ready for a good day of racing. 2 rounds of qualifying going to be running today. No mains will be run tonight. All mains will be run tomorrow. R.J. Henry still out in front as he comes down across that start-finish line. Now got nearly a lap up on the entire field here. R.J. flying out there. R.J. having to clear some lap traffic there. Makes his way around. 90 seconds remaining here in race number 1. Race number 2 going to be coming up next. This is our one and only heat of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Motive out on the track. RJ over here on the left-hand side of the track, working on his race lines. He hasn't been racing very long. I think he said it's only the 3rd time that he has ran here at Beachrc for 10th scale. I'd like to say a very special thank you to Chad Buckland and everybody else that's helping him out back there in the pits. They helped him get his car together. Oh, good line there on that jump away double. Oh, no, he's going to get caught up a little bit there with lap traffic. Got to show some patience there, little man. There he gathers it back up. Here he comes across that start-finish line now with a good lap up on the entire field. R.J. Henry flying out there here in 21.5. Oh, going to get a little squirrely as he got off into the dust. There's a little bit of a layer of dust on the edges of the pipes. So when you get a little high or a little low, it definitely picks up on your tires. Race clock is about to expire. Here he comes across that start-finish line. Car looking really good for R.J. Henry. His first time really running the car. He got a couple of 2-minute practices earlier, so I'm sure he'll make some adjustments on this car during the break when he gets ready for his 3rd round of qualifying. Here he comes over here on the right-hand side track, coming back to the line. Yes, R.J. Henry will take TQ overall here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by Motive. All right, guys, going to let everybody finish up here. Robbie Lynn going to come home in at number 2. Dean Howard in number 3. Jermaine in the 4. Jeffrey Coons going to come home in that number 5 spot. We'll get a quick interview here with R.J., your TQ winner. All right, Danny, we're ready whenever you are. All righty, we are here with R.J. Henry. So R.J. took TQ in round number 1 and round number 2 of 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. So that makes you the overall TQ for the weekend. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm glad to be TQ. Just went out there with my new buggy, and I felt great. I was not slipping up at all, and I was running some consistent laps, trying not to run into anyone, and it was just a great run.
Yeah, so you'll have that 3rd round that you'll get to take now, so you can make some adjustments to your car to see what you can find special for the mains, right?
Sir, I'm probably only going to be looking for some more. I'm going to be looking out for my depth perception because I kind of run into the pipes towards the back because the track is really difficult and it's hard to see, so I'm going to work on that.
There you go, man. Well, all right, well, congratulations, young man. They're calling for you to go marshal, so congratulations on your TQ.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. Alrighty, guys, here we are. We are back for the first heat of 2 for four-wheel drive, 1/10 scale truggy, mini truck, baby truggy, presented by Tekin. So Corey McKelvin right now sitting first here after the resort. This is your B group out on the track currently. So Nuclear Crypto, the goal is I will stay on the mic here pretty much all day. If I need somebody to fill in, it'll be Patrick. We'll have him fill in real quick. All right, got everybody checked in. So it looks like we're still having these issues with the main scoring computer up top. So we're having to reboot the scoring after every single round here on my end. Alrighty, guys, here we go. Loop is live, and we are underway. Oh, Corey going hot into that sweeper here on lap number 1. Able to gather it back up. Feeling some pressure, though, from Mike Hicks really quick. Mike all over the back of him, trying to find a way around here. Oh, Mike going to come up a little bit short there on that jump away. Here comes through the Twin Peaks now for Corey McKelvin. Twin Peak tabletops. Here he comes down the front straightaway. Lap number 1 lays down a 21.3. Chris Zimmerman with a 19 flat as he moves up to the top of the leaderboard. Zimmerman in that all white truck. Coming in through the middle section of the track, just behind Corey McKelvin. That's your race leader there on the screen. Here he comes down the front straightaway, currently with a 2.4 second lead up. Corey in that number 2, Mike Hicks in at number 3, Enos Graves in the 4, Jeffrey Coons 5, and Mike Kling in that number 6 spot. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Oh, no problems for our race leader. He sacked the pipe, rolls upside down. He's all on the wrong side. Oh, boy, that's a big track cut. Oh, my goodness. Ugh. Ooh, ugh. Big track cut there for Chris Zimmerman. Ooh, mercy. So, oh, man, one goes full send at the top right-hand side of the track. I think that might be Jeff Coons there just in front of him. Got 2 white trucks there, very similar. See when they come back to the line. Yeah, that's Jeff Coons coming across the start-finish line. New race leader going to be Corey McKelvin in that all-orange truck after the problem there from Chris Zimmerman. Here comes Corey McKelvin on to the right-hand side of the track, coming across that start-finish line. Now to the left-hand side. Corey having to check up a little bit as he got a wrong line going up into that off-camber. Oh, man, sagging the pipe there for McKelvin. Gathers it back up. He had a 2.5 second lead here on Zimmerman, who sent it at the park about a lap prior. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Guys, make sure you hit that like and share button there on the old YouTube. So we can use some likes as well over here on Facebook. Oh, man, we only got 3 likes so far. I know I'm not Lefty. I know y'all love y'all some Lefty. I like him too. He's an okay kind of guy on most days. Corey McKelvin not going to fall down to that number 2 spot. Chris Zimmerman in that 3. Keenan is a little bit of a diva sometimes. He has to have his little fancy coffee cappuccinos, K-cups that he has to have, and then he has to have special toilet paper. He can only wash his hands with aqua-free water. He's a really kind of bougie kind of character. Corey McKelvin now back out in front. Zimmerman falls down to that number 2 spot. Enos Graves working at number 3. Mike Hicks in that number 4. Now Mike Hicks going to move up to that number 3 spot. Keenan must have already checked out of the chat. It is kind of early for him. I mean, I think it's 10 o'clock in the DR. He normally don't wake up till about noon. 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Corey McKelvin with the race lead. showing the way. He's got 11-second lead up on the field. Mike Kling right now in that number 3 spot, 2.8 seconds back. These guys trying to push. Oh, no. A little bit of impatience there from our race leader, Corey McElvin, into the backside of Jeff Coons as they come down the front straightaway. Four minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Excuse me. It's Corey, Chris, Mike Kling, Mike Hicks, Enos Graves, and Jeff Coons. Right now, your running order. Time winding on down here in Beachrc, presented by Tekin. Corey McElvin, right now, in that number 1 spot, trying to find his way up into the A main, looking for a solid run here. He's on a 15.5-16 pace right now. Again, the temperature has dropped quite a bit here inside the facility. It was nice and warm yesterday. It was perfect temperatures, actually. It wasn't warm. It was perfect. Oh, man, problems there for McElvin. Zimmerman, excuse me, problems there for Zimmerman. Zimmerman rolls it upside down. Let's see if Corey McElvin going to race it back to line. Oh, 3.5 seconds back now for Zimmerman. Let's see where Corey's going to be at. Here comes Corey, going to come back to, oh, man, Corey going to ride it up on the pipe. So it's going to come down to this last lap here. So Corey McElvin going to finish up with a 15.5-14. Let's see where Zimmerman's going to cross the line at. Here he comes back. He's going to finish up with a 15.5-16. So Corey McElvin will set the bar here in Beachrc as he makes a case, makes an argument for the A main. All righty, guys, that is the race. Everybody is done. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break here real quick, run a commercial while we get ready for our next race.
Shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Alrighty, guys, we are back here for heat number 2 of four-wheel drive 1/10 scale trucking presented by Tekin. Van Sloots took TQ yesterday, and he's going to look to wrap it up here in the second round of qualifying. Got some guys, heavy hitters in this one. Ryan Cottle going to be looking to move up. Nathaniel Grubbs, he's a good four-wheel drive 10 scale racer. Let's see where it's all going to shake down here in the second round of qualifying. Looks like we may be waiting on a marshal. Yeah, calling out for some volunteer marshals here. Sean Mackey, yeah, that was Yellow Wheels that won that one, both first and second. We need to get a yellow wheel to white wheel count going here to see who actually is going to take the true title. I'm guessing it's going to be a landslide victory on the white wheels. All right, here we go, getting them all checked in now. We got our turn marshals in place. We were a little short on racers in the last one, so it takes a minute to get our marshals out there. Yeah, we'll have Keenan White back for AMS and for Fall Brawl. If you would like to help us out at the Elite RC Productions as we bring Keenan in from the Dominican Republic for those two races, we currently have a online waffle that is taking place. The waffle has right at just under 40 spots remaining. I think we have 38 spots remaining. You can see the QR code now up on your screen. Scan that QR code. It'll take you straight to the link. You can purchase a raffle ticket for $20. We're selling 100 total tickets. And every dollar raised goes towards bringing Keenan over to the U.S. for AMS and Fall Brawl. He'll be at both events. So if you can help us out, we got about 39 spots left to go. And every spot is a tremendous help. See here, all right, looks like we are all gridded up. Let me refresh my screen here on the scoring. So still having some issues, looks like up top there with the main scoring computer. I'll see if I can go up there and help them tonight and get that thing dialed in. Because if I'm having to reset my side, he's having to reset his side as well. All right, we are off and running. So Van Sloot set TQ yesterday. See what he can do here in round number 2. Oh, no, that's not a good start. Off into the pipe he goes. Danny, I'll be back just a second. All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to take a quick pause. Had to grab a couple of photos there for our TQ holders. All right, it's Ryan Cottle right now out in front, 16.5 flat, 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. He has a 4/10 of a second lead up on Matthew Poirier, who's in that number 2 spot. Nathaniel Groves falls down to the number 3. Your top 3 right now separated by 5.4 seconds. Eric Washburn in the number 4 spot. Van Sloot's right now into 5. Eric Urban into 6. So it'll definitely come down to the third round if it finishes out this way. The TQ time they're looking to beat a 15.5.14. Ryan Cottle on the 16.5 flat. He is knocking on the door of a 17-lap pace as he comes onto the front straightaway. Cottle, another one of those guys that helped out R.J. Henry in setting his car up. Put a lot of wrench time in yesterday for that young man. So really appreciate the help that Ryan and Chad and many other racers have given to R.J. Henry to help him get his new car set up where he can actually run it here this weekend at the 2024 Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline. There's the Bearded Wonder. I just realized I know what Ryan Cottle in a few years. When that beard turns white, he will be the perfect Santa Claus. He has got the Santa Claus look down. Look at that beard. That thing is shaped perfectly. That is a Santa beard if I've ever seen one. Look at that thing. Type out, I'm going to go ahead and put my Christmas list together. Give that thing to him and say, hey, man, in about 10, 15 years, whenever you take over Santa's job, can you hook me up? Ryan Cottle still leading the way. Nathaniel Grubbs in that number 2 spot. Matthew in that number 3. Eric Washburn in that number 4. The good battle right now between Nathaniel Grubbs and Matthew. Oh, long lap here for Nathaniel Grubbs. Nathaniel's looking for that consistency. He struggles a little bit. He'll be up the ladder, down the ladder. Looking for that consistency from Nathaniel. Well, Matthew now bumps up to that number 2 spot. On your screen right now, we've got our third place running truck of Nathaniel Grubbs. Oh, Matthew now going to come across the line. He's going to fall down to 3. Oh, no, Matthew goes for that tumble. Matthew running that yellow and orange there just in front of Nathaniel. So they're running 2 and 3 on the racetrack, but they are 3 and 2 on the race clock. Here comes Grubbs coming across that start-finish line. Oh, it's a good battle. They're separated by 1.3 seconds here. Nathaniel with the advantage on the race clock. Trying to find a way around Matthew here on the racetrack. Diving to the inside, not able to pull it off. Both of them getting a little bit squirrely in separate sections here. Ryan Cottle beginning to stretch out that lead now, 8.6 seconds up on the field as the race clock expires. Here they come across that start-finish line. One more lap to go here. Nathaniel Grubbs and Matthew Poirier. Oh, bouncing it off the pipe there. Tight for Nathaniel. 1.3. Oh, no, Nathaniel going to roll upside down. Nate, oh, no, turn marshal trying to get over there to him. So that's going to be the break that Matthew needs as they come back to the line. Matthew going to come across the line. He'll finish up in that number 2 spot. Nathaniel going to fall down to the number 3, and it's going to be Ryan Cottle taking the race win here in full-wheel drive 1/10 scale truggy and taking TQ for round number 2. All right, guys, we're going to grab a quick interview with Ryan Cottle. We'll be right back. All right, Danny, we're ready. All right, we are here with Ryan Cottle, your round 2 TQ of Baby Truggy full-wheel drive. Congratulations, Ryan. Good run out there.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I was a little disappointed. Round number 1, barely missed TQ by a second, so a little sketchy out there this morning. You know, yesterday we practiced later in the day. Today it's still a little damp, and it was hard to handle, but just backed it down, kept it on all fours, and here we are. Yeah,
the moisture with the cooler temperatures have definitely come up in the track. You can tell the track has lost some speed out there for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Went out there on silvers this time thinking that would maybe help it. Going to go back to aquas for the next round because it'll be warmer, depending on what time we have mains tomorrow, depending on which one I go with. So cars are working good. I'm super happy with my race program today. Yeah.
Cool, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck in Q3. And just a quick question for you. So you're running the J Concepts tires, and you say that you're on the silvers now. You're going to be going to aquas. Is that correct?
Yeah. So on my truck, so like the mini truggy and the short course, I'm liking silvers better. On the buggies, I like aqua. It seems to calm the car down. Probably going to go back to aquas on the truggy, but short course silvers for sure. I don't know why sometimes the aquas just don't work on short course. I think it's maybe because it has a bigger sidewall. But I really like the aquas. I think if I commit to them and tune my car around the tire, then makes them easier to drive. And giving it all fours is how you win the races.
Yep, you're absolutely right. All right, well, congratulations on your TQ for round 2. Wish you the best of luck in round 3.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate it.
All right, everybody, we're going to get back to the action. We are back here once again, guys. It is time for race number 4. It is 40 plus 2-wheel drive buggy presented by Reedy out on the track. We've got 4 heats that we're going to be running here. Everybody's already gridded up, and race clock is now underway. I just got told by our producer engineer that I'm likely to be fired after this race. I am not sure what I have done wrong to make him mad, but man, I just got bad news. He told me, he's like, you are not lefty. You're not that good. You need to go away. I'm not the great. I'm the big disappointment. I'm the greatest disappointment. That's literally what he told me. All right, here we go. Race number 4 out on the track. Waiting on everybody to get their first laps in. Chris Harris set top of the leaderboard here at the start. See where he's going to be at here. And he's still sitting top of the leaderboard after 2 laps. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here this morning to qualifying of the Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline. If you're new to the view here this weekend, please give us a like. Please give us a follow there on YouTube. Helps us out a lot. Right now we are sitting at, I'm showing, oh my goodness, 11 likes. Gosh, I must suck. 11 likes. Only got 69 people watching too. Must have been a rough night for some of these guys. They must have had their own fireball races. I would also like to point out that if you are following me on social media, if you see any incriminating pictures of me with or without clothes, it is not true. It is photoshopped. It is AI generated. That is not me. I was here, but that wasn't me participating in that foolishness. Just saying that out loud. Doug Ludwig, right now, top of the leaderboard. Finds himself on a 14.501. Will Santiago in that number 2 spot on a 14.501 as well. They're only separated here by, oh, man, Ludwig not going to fall down at number 3. New race leader going to be Will Santiago. Sam Crow going to move up to that number 2 spot. Sam Crow now 3 seconds out of the race lead. Eric Haywood in at number 4. Chris Harrison in number 5. Warren Campbell in the 6. William Moberly in that number 7 spot. And Don Perdeau in at number 8. You know, it was a pretty wild night last night because there were both men and women that were taking their shirts off last night. Yeah, yep. Will Santiago coming across that start-finish line. He's been reaching out and going to do a little bit of Florida RC Championship racing. That is a series that the Elite RC Productions puts on in Florida. And right now, if he finds himself leading here in 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy. Here comes Will Santiago coming across that start-finish line. Will now working his way in through the shark tank. Haven't seen very many shark bites here this weekend. That washboard section is very tricky. Those lines that you see that are drawn across also dictate exactly how the lines are, or the grooves are cut into the washboard. They are not perfectly straight. They're off angled a little bit, and they disrupt the car quite a bit. We'll definitely have some shark attacks here in a little bit. Will Santiago will come up short on the jump away. He still looks like he's still going to hold on to race lead. Doug Ludwig moves his way back up in that number 2 spot. There's Will coming across that start-finish line. Warren Campbell in at number 3 spot. Warren right now 2.7 seconds back at the number 2. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here this morning. We greatly appreciate y'all watching online. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button. Give us a subscribe, follow. Our YouTube channel is slowly growing. Our Facebook is growing quickly on social media for Facebook. You find all the action shots as well on Elite RC Productions Facebook page. Will Santiago right now 30 seconds left to go. Finds himself 6 seconds up on the field. Working his way around some lap traffic there in the middle section of the track. Coming to that very tricky jump away double. If you don't get that thing right, man, you case that and you're upside down really quick. And the race clock is about to expire here. Looks like Will's pretty well got this one here in the bag. He's going to set. Oh, no. He rolls upside down here on possibly his final lap. Oh, it will be his final lap. As his race clock now expires, he's going to come around over here on the right-hand side, coming to the line. Will it be the break that Doug Ludwig needs? Doug was 6.2 seconds back. Let's see where it's going to shake down. Doug still having to come back to line. Here he comes. He will still come up a little bit short. Will Santiago will set the TQ and set the bar here in 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy, presented by Reedy at a 14.504. All All right, you guys, going to take a very quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the Racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Just lost the race. This is rubbish.
You don't need to throw that away. We can get this rebuilt for you and right back on the track. We are Dirty Asset Engine Services, and we're going to make your engines great again by replacing bearings, polishing them, and also resizing. So you can either ship it to us like this in the mail, or if you're at the track, bring it like this to us.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back, everybody. It is time for heat number 2 of 4 for two-wheel drive 40-plus modified buggy presented by Reedy. So Owen Simmons was the fastest here in the C Group resort. Eddie Henley in this one as well. Chris Phelps in at number 3. Brad Powell in the 4. Shane McCall 5 after the resort. Bubba Johnson 6, Kevin Abbott 7, Eric Irvin in the 8, and Sean Volley in the number 9. So it's going to be Owen Simmons leading off the field of 9 here as everybody's getting greeted up. Ready to get this one here underway. Hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Hope your football teams win. I hope the Seminoles lose. Actually, I don't think they're playing this weekend. Well, they should be playing this weekend. I know the Gators are not playing this weekend. They got to play Georgia next week for the Florida-Georgia game. We hope the Seminoles lose. Let's see, who else do we not want to win? Well, we always hope Miami loses. So Owen Simmons is going to come across the line, lap number 1. Brad Powell holding on that number 2 spot. Shane McCall now with the race lead. So for our watchers that are watching at home, we got 72 people online right now here on YouTube. Who do y'all think is going to win the national title for college football? Right now we got Oregon sitting on top, but college football, it's anybody's game. Let's see who the predictions may be for our champion here in college football this year. Shane McCall with the race lead here. Eddie Henley right behind him in that number 2 spot. Oh man, Eddie going to fall down to the number 6 now. So Shane McCall now with some problems. He's going to roll his upside down. That's going to be Shane Volley. Shane Volley from 9th seed from Q1. He's going to move all the way up into the number 2 spot. Oh, now he drops down the ladder. Rough lap here for Shane McCall. Give it to Brad Powell. Brad Powell now to the top of the leaderboard. So Trip Jones says, whoever wins the SEC championship or Oregon. Yeah, it's pretty solid whenever you see SEC at the top of the pile. It's hard to bet against them, man. They win a lot of games and they win a lot of titles. Brad Powell right now out in front. Kevin Abbott has moved up to that number 2 spot. Bubba Johnson in at number 3. Abbott over here on the left-hand side, or now in the middle section of the track. See if we can find a picture of his car. He's blue and pink, top right-hand side. Oh, he just rolled it up onto the wall. So Abbott running actually the green and pink, got white on the nose. Here comes Abbott coming across that start-finish line into number 3. Abbott running 40 plus 2 wheel drive modified buggy. He's banging wheels with that blue car. Man, they are back and forth, zigging and zagging. You two, I hope they're going on a date later tonight. My goodness. Special time together. A little bumping and grinding. Abbott going to send it up over the second Twin Peaks as he comes down that front straightaway. Now going to fall down to that number 4 spot. Shane McCall, moving now back up the ladder to that number 3. Abbott right now looking pretty good out there. In the number 4 spot, Eddie Henley with a long lap. Waiting on him to come back to the line. He falls down to the 5. Shane McCall climbs all the way back up into the race lead now. Brad Powell in at number 2. Bubba Johnson in the 3. Eddie Henley back to the 4. Rough lap there for Kevin Abbott, now in the number 5 spot. .130 left to go, 130 remaining. Shane McCall with a 0.2 of a second lead here up on Brad Powell. Brad Powell now 2.4 seconds up on Bubba Johnson. Kevin Abbott working that number 4 spot. Oh, Abbott now going to move all the way to the 2 after some problems here in the middle of the pack. Brad Powell with a 3-second lead here up on the field. Abbott, Johnson, Henley, and Simmons, your top 5. Shane McCall in the 6. Still got a minute left to go. Brad Powell right now on your screen, working the top right-hand side of the track. Here he comes back towards start-finish. Across the line he goes. At the shark bite. Coming through the drop down on that jump away double in that first berm turn. Oh, one gets a little bit squirrely there on that lander. I think that's Brad Powell here, the second car in line. Here he comes to the line. Yep, second car in line is Brad Powell. We'll have to deal with some lap traffic here. Owen Simmons all over his back bumper here. Owen Simmons currently running in that number 6 spot with Brad Powell with the race lead. Middle section of the track. At the Twin Peaks tabletop, right-hand side, back to the line. Race clock winding on down with just over 5 seconds left to go. Kevin Abbott has battled his way up to that number 2 spot. Now Kevin Abbott is only 0.7 of a second away from the race lead. So Kevin Abbott on the move here. Brad Powell going to come back to the line. He's going to be done. Finish up with a 15.501. Going to have a strong finish here for Kevin Abbott as he comes to the line to see where he'll be at. Oh, he will come up 0.4 of a second short, so it will be Brad Powell taking the win here in race number 5 of 40 plus 2-wheel drive buggy. So he resets TQ 15.501. All right, guys, going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. Oh, my goodness. What a face to see first thing in the morning. It is Brent Dinsford. Brent Dinsford took BQ after the first round of qualifying yesterday, found himself in that B sort. Is he on the driver's stand? Is he going to make the race? Because he had a very late night last night. So he's up there on the stand. Oh, my goodness. Look at that face. All right, waiting on a check-in here from Mark Reed. Hey, Brett. He's waking up. Jason Westfall there to his left on the right of your screen. Let's see here. Had the fireball race last night. Did a little bit of beer ping pong. I heard that one of the guys from the UK was trying to do the worm and may have slipped and busted his head open a little bit. All right, we are underway. So Brent Dentzer going to lead us off here. TQ time. These guys are looking to beat a 15.501. This is heat number 3 of 4. Oh. All right, so they are. All right, take 2. Now we're back underway. Brent Densford going to lead the charge here. Everybody get their first laps in and we'll call it out. These guys trying to make their way into the A group resort. They will do a resort again after Q2. Here they come across that start-finish line. Brent Dentzer going to lay down a 19.2 on the first lap. Matthew in the number 2 spot on 19.5. Tom Sherman also 19.5. Westfall 20 flat. Mark Reed with a 20.3. Ben Warner 20.1. Justin Doyle with a 21 flat. Mike Hicks 21.8. And Mike Sunderland with a 25.7 here on lap number 1. Brent Densford out in front 16.506, almost to a lap to the good. Well, thank you, Dave. I hope that is serious and not sarcasm. I'm going to pray if it's sarcasm. I also understand I'm not the best commentator. This is my first time doing this. I typically do all of the RD work, so the commentary thing is a little new to me. Lefty the Great, he is the commentator for Elite RC Productions, and he does a much better job than I do. He wasn't able to make the race here this weekend, so I'm having to fill in for him. But it's Brent Densford out in front. Jump away double, snags him. Oh, problems there for Densford. Going to give us some time to Ben Warner here. He only had an 0.8 of a second lead here up on the field. Here they come back to start finish. Oh, man, Densford going to go from 1st to 6th after that bobble. He done beer ponged it right in that corner. That was definitely shot worthy right there. I think he should have to drink up. Ben Warner in that number 2 spot. Justin Doyle in that number 3. Mark Reed in that number 4. 2 minutes down. 3 minutes left to go. Coming across that start-finish line. Oh, Matthew not going to fall down to 3. New race leader going to be Ben Warner out in front. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Pick up Ben Warner. Ben Warner now just coming across that start-finish line, working the top left-hand side of the track. So it should be Ben Warner here in this all-red car. Ben at the Twin Peaks tabletop coming across the start-finish line. Currently on a 16.512. He's good on time for TQ. We still got half a race left to go. We're 2:30 down, 2:30 remaining. Oh, one going for a tumble onto the wrong lane over there. Marshall gets him set in the right direction. Got that all-red buggy here of Ben Warner coming across start-finish line. Going to fall down number 2 spot as Brent Densford has rebounded a charge. Densford lays down an 18.5 that time by, and Ben Warner going to move back up to race lead after a rough lap there for Densford. Densford now with a 20.2 that time by. So Mr. Consistency of Ben Warner right now here in this race, clicking off all 19-second laps except his very first lap, which was a 20.1. So Ben now having to deal with some lap traffic over here on the right-hand side of the track at the roller. First tabletop down, horseshoe turn, second tabletop gone, in through the berm. Across the start-finish line he goes at the Shark Tank. Ben Warner now. Matthew going to move up to that number 2 spot. Densford falls down to the number 3. 340 down and 120 left to go. Look at the intensity on the face of Ben Warner. Coming across that start-finish line. Look at the confidence. Shark bite. Oh, man, we had a shark attack there. Oh, boy, he's all tied up there with lap. Oh, no, he's in the dust. Oh, man, rough lap here for Ben Warner. The facial expressions have not changed much. He's nodding. Every jump, you see his head up and down. He's bobbing. He's weaving. I wonder if Warner's a very good dancer to find out from somebody else on that one. He gets in rhythm with that car for sure. Thank you, everybody, for the shout-out there. Thank you, Mr. Tracy Patterson. We will see you in a couple of weeks at AMS. Turtle RC Racing, you were one of the guys, I believe, that bought a raffle ticket yesterday, Rory Holler. And good morning to you, good sir. Looks like you're having your cup of coffee. I am actually having a V8 energy drink. If y'all have not experienced a V8 energy drink, I highly recommend it. It probably one of the best energy drinks I've ever had. It has very, very little calories in it. So shout out there to V8, a free plug. If you don't want to get all the jitters and everything that comes along with all the other energy drinks that you get in heart racing, this does not do that. And it's got 50 calories in it. Oh, boy. Poirier having all kinds of issues here on the final lap. That may give the race lead here to Brent Densford as they come back to line. Yes, it definitely will give it back to Brent. So Brent will sneak in and take the win here in race number 6. He'll reset TQ 16-5-15 here in race number 6. So he's have to. Yep. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time for the A Sort here, a 40-plus two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Reedy. Paul Wynn took TQ yesterday, so we're getting everybody checked in now. They're going to run their warm-up laps. We'll get them gridded up. Yes, the V8 energy drinks, I was very shocked whenever Dave Lycom at Racetime Entertainment gave me my first one. I'm actually looking at the specs on the back of it. It only has 4% of sugar. 12 grams of sugar is all that it has in it. But it has a good, healthy portion of potassium, vitamin C, niacin, vitamin B6, vitamin B12. It doesn't have a lot of other crap in it either. There's no fats, no sodiums, or no heavy sodium, no heavy sodiums. Doesn't have any protein in it, but only 50 calories. I've been working on my my diet here. I've lost a considerable amount of weight and trying to stay on top of it. Did not do very good yesterday. I may have ate pizza, I may have ate a Snicker candy bar, and I may have had a couple of sodas. So yesterday was a very naughty cheat day for me, but we're back on task here today. Only going to have waters, bananas, fruits, things like that with natural sugars in it. No artificial stuff. All right, we're all gridded up, about ready to get this one here underway. Waiting on P-Dub. Go. Looks like we're waiting on a marshal to get in position here. All right, here we go. So Paul Wynn going to lead them off here at the tone as they come across that start-finish line. Eric Washburn was second overall in that first round. Van Aer in at number 3. Van Aer had a very fast truck and car in the rest of his class yesterday. Let's see what he can do here. He took TQ in 40-plus four-wheel drive. Paul Wynn going to lay down lap number 1 with a 17.9. Van Air with an 18.8. Sean Harding, 18.5 for Harding out of the TLR. Oh, man, Paul's car looks really good. He's got it dialed in here. Here he comes across that start-finish line, putting lap number 2 in the books. 18.1 that time by. Paul Wynn in the Team Associated on the J Concepts tires, running the Reedy Power. Clearing that jump away double, no problem. Downsides it as he works through the Twin Peaks now. Coming across start-finish. Left-hand side of the track. Air Shark Tank. Oh, he's got, they're all piled up there in front of him. Turn Marshal was trying to get out of the way. So that's Eric Washburn there directly in front of him. Washburn going to go a little wide. Give the line here to Paul. Paul last time by the line 1.4 seconds back. He had to check up a little bit as the Marshal was in the track trying to do his duties. Comes across the line with a 19.5 that time by. Chris Van Air going to come to the line now. Oh, long lap there for Van Air. That's going to put Sean Harding up to the number 2 spot. Van Air falls down to the number 3. Dave McEwen now to that number 4. Craig Jackson holding on to 5. Eric Everett at number 6. Aaron Raleigh in at number 6. Mike Treehorn 7. Dave McEwen falls to the 8. Eric Washburn in the 9. Got one cheering on here for Paul Wynn. Jeff Reddy cheering Paul on here in the YouTube chat. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here this weekend. We've got a new race leader, Chris Van Air, to the top of the leaderboard. He's working his way over here on the right-hand side of the track, coming towards start-finish now. Across the line he goes. Round number 2, TQ on the line. Van Air only one right now on a 17-lap pace, currently on a 17.518. Paul Wynn in that number 2 spot. Paul Wynn finds himself 9/10 of a second back, but Paul Wynn just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 17.8. This time coming across the line with an 18.3. Van Air now going to fall down to that number 2 spot. New race leader going to be Paul Wynn to the top of the leaderboard. Sean Harding in that number 3 spot. Got one cheering on Sean as well here in the YouTube. Sean Harding 4.9 seconds back of that number 2 spot. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. There's your race leader on the screen. Got a little bit of lap traffic there directly behind him. Dave McEwen working in that number 4 spot. McEwen 1.9 seconds behind Sean Harding. Coming in through the Shark Tank here for Paul Wynn. 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Van Air working at number 2. Harding and McEwen 3 and 4. Aaron Raleigh 5. Treehorn in the 6. Craig Jackson 7. Eric Everett 8. Washburn in the 9. Washburn right now not having a very good run here in the second round of qualifying. He qualified second overall. Currently running in that number 9 spot. He's actually all the way down to the 23rd overall for this round, so not the round that Washburn was definitely looking forward to. Again, the track has cooled off considerably since yesterday. We had a little bit of a cold front, I think it came through last night, and the groove is still there, but it is definitely a lot slicker than it was about 2-3 o'clock yesterday. Paul Wynn, though, out in front. 4.3 seconds up on the field now. Sean Harding holding on to number 3 spot just behind Chris Van Air. As I say that, Sean Harding drops to the 4. Put Dave McEwen now up to the number 3. 1 minute left to go. Here comes Chris Van Air. Oh, Van Air, right as we get the cameraman on him, he goes for a tumble traction roll into the sweeper. Oh, now he's all tied up over there with some lap traffic. Got one upside down. That was Van Air, so Van Air going to be losing a ton of time here as he's had double problems here on this lap. 45 seconds left to go. Paul Wynn now in a field all by himself, 17-lap pace. Dave McEwen going to be moving up into that number 2 spot, probably waiting on him to come back to the line here. See where he's going to be at. Nope, he will be 1.1 seconds back of the number 2. That's where the battle's at. Oh, we got one upside down. Is that Van Air once again that just rolled upside down? Van Air, another problem. So that is going to give McEwen now the number 2 spot, unless McEwen has a rough lap. Here comes Dave. Oh, Dave right there. Here he comes on to the front straightaway just behind Paul Wynn. Sean Harding right there as well in the 4. So it's McEwen now to the number 2. Van Air in that number 3 and Sean Harding in the 4. Dave McEwen moving up on the leaderboard here. Right-hand side of the track, that yellow and blue's got Paul. Oh, Paul Wynn gets a little bit squirrely as the race clock expires. Paul going to get him another lap. He will reach that. Oh, man, one rolls upside down right in front. Was that Paul? Oh, Paul rolls upside down. He's still going to reach that 17-lap pace, though. So Paul rolls upside down, right-hand side of the track for the final time here in race number 7 in Q2. And here he comes down across start finish line. He will take TQ at a 17.521. Chris Van Air going to come home in 2, Dave McEwen in the 3, Sean Hardy in the 4, and Aaron Raleigh going to finish up in the 5. All right, guys, going to be right back. We'll do a quick interview with Paul Wynn. Danny, we're ready when you are. All righty, round 2 TQ goes to Paul Wynn. That gives him the TQ overall this year for the Masters of Dirt. Paul, it looks like the track has changed considerably from yesterday.
Yeah, I think with, all the extra activities yesterday, the track was a little loose this morning, but not bad. It's still got good lap times. It's just the cars are fading a little bit, and I think in the next 30 minutes it'll be fine.
Okay. All right, yeah, I think I was thinking that maybe the temperature had a big effect on it because it's considerably cooler in here today than it was yesterday.
Yeah, but I think it's supposed to get probably the highest temps of the weekend, so like 82, 83 today. So I think it'll be really good. There's going to be a lot of traction.
Gotcha. So Q3 should be exciting where we will see a lot of speed or the fastest speeds that they can get out there. Again, your car looked really, really good. You're now the overall TQ here in 40 plus. Any adjustments you're going to make to your car for Q3?
I don't think so. I think I'll just break in a new set of tires for the long main and go for it.
Cool, man. All right, well, congratulations on your TQ, and we'll see you in Q3.
All right. Thank you.
All righty, guys, we're going to get back to the action here at the Masters of Dirt. All righty, guys, here we go. It is time for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. We got 5 heats here this weekend. Eric Haywood is your EQ after round 1 of qualifying. Top spot. Looks like we got everybody checked in here. Hey, I didn't have to restart the computer this time. Huh. That's weird. Maybe you kind of got some bugs worked out up there. All right, so we got everybody checked in. Tone has sounded. Here we go. We're off and running. So Eric Haywood going to lead. Oh, no. Eric Haywood with a rough start. Oh, boy. That's going to give Eric Kozrud the top spot here, as he leads off the field of 8. Yeah, Jason, I actually did not participate in the fireball. I did not do any kind of drinking at all. I had to be up early this morning. I had a job to do. I was going to participate. I actually was going to race the whole kit and caboodle, and I was like, no, I have a job. I have a responsibility, and I did not want to be sitting here for 10, 12 hours a day with a headache and a hangover and sound like a zombie. So I chickened out. Maybe next year. Mitch York right now with the race lead. Mitch 3.1 seconds up on Eric Kozrud, who's in that number 2 spot. Killian Dillmore in the number 3. Charlie Buckland in the number 4. I don't think Charlie ran very many laps yesterday. I think all he did was just run a little bit of practice this morning. Yes, you're absolutely right. It was the AI that did the drinking last night. But in all seriousness, I did not do any drinking at all. I was going to participate in the festivities, and there's only 2 of us here this weekend with me and Danny. We do have Patrick here. Patrick is racing 3 classes, so we're letting him focus as much as we can on his racing. He does help us out a little bit, but with just 2 of us here, I need to be focused 100% on my job. That's my first responsibility to do this, and we can have fun at another time. Mitch Yorkovich right now with that race lead. Eric Haywood now battles his way back up into the number 2 spot. Take that back. Eric Cosrud going to move up to that number 2. Haywood in that number 3. Thomas Burnside in the 4. Killian Dillmore in the number 5. Lachlan Cosrud in the number 6. Jermaine Merchant in the 7. Charlie Buckland in the 8. Man, we got all kinds of action out here. This is our E group out on the track. There's Miss Dawn Bordeaux. She had a lot of fun last night. What happens at the Beachrc Fireball race stays at the Beachrc Fireball race. I don't know why them guys sabotaged me and took those Photoshop pictures. I don't get it. Just not fair. Is that somebody? No, for a minute there, I thought it was somebody running an RB10, but it's not. So the surface, it is a little bit slippery right now. So they had a nice groove that had burned in yesterday. The temperatures were coming up. We were in the mid to upper 80s inside the building. And it had a good black groove that was really forming around the track. You can still see the black groove there now, but the track doesn't have quite the grip that it had yesterday. Now, they also did run a slash fireball race last night where they had multiple drivers up on the driver's stand, so there was a lot of craziness going on. All the dust that you see in the infield was walked around out into the track. Even though we tried blowing it off, it really probably should have been swept and then blown. But the track still doesn't have quite the same grip that it had before. The race line has narrowed up as well, I've noticed, as they're going around. So here comes Eric Cosrud with the race lead on a 14-5-12. Mitch Yorkovich holding on that number 2 spot. Burnside in that number 3. Oh, Stephanie Shipley says she may have seen some video evidence somewhere. It's not me. I'm just telling y'all that is not me. 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Cosrud, Mitch York, Thomas Burnside, Eric Haywood holding on to number 4, Jermaine Merchant in the number 5, Lachlan in the number 6, Charlie Buckland in the 7, and Killian Dillmore in the 8 spot. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. I'm yawning right in y'all's ear. Cosrud with a little bit of trouble coming on the front straightaway. Miss Dawn gets him going back in the right direction once again. Cosrud right now 3.1 seconds up on York. Burnside in that number 3 spot. Race number 8 out on the track. Heat number 1 of 5 for 17.5. 2-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. The race clock expires. You know, next year, whenever we come to this race for the 11th edition of the Masters of Dirt, for those of y'all that know Danny, we're going to get Danny involved in the fireball race because Danny is kind of Danny's kind of dainty is what he is. That's the best way to describe Danny. He's dainty. And I think it would be really, really funny to see Danny with a little bit of alcohol in the system. I bet that boy gets wild. We get some liquor in him. Get some good liquor in him. All right, so it's going to be Eric Cosrud taking the race win, 14-5-08. Mitch York going to finish up in that number 2 spot. Thomas Burnside comes home into number 3. All right, guys, going to take a real quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Ah, just lost the race. This is rubbish.
You don't need to throw that away. We can get this rebuilt for you and right back on the track. We are Dirty Asset Engine Services, and we're going to make your engines great again by replacing bearings, polishing them, and also resizing. So you can either ship it to us like this in the mail, or if you're at the track, bring it like this to us.
All right, here we go, guys. We are back for heat number 2 of 5. 17.5 two-wheel drive stock buggy presented by R1 Works. Aaron Bembry is your DQ top qualifier. After the first round of qualifying, they will do another resort after Q2. So we got everybody all checked in here, getting them all gridded up. Fixing to get this one here underway. So it looks like we're waiting on a turn marshal to get in position. Need a volunteer. Yeah, no problem. Gonna have the static camera up here for just a little bit, guys, as our producer is having to do a little bit of photo editing. So we'll have just a fixed camera here for just a little bit. So Aaron Bember going to lead them off on the charge over here on the left-hand side of the track, leading the field of 8. Here he comes in through the middle of that jump away double. That gives you an idea of how wide that jump away double is and why so many people have issues with it here in this shot. I know whenever we are using the moving camera, it doesn't look like it's that big of a gap, but you can clearly see here on that jump away, it's a very, very big gap. Not much of a run up either after that horseshoe turn. See some of the guys singling it through there. So Noah Crow going to move up to the top of the leaderboard. He's on a 15.502. Keith Fasora in that number 2 spot on a 15.508. Aaron Bibbery in that number 3 spot on a 14.503. Will Santiago. Now it's going to be Rashad Tolliver. He's going to move up into that number 3. Rashad moving up on leaderboard. He was 8th after the first round in the D sort. He's moving up to the number 4 now. There's Aaron Bembry. He moves back to the number 3. Noah Crow still out in front. Noah Crow on a 15.503. Noah just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 20.1. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here on YouTube and Facebook of the Elite RC Productions 10th anniversary edition here of the Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline Racing. We're glad to be bringing you the coverage here this weekend. My name is Lance McDonald, filling in for Keenan Lefty the Great. He wasn't able to make the trip here this weekend. His times that he gets to spend out of the DR is limited, so we don't have him here for all of the races here in the U.S. as much as we'd like to have him here for all of them. There's just some of them he just can't make. He will be here, though, for AMS and for Fall Brawl. This is the first time that I've done the commentary here for you guys. Hope you guys are enjoying it. It's a little bit different for me. It's hard to take the RD hat off sometimes, but every now and then I get to remember I can have a little bit of fun. They can't hear what I'm saying on the microphone. It's Noah Crow out in front. Got a 2.6 second lead right now up on Keith Fasora. Noah, 19-second lap that time by. That's his fastest lap of the race at a 19.9. Will Santiago has turned the fastest lap here so far at a 19.4, but he is looking for the consistency as he's right now in the number 6 spot. Keith Fasora finds himself 6.8 seconds up on Dustin Phelps for that number 3. Santiago now climbs up to the 4. Jacob Hartman moves back to the 4. Rashad to the 5. Will back down to the 6. Aaron Bibry in the 7. No start from Eric Irvin. 3:13 down, 1:45 left to go on the race clock here in race number 9. Race number 10, you are on deck. Noah Crow right now with the race lead. 5.3 seconds here up on the field. Now 3 seconds up as both he and Keith come across the line. Noah Crow out in front. Dustin Phelps comes across the line in that number 3 spot, 5.2 seconds behind Keith Fasora. Got a fixed camera right now, guys, as our producer, photographer extraordinaire is working on a little bit of product that's got to be posted here up online. 45 seconds left to go. Oh, man, I'm over here watching Sam Crow as he's cheering on his son. He's all excited here in the race. He's saying Noah is all mixed up here with a bunch of lap traffic as they're coming towards the jump away double. Noah still with the race lead, 3 seconds up on Keith Fasora. Here they come back towards start finish with only 30 seconds left to go in the race. Noah Crow coming across the line now, still maintaining 3.5 seconds up on the field. 15.508 as he looks to reset Eric's TQ and move up the leaderboard. Keith Fasora in at number 2, 2.8 seconds back of the 1. Bill Santiago in at number 3. Race clock has now expired. And everybody to finish up here. So Noah Crow halfway done here with his final lap as he's coming towards the right-hand side of the track. Just a couple more corners to go. There he is across the line. Noah Crow will take the race win, 15.508 as he resets TQ. Will Santiago going to come home in that number 2 spot. Keith Fasora with a great run in the number 3. Rashawn Tolliver going to come home in the 4. And Dustin Phelps will round out your top 5. All righty, guys. Race number 9 is now in the books. Going to have race number 10 taking that stand, getting them gridded up here. Hope everybody's having a great Saturday morning. Hope the coffee was good. Hope you had you a good breakfast. We got a long day of racing ahead of us. Going to run 2 rounds of qualifying here today. Going to get to watch a little bit of college football as well. I hadn't even had a chance to look at the schedule to see who the big ball game is that's going to be playing tonight. Maybe somebody could fill me in. I don't know who the big primetime game is tonight. Oh, let's take a look here. All right, looks like we got everybody done with the blowers. Got our turn marshals coming out. Let's see here. Who's our big primetime game for tonight? So Oregon, Illinois going to do battle at 3:30. And Miss Alabama and Missouri going to do battle at 3:30 as well. Miami, Florida State going to play at 7 o'clock. Florida State struggling really bad. LSU and Texas A&M, 7:30. That'll be a good game to watch. LSU and Texas A&M. Hey, Brady, good to hear from you, man. We appreciate it. Hope you guys are enjoying. If you guys would like to send some support to the Elite RC Productions, we currently have a waffle that is up and going. We have I think it's 39 tickets available for our current raffle. We're raffling off a B4.1 brand new kit in the box, Nitro Buggy. Even if you don't want the Nitro Buggy, guys, you can pick up a Nitro Buggy. You can have a chance to win for $20. You can turn around and self-load that thing real quick, make you a little bit of money. That's what a lot of guys do a lot of times, but it helps us out a lot. If you'd like to purchase a raffle ticket, scan that QR code that's on your screen and grab yourself a raffle ticket. Once all tickets are sold, we have 39 remaining. That is it. The raffle is done, and then as soon as I get an available time, we will do the online live drawing. All right, here we go. We're off and running. It is race number 10 on the track, heat number 3 of 5. Everybody get their first laps in here, and we'll call out the action. Justin Sherman right now, top of the leaderboard on a 16.5.14. Noah Crow set TQ at a 15.508 early in this race here. So these paces will change up a little bit. Oh, Van Sloot's going to move up top of the leaderboard. Lays down to 18.8 that time by. Jason Haas now to the top of the leaderboard. Going to change up quickly here in the early minutes as things settle down, calm down, nerves will get out. Guys going to have a few mistakes. Oh, man, there's that jump away double. It snags one. It snags two. Here on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see right there after that horseshoe turn, you can see the gap that is on that double. It is tough for some of these guys to make that, especially in the stock class. A lot of guys case that lander. Van Sloot finds himself out in front, 16.506. He is one full lap to the good right now. So Joey Fisher checking in over here on Facebook. Alabama and Missouri is what he's calling for the big game here this weekend. Got a minute 45 down, 3:15 left to go. Justin Doyle still out in front, 0.2 of a second here up on Van. Jason Haas in that number 3 spot. Ray Seabaugh in that number 4. Warren Campbell in the number 5. Chris Phelps in the number 6. Justin Sherman 7. And Jonathan Orcott in the 8. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Tight battle now between Justin Doyle and Van Sloots. So we got Avocado Boy, our cameraman, finally woke up from his siesta nap. Give y'all a quick little story. Danny and I were in Oklahoma this past weekend, and we go to this breakfast joint that specializes in breakfast, and Danny orders avocado toast. So he gets one piece of toast with avocados ground up, looked like something that come out of a baby's behind, on his toast. Well, when they bring us the bill, again now for one slice of toast, he paid let me take it back. I paid $13 for that slice of toast with avocado on it. And I had eggs and bacon and sausage and only paid $8. And he had a slice of toast. I don't know what it is about this kid. He's so dainty, so bougie. Can't afford him. Van Sloots right now with the race lead. Here he comes down across that start-finish line. Justin Doyle holding on to that number 2 spot. You have Warren Campbell in that number 3. Jason Haas in that number 4. Ray Seabaugh in the number 5. Justin Sherman in the number 6. Chris Phelps in the 7 spot now. Justin Sherman in that 6. Got Chris Phelps in the 7 with Jonathan Orcott in the number 8. Leaderboard changing up here in the back of the pack a little bit. Got 1:20 left to go. Van 2.2 seconds up on Dole last time by the line. 16.505. This is your C group after the first round of qualifying out on the track. Just over 1 minute remaining. Van in that all-white buggy working the left-hand side of the track, coming down the hill. Middle section now, jump away double. Coming through the Twin Peaks tabletops. Uh-oh. Had a rough lander there for Van as he came in through the Shark Tank. He ain't got very many people getting bit in the Shark Tank here this weekend, or today in the second round of qualifying. I wonder maybe it's because the track has slowed up just a little bit and they're not able to carry quite as much speed through that sweeper. Down the hill they come. So for AE teams, they are definitely here. Currently, we have Paul Wynn that is TQ in 40 plus. We have Chris Van Aert that's TQ in four-wheel drive 40 plus. We have TQ as well in 21.5. Blinky. Finn is TQ right now in two-wheel drive buggy, if I remember right, or truck. And then we have the Schumachers that's on top in the modified 2- and 4-wheel drive. The race clock has expired. Van Sloot's going to take the race win at a 16.503. Justin Dole going to finish with 2. Now, Schumacher, I don't think that there are very many S-Works teams that are here this weekend. That is the race, guys. Everybody is done. It's going to be the birthday boy, as we're being told. Today is Van Sloots' birthday, so happy birthday to him as he takes the win here in race number 10 at a 16.503. All right, guys, going to run a quick commercial. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Just lost the rice. This is rubbish.
You don't need to throw that away. We can get this rebuilt for you and right back on the track. We are Dirty Asset Engine Services, and we're going to make your engines great again by replacing bearings, polishing them, and also resizing. So you can either ship it to us like this in the mail, or if you're at the track, bring it like this to us.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the B Group sort here of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. Got everybody checked in, getting them gridded up here as we're getting ready to set the field loose. Roll call starts here this weekend. So Brody Treehorn set TQ or BQ after the first round of qualifying. They will do another resort after the completion here of the second round. All right, there goes the tone. Going to send him off. It's going to be Brody leading the field of 8. Let's see Brody over here on the right-hand side of the track here all by himself as he comes in through the Twin Peak tabletops for the first time here on lap number 1. Cross start finish line, going to lay down him a 18.6 for that first lap. So the TQ time they're looking to beat 16.503. Right now, Brody on a 17.516. Chris Christo in that number 2 spot. Eric Everett in number 3. Brady Lucas in the 4. Chris Fokianis in the number 5. Carson Zimmerman in the 6. Shane McCall in the 7. And Michael Sutherland holding on to the number 8 spot. Guys, if you would please, we got 9 of you watching at home. If you would please hit that like button. I know not many watching currently right now. Is this still early on a Saturday? Everybody likes to sleep in and relax a little bit. But if you're watching at home, if you would please hit that like button. Give us a subscribe and a follow. Helps us out here at Delete RC Production. We have finally started monetizing our YouTube channel here a little bit. Helps us out a lot. We ain't breaking any barriers by any means, but hey, every dollar helps. 130 down, 3:30 left to go. Matt Hartman, why are the commercials so loud? Well, you know what? We're going to work on that. We'll find out to see volume settings on the commercials, and we'll see about adjusting the volumes for those. See what we can do for you. Brody Treehorn right now leading the way. Got a 2-second lead here up on Brady Lucas, who's in that number 2 spot. Chris Christo into number 3. Chris Fonkianis into number 4. Oh, wow. We have Gary all the way from South Africa checking in. How are things going down in South Africa? So if it's South Africa, it should be springtime for you guys down there. How's your weather down where you're located, Mr. Gary? Brody Treehorn right now with that race lead, 1.8 seconds up on Brady Lucas. Chris Christo in that number 3 spot, halfway there, guys. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Shane McCall now climbs that 3. Fokianis in that number 4. Chris Christo in that number 5. Eric Everett in that 6. Tight battle right now for that 3, 4, 5, and 6. Treehorn still leading the way. Sean Mackey, oh yeah, man, come on over. Get you some off-road racing in, dude. Get you some off-road. Nothing wrong with a dirt oval, but the challenges are definitely in the off-road section. Oh, it's starting to get a little warm down there in Pretoria. Is that how that's pronounced? Pretoria, South Africa. Hope you're nice and safe down there. Hope the weather's beautiful. It's nice here. It's starting to warm up. We're a little chilly here this morning in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But it's starting to warm up outside. We got all the doors open here inside the building. The breeze is not here like it was yesterday. I don't feel much air movement today. Brody Treehorn coming across that line, 16.5 flat. Right now he's only 3 seconds to the good on TQ. Chris Christo and Chris Fokianis, they are doing battle. They're only separated about 1.1 seconds here by the line. Oh, Chris now going to, as Fokianis going to have a good lap. Going to close the gap down to 0.7 of a second for that number 2 spot with just over 1 minute left to go. Treehorn still out in front, 16.5 flat, knocking on the door with 17 lap pace. There goes Shane McCall coming across the line. Shane running in that 4 spot, 0.6 of a second behind Christo here on the race clock. Treehorn now coming back to the line himself, still maintaining 16.5 flat. Treehorn over here on the left-hand side of the track, coming down through the hill on the jump away double. Right-hand side as he comes into the middle section, doing the Twin Peaks tabletop. 35 seconds left to go. Man, he is flirting with that 17 lap pace. He's trying to find it. He's right there. He's only 0.11 of a second away. Going to have to deal with lap traffic, though. Lap traffic now going to pull over and let him come through onto the right-hand side of the track as they come back towards start-finish line. Oh, he picks up 1,000th there. So Treehorn still flirting with that 17 lap pace. Race clock is about to expire here. It's going to be close to, oh, man, got a little bit of bobble there on that jump away double. Let's see. See where he's going to be at when he comes to the line. He's going to be done. He's not going to reach a 17-lap pace. He finished up with a 16.5 flat for Brody. Everybody else still hot on the clock, waiting to finish up. It's a battle between Chris Fokianis and Shane McCall. Looks like a very long lap here for Shane McCall. Fokianis going to come across the line in that number 2. Chris Christo going to finish up for Brady Lucas and for Eric Everett in the 5 and 6. Carson Zimmer going to come home in the 7, and Michael Sutherland going to finish up in the 8 spot. That's the race, guys. Everybody is done. All righty, guys. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back for the A main group of the second round of qualifying. Here we go, guys. It is time for the A sort of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. Out on the track, Nate Sutherland took the TQ in round number 1. He'll be leading off the pack. Stakowitz going to be in that number 2 spot. LaRiviere in the number 3. Talon Henley in the 4, Hunter King in the 5, Carter Irish in the 6, Zach in that number 7, Josh in the 8, and Dagan going to roll off 9th here. So the TQ time you're looking to be 16.5 flat. Nate has got a wicked fast car. He even had some bobbles and stuff yesterday, but still took that TQ overall. All right, getting everybody gridded up, calling out the roll call start here. Tone going to be sound here in just a moment. Here we go. Tone is off, and there goes Nate down the front straightaway. So Nate over here on the top left-hand side of the track. Coming in through that jump away double for lap number 1. Car looking really good here. Comes Nate Sutherland, lap number 1. Lays down a 17.4 lap number 1. Doug LaRiviere in the number 2 spot. Hunter King in the number 3. Your top 3 right now only separated by 0.3 of a second. Nate Sutherland on 18.5.14. Doug on a 17.5 flat. Hunter King 17.5.03. Zach climbs to that number 4. Dagan Bledsoe in the number 5. Tyler Henley in the number 6. Carter Irish 7. Josh Parrish in the 8. And Jeff Stakowitz in that number 9. Nate Sutherland lays down a 17.4 once again for his second lap. 18.5.13. But he's only 3,700 of a second up on Doug LaRiviere, who is in the number 2 spot. Tyler Henley now climbs up into that number 3. It's a nice, tight 5-way battle right now for that top spot. New race leader, Doug LaRiviere, going to be up top. Oh, no, he rolls upside down. Shark bite. Oh, he's going to get collected here with a lapper. Doug now going to be losing some time here to Nate Sutherland. Doug going to drop way down the ladder. 1:15 down and 3:45 left to go. New race leader, Nate Sutherland, back out in front. Nate going to be on an 18.5.14. Doug going to fall down to that number 3 spot. Now put Talon Henley up to P2. Talon Henley on a 17.5.06. 2.3 seconds back of the top spot. 17.5, two-wheel drive. A group out on the track. Nate Sutherland looking to wrap up TQ here in the second round. Talon Henley comes across the line. He and Doug are very close together as they work down through the hill in the back section of the track. Doug all over him. Here they come through the jump away double onto the right-hand side of the track, interior section at the Twin Peaks double now. Talon Henley feeling a ton of pressure here from Doug. Doug looking to the inside, trying to find a way around. TLR right now leading the Associated. Oh, man, bouncing off the dot there for Talon. That is now going to get the spot here to Doug. They were only separated by 1.7 seconds last time by. Let's see if Doug can pull away here or if Talon can find his way back around Doug here on the racetrack. You got Nate Sutherland out in front, 18.5.14 as they come across that start-finish line. Left-hand side of the track, coming in through the shark tank. No shark bites as they come through that time. Talon Henley all over the backside here of Doug LaRiviere on the top right-hand side of the track. Back to the interior section one more time. Twin Peak tabletops. Exit now as they come in through the berm. Cross that start-finish line. It is tight. 1, 2, and 3. Only separated by 1.2 seconds. Nate beginning to feel some pressure here on the race clock. 17.504 for Nate and Talon. Doug still in that number 3 here on the race clock. Tight battle out up front here with just over 2 minutes left to go. It is a 3-horse show right now as they open up a 6.5-second lead on Zach, who's in the 4. Jeff Stakowitz up to the 5 now. Hunter King in that number 6. Dagan Bledsoe 7. Carter Irish in the 8. Josh Parrish in the number 9 spot. Right-hand side of the track, Doug and Talon. Man, them two are going out. It's Talon all over the back bumper here of Doug trying to find a way around. Doug still holding on to that number 3 spot with Talon in the number 2 on the race clock. Positions exact opposite here on the track. Nate is 1 second up on the field. Oh, no, one upside down right in front of them. Both of them had to go high, or one went high, one went low. Talon would have had a little bit of correction. Let's see if he can close back up on the bumper here of Doug. Talon, though, still holding on to that number 2 spot, but only by 0.4 of a second here. Nate now with a 2-second lead here up on the field. Nate looking to wrap up TQ overall here in the second round of qualifying. The battle, though, is for that number 2. Doug trying to open up the gap here on Talon. Talon trying to close back in him. The gap is 0.7 of a second between 2 and 3. That white and red is Doug LaRiviere in the number 2 spot, currently running in the number 3. He's number 2 on the racetrack, bouncing it off the pipe there for Talon Henley. Here comes Doug coming across that start-finish line. Got lap traffic to deal with as he goes in through the shark tank. Left-hand side of the track, coming down the hill now. Doug in the Associated. You got Talon and TLR. Oh, no! Doug gets collected. So does Talon. Oh, no, they get collected there with a little bit of lap traffic. So now Talon going to slip past Doug here and going to continue to open up that lead a little bit more now for that number 2 spot. The gap now 1.7 seconds here with 35 seconds left to go in the race. Back section of the track. Battle for the number 2 here in the second round of qualifying of 17.5. Two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works is hot and heavy. Hunter King and Jeff Stackowitz, they are going at it right now for number 4 5. Oh, problem there for Talon. How much would it bite him? It's going to be 9/10 of a second right now, the gap. Talon all over the backside here of Doug. Doug's going to need to pull away here from Talon. Talon keeping it tight there with him as they come in through the tabletops. A little bit of daylight now beginning to shine now between 2 and 3. The gap is 8/10 of a second here on the race clock. Doug trying to make up 8/10 as the race clock now expires. These guys are probably going to get in one more lap. No, they will not get in another lap. It's going to be a race back to the line. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. It will be Nate Sutherland taking the win. Talon Henley will hold on for that number 2 spot. Doug going to come home with that number 3. But Nate will be your TQ overall here for round number 2 and the 10th anniversary of the Masters of Dirt. We'll grab a quick interview. Be right back. Danny, whenever you're ready. Yeah. Here we are with your second round TQ winner. It is Nate Sutherland. You are TQ overall, young man. I must say, you made it look easy out there.
The car was really good. Made a few changes from yesterday. Got a practice earlier on today. It was a little loose early in the day, but kind of just hoped that it'd be better. The track got better, and the car was really good.
Yeah, that TLR was dialed in for the second round. You pulled away from the field, and you never looked back. Now, there was a great battle going on behind you between Talon Henley and Doug. Man, they had their own battle. We were focused in on that for a little while, but your car looked really, really good. Congratulations on your TQ overall here for Masters of Dirt. So are you going to be doing any changes to your car for Q3?
I mean, I'm going to break in some tires. I might try a thing or two or see how it feels.
Cool, man. I know the temperature is going to go up quite a bit here. It'll probably give you a good indication of what the mains are going to be like tomorrow, I would imagine.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. Congratulations on your TQ overall, and we wish you the best of luck in Q3.
Thanks so much.
All righty, guys. That is Nate Sutherland and your TQ here for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. We're going to get right back to the action. All righty, guys, welcome back here. We are getting ready for Open Two-Wheel Drive Buggy, brought to you by Factory Tracks Rigging. You see that QR code right there on your screen. We have 39 tickets that are available for our waffle. We haven't had anybody buy a waffle yet, so who's going to be our first person to buy a waffle ticket here this weekend? We'll give you a big shout-out here on the live feed as well in support of the Elite RC Productions. Buy your waffle ticket, guys. Get a chance to win. 1 in 100 chance to win a brand new Team Associated B4.1 Nitro buggy from Elite RC Productions. So we are underway here in race number 13. Dustin Feltz was your CQ holder after the first round of qualifying. Giancarlo going to be in that number 2 spot here at the start. Excuse me. All right, lap number 1 in the books is Dustin Feltz on a 13.5 flat. So some of you may ask, what's the difference between the stock class, the open class, and the pro modified class? So pro is basically for the pro drivers. We have people here that are paid to be here. They're racing to represent their teams. Their teams send them here. Those are your pro drivers. The open class are kind of your independents. You know, they kind of sponsor themselves. Thank you to their hard work, different things like that, jobs that they may have. They're not dedicated travel racers. They're your locals. So that's what the open class is designed for. And right now we have Noah Crow sitting atop of the leaderboard. The young man is 1.8 seconds up right now on Dustin Phelps, who's in the number 2. Chris Harris in that number 3. Your top 3 right now, only separated, though, by 1.8 seconds. This is an open division, so you can run timing. You can run as much motor you want. This track, though, however, is not a high-speed track. There's a lot of very tight turns, off cambers, 180s, things like that, so you cannot carry a lot of speed. It will bite you in a hurry. You can over jump these jumps really, really easy. The jump you're actually looking at right now, which is what we call the jump away double, that is very tricky. It is hard to make. You got to give all the power on that one. Carry a lot of speed around the sweeper here. They come down the front straightaway. Noah Crow out in front. Oh, man, that young man's got a South Carolina shirt on. Can somebody find this guy something better to wear than a South Carolina shirt? My goodness. Poor guy. He must have went to the Goodwill to get that shirt or something. Oh, man, that should get some people fired up that's watching at home. Dustin Phelps right now out in front. Noah Crow in the number 2 spot now. I bet if he had a Florida Gator shirt on, he'd be up in the lead. I'm just saying. I'm going to go find one of my Gator shirts and give it to him. Say, son, you want to win. This is how you do it. How many to the main? Mr. Jimmy's asking. Jimmy, I believe that it is going to be 8 lock-in and 2 transfer. I do not know that for 100% certain. We'd have to find out from the race director or from Brent for to be sure, but I believe it is 8 lock-in and 2 transfer from the lower mains. It may be 9-1. I do know that they are doing bump-ups, but I don't know how many lock-in. Oh, we got one upside down. Turn marshal coming over to get to him. Stack got the shoe game on point. The bright orange shoes. Dustin Phelps right now leading the way. Chris Harris holding on number 2. Eric Morton in that number 3. Noah Crow in the 4. Giancarlo in the 5. Thomas Burnside in the 6. Wesley Shippey in the 7. Chad Moberly in the 8. Hey, Chase, you're absolutely right, man. Nobody is safe. Can you imagine if somebody was here with a Florida State Seminole shirt on right now? Can you imagine last year they were completely, totally undefeated and didn't make the playoffs in college football, went undefeated and sitting like, what are they, 1-7 right now? And the one team that they did beat, like, didn't show up or something. I can't remember. They used like a little league football team, flag football. I can't remember exactly what it was. It might have been the cheerleaders from a little league football team or something. I can't remember exactly how they got that one win, but it wasn't against a real football team. So imagine going from a 13-0 to 1-7 or 1-8, whatever it is that they are now. Dustin Phelps finds himself out in front. Chris Harris in that number 2 spot. Eric Morton in that number 3 with 40 seconds left to go. Giancarlo holding on number 5 spot. There goes Phelps and Harris across the line. They are separated here by 9 seconds. Well, now hold on a minute there, Mr. Farmer. I beg to differ. They are not one in the same. What's up, Teddy? Teddy checking in. Teddy, you in? Are you at home? You down in South Florida, or are you on the road this weekend? Dustin Phelps right now out in front. Michael Farmer saying a Gator shirt, that's as bad as a Florida State shirt. I bet that guy probably wears something like Purdue or something like that. All right, guys, race clock has expired. Dustin Phelps going to come across the line. He's going to set the bar at a 15.507. Noah Crow going to come across the line. Finish up in that number 3 spot. Waiting on Chris Harris to come back to the line. I don't know, man. Michael, we just having a little bit of fun. That's the cool part about being on the commentary side. You get to interact with you guys that are watching at home. Keep it a little bit lively. Pick on the guys that need to be picked on. You know, anybody that wears Florida State, cheers Florida State, is just an Auburn fan. Oh, boy. They absolutely deserve to be, and they're made. That's why God put them here, was to pick on them. I'll never forget the very first time that that I went to a Florida State football game. The Gators were playing in Tallahassee, and we drove past a a big tent. And then I'm like, what is this? What is this? And my best friend is a huge FSU fan. He goes, oh, that's the circus tent. We're like the leading circus training facility or something like that. And oh my God, the jokes that I had all weekend when I seen that circus tent, they just were nonstop. Nonstop. I also pick on their spotted donkey, their horse. That's what I call it, a spotted donkey. Anyway, all right, we're going to get back to the action, guys. It's heat number 2, getting gridded up, or not getting gridded up, getting out here on the track, waiting on our turn marshals to come in. Brad Powell set BQ here in open 2-wheel drive. Aaron Bembry in that number 2 spot. Mike Hicks 3, Michael Sutherland 4. The TQ time they're going to be looking to beat a 15.507. Auburn. So the man is War Eagle. Oh, man, looky here. Big shout-out, Mr. Joe Jenkins. Thank you so much, Joe Jenkins, for the support. As you have purchased a raffle ticket, you see the QR code right there on the screen, guys. If you would like to help us out and purchase a raffle ticket for the Elite RC Productions team and helping bring in Lefty here to AMS and Fall Brawl for commentary, we have 38 raffle tickets remaining. A big shout-out once again to Joe Jenkins, the first one of the day, buying a raffle ticket here from us. We are winding them on down with 38 remaining. Get a 1 in 100 shot of winning a brand new Team Associated B4.1. I do want to say one thing, guys. I know some people in the past like, oh, man, you're making a ton of money off of these raffles, this, that, and everything else. The majority of these kits and things that you see, the prizes we have, we do purchase. They are not given to us. A lot of them are purchased to us. Or we provide services to people that buy these kits for us, but we are having to put out a monetary value for these kits, and we have to raise money with these kits to bring Lefty here, different things like that. So if you want to help us out, buy a raffle ticket. It goes for a great cause, and continuing our productions here. You see the QR code on your screen. We give you a shout-out here on the live feed. So wakeboard course, New Zealand checking in. I bet I know who that is. That's my New Zealander. All right, so here we go. We are underway. Race number 14 on the track. It is 2-wheel drive open buggy B sort, brought to you by Factory Tracks Racing. So Kurt Robinson checking in, lives here in the United States, races with us down there in Florida. He gave me a really cool gift last year. New Zealand has a lot of different tribes down there, and he was explaining to me about the gift that he gave me with the cymbals, with the blades and the swoops and all that. It was really cool. I keep that thing in my truck. Every time I get in the truck, I always reach up and give it a quick little rub. So thank you to Kurt Robinson for that. He's currently in New Zealand, so he's actually at home right now. Man, he's a long ways from home. 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Brad Powell, top of the leaderboard. Got 128 people watching online, guys. If you don't mind, hit that like button. Hit the subscribe here on YouTube. Helps us out. We thank everybody that has purchased raffle tickets here so far. We'll get that link up here in just a moment into the chat. Matter of fact, I'll work on that right now. Got Samantha Williams checking in, cheering on Atha, the Greek god of food, currently running in that number 3 spot. Excuse me. I'll put that link up here for you guys real quick. Hope you guys are having a great Saturday. Hope none of you are at work. If you are at work, man, that's terrible. You should fire your bosses. Make you work on a Saturday. All right, let's see here. Click the link. We'll have this up here in just a sec. So we have 37. We actually have 37 remaining. Here we go. And there is the link. If you'd like to purchase a raffle ticket, guys, you can just click on that link. Help us out. Get back to the action here. Yep. Give me 1 second here. Sorry. 1 sec. There we go. And there we are. All right, here we go. It's Ben Warner right now out in front in the all-red two-wheel drive open buggy. As he comes across start-finish line, he's looking to reset TQ. Dustin Phelps set the bar at a 15.507. Ben Warner on a 16.518. Brad Powell, though, is only half a second back in that number 2 spot. Got a turtle car there in front of our race leader. He's able to. Problems there for Ben Warner. So that should give the race lead here to Brad Powell. Yes, it does when he comes across the line. New race leader, Brad Powell, out in front. Sean Mackey, he's currently at work, but also rebuilding a transmission for his son's Slash for next weekend's race. So we hope y'all the best success next weekend. Where are you going to be racing at, Sean? Brad Powell, Ben Warner in that number 1 and 2 spot. Aaron Bembry in that number 3. Bubba Johnson 4. And Atha holding on to the number 5. Mike Hicks not going to climb up to that number 5 spot. Atha falls. Oh, no. As I say that, Atha comes back to the line and back to the number 5 spot. Heat number 2 of 3 here. 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. Brad Powell right now with the race lead. He's 4.4 seconds up on the field. Here he comes across that start finish. Oh, nope, that's Atha right now on our race screen. Atha in that all blue. Yep, the Greek god of food. If y'all are ever in the Savannah area, you need to go over and check out his little restaurant, little mom and pop. So, Sean Mackey, you're going to be at Left Turn RC Speedway in Monroe, North Carolina. Going to be racing next weekend. So we wish you and your son the best of luck as y'all hit the track next weekend. 20 seconds left to go. Brad Powell with a 5.1 second lead here up on Ben Warner. So if you guys are in the Monroe, North Carolina area, make your way on over to Left Turn RC Speedway. It looks like they're going to be holding a race there next weekend. Aaron Bembry climbs up to that number 3 spot. Bubba Johnson falls down to number 4 as the race clock expires. Mason Patterson, he's checking in over here on Facebook. Hello, Mason. We will see you at AMS here in 2 weeks. Got a couple of them still left to finish here. Brad Powell will take the win. He will reset TQ at a 15.5 flat. So that is a race everybody is done. Two-wheel drive open buggy. Brad Powell, heat number 2 of 3. All righty, guys, we'll have our A sort coming up here in just a moment. Going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All right, guys, here we are. It is time for the A group, A sort of open two-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Factory Tracks. Darren Windsor, all the way from the UK, set TQ yesterday. He did not have any confidence in his Schumacher whenever he was running yesterday in practice. But, man, he lit a fire and turned it on in that first round of qualifying. So he's got the confidence that he needs now and moves up into that top spot. Yes, you see him there with the stick radio in hand. I will say this, in all of my travels and people that I've met from the UK, there's not very many people that I have met from the UK that are tall. Like, why are all the people from UK so short? Like this guy's probably like 5'2", 5'3". He's not very tall. Little guy. Oh, Scott Bourdon. Thank you, Scott. Scott, you helped us out so much. Sam Arsenault, thank y'all so much for the purchase of the raffle tickets. Oh, man, you guys, I can't say thank you enough and how much help it is. Whenever you purchase those raffle tickets, thank you so much. Scott bought him 2. Sam bought him 1. So somebody's going to be going home with a brand new Team Associated B4.1. Big shout out to those guys for your help and support of the Elite RC Productions. Here we go. We're underway. Darren Windsor going to lead the field of 8 here, as he's going to look to wrap up TQ overall in the second round of qualifying. Right-hand side of the track, lap number 1. Here they come across that start-finish line. Darren Windsor lays down an 18.3 out of that Schumacher. Corey McClanahan, he's going to move up to the top spot at 18.3 as well. Both of them on a 17.511 pace right now. Oh, we got us another one. Oh, it is Keaton. Does it say Keaton Radiator? Is that what that is? Keaton? Not quite sure what the name is on that one. Ratty Keaton. Keaton Ratty. Thank you so much for your support in purchasing a waffle ticket here in support of the Elite RC Productions. That's going to give us probably right at about 35 tickets, 34 tickets remaining to go in this 100-ticket waffle. Oh, rolls upside down there for just a minute. Jason Haas right now with the race lead. Eddie Henley working in that number 2 spot. Cody McClanahan in the number 3. Jacob Page in the 4. Darren Windsor holding on to 5. Ryan Cottle in the 6. Dave McEwen coming down to the 7th spot now. Ryan Cottle in at 6. Uh-oh. Looking at the scoreboard here. Hearing some woos out here on the track. Let's see what's going on. So right now we got Cody McClanahan out in front. He's the second car in line coming up over. We got Dave McEwen there just in front of him. They bounce wheels. They come across that start-finish line. Cody McClanahan now falls down number 3 spot. So now race lead back to, well, right as I say it, Jason Haas hits the line. He takes back over that top spot. It's Jason Haas out in front as he comes across start-finish line. Left-hand side of the track here for Jason. Darren Windsor is only 0.4 of a second back, though. Darren set TQ in round number 1. Looking to wrap it up here in round number 2. Jason Haas looking to send it into round number 3 for the decider. They are running an IFMAR style point system here on the IFMAR top. Oh, one rolls upside down. Got to exited the shark bite, or shark tank. Oh, problems there for Jason Haas. That may be the break now that Cody McClanahan and Jacob Page need for that 2 and 3. Who's it going to be? Waiting on them to come back to the page. Man, it looks like Jason Haas, even after the problem, is still holding on to that top spot here. Darren Windsor back to the number 2. McEwen now climbing up to that number 3. What a race here. These guys are having 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Jason Haas, 3.6 seconds up on the field, but in that number 2, 3, 4, and 5 positions. It is hot and heavy as they are only separated here by about 2.5 seconds. Dave McEwen currently in that number 2 spot. Oh, man, rough lap there for Jason Haas. Draws all the way down to that number 5 spot now. Cody in the number 2, Jacob Page in the number 3. There's Dave McEwen out in front. Dave on a 16.512 on the jump away double. That associated on the J Concepts tires. Out in front as he works the Twin Peak tabletops. Around the 180 berm. Comes in through the sweeper. Dave McEwen, minute 15 left to go in this race. He's 1 second up on Cody right now. He's working the number 2. Ryan Cottle into number 4. Jacob Page climbs back up to the 3. Clean track around right now for Dave as he comes down the front straightaway. Left-hand side of the track. Jump away double here for Dave McEwen in the Associated. Cody McClanahan lays down the monster lap of a 17.9. That is going to put Cody now up into the race lead with 45 seconds left to go. Dave only 0.2 of a second away. Nice tight battle between 1 and 2. There's Cody on your screen. Cody coming down the hill right now. 1.6 seconds up now on Dave. Looks like Dave's directly in front of him here. They're very close together on the racetrack. Dave McEwen coming back to start-finish line. Here comes Cody. The race gap now 2.6 seconds. 20 seconds left to go here in this race. Cody McClanahan with the race lead. McEwen 2.6 seconds back. McClanahan in the middle section of the track with 10 seconds left to go. Going to get in a couple of more laps here. One more lap still to go here for Cody as the race clock is now expired. Dave McEwen trying to pull away. Dave having to, oh no, Cody McClanahan upside down. Turn marshal over there to get him. Will it be the break that McEwen needs? McEwen was 2.46 seconds back. It's going to be a race to the line. I believe Dave McEwen is going to get him. Here comes Cody. Yes, he will. Dave McEwen will take the win and reset TQ here in open two-wheel drive buggy at a 16.509. Cody going to come home in at number 2. Ryan Cottle with a great run going to come home in a 3. Jacob Page 4. And Eddie Henley rounding out your top 5. All righty, guys, going to get a quick interview with Dave McEwen. Be right back. Alrighty, guys, we are here with Dave McEwen, round 2 TQ of two-wheel drive open buggy. Dave, you had to fight for that one, buddy.
For sure. Everyone made mistakes in that one, was capitalizing on making the fewest. So everybody that led wrecked at some point. So.
Yeah, they sure did. It was up and down the leaderboard. There was one time you were all the way down in the number 7 spot, then you slowly battled your way back up the leaderboard, and you were counting on those problems that those other drivers were having. You took it right there on the last lap.
Well, that's awesome. I was pushing it pretty hard. I knew that there was a mistake by the guy leading right on the last lap, but just got to do what you can do, and that's all you can do about it, you know.
So any changes to your car for Q3?
I think I might just go up on the rear spring like one step because the car is starting to bottom out a little bit coming over the tabletops. But other than that, I think it'll be good to go.
So somebody had made comment yesterday that the track is getting a little bit bumpier, so I'm assuming the clay must be settling in. It's getting a little bumpier.
There's definitely bumpier spots on the track. I noticed going in the sweeper down here, if you come in too hot, there's a little rut that you can catch, and guys are traction rolling out. They're catching people out, and they're traction rolling out of the park there.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, man, congratulations on your TQ win in round 2. We wish you the best of luck in Q3.
Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. All righty, guys, we're going to get back to the action here in just a moment. Alrighty, guys, we are back. It is time for two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Exalt. Everybody getting them checked in, getting them gridded up here. A big shout out there to Donald Talbert checking in from Palmer, Alaska. Got Brett Shearer cheering on Dave McEwen. And we got Black Jag 90 coming in from El Paso, Texas. We just went through Dallas, Texas this past weekend. Danny and I did. There you guys see on the screen, you see the QR code. Purchase your tickets here for a chance to win a brand new Team Associated B4.1. We're down till I think right at 34, 33 tickets is what we're at now. Just waiting on this last car to come around. We're going to roll them off here. Here we go. All right, we're off and running. Ryan Cavallari going to lead us off here. Oh, we got one checking in from the big state of New York. Good morning to you as well there at the clubhouse. Oh, no, Cavallari going to get Case, going to have some problems there at that jump away double. A couple of turn marshals get together. Might need turn marshals for the turn marshals. They bumping and grinding up there. Poor kid about got run over. See where they're going to be at here on lap number 1. Looks like it's going to be William Venables out in front. William also from the UK. racing here this weekend. Chad Buckland in the number 2 spot. Gavin going to be in Paul Wynn streaks across the line. 17-9 that time by him. William lays down an 18 flat, takes back over to race lead. 17-509 right now for their pace. Got 2 heats here of 2-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Exalt in this second round of qualifying. Got the A sort coming up next. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. These guys trying to make the pushes here to race their way up into the A main. Cavallari just barely missed the A sort. I'm pretty sure 8 of them lock in. 2 will transfer from the lower main. I will get confirmation on that here in just a moment. I'm waiting on a race official here to come somewhere close around me. See Brent or Lucas, they'll let me know for sure. Paul Wynn finds himself out in front, 17-509. William in the number 2 spot. Now Cavallari going to move to that number 2. Cav and Paul Wynn very close together here on the racetrack. Cav just in front of Paul, but Paul is in front of Cav on the race clock. William now going to move up in that race lead. Paul down to the number 2. Cavallari number 3. Your top 3 right now only separated by 0.6 of a second. Paul comes streaking back across the line, lays down his fastest lap of the race at a 17-7. Cavallari in the number 2 spot, 0.3 of a second back. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Looks like Cav now opening up the gap here on Paul. Thought I seen right out of the corner of my eye. I think Paul's car washed out at the exit of the Shark Tank. Cavallari now all over the backside of some lap traffic here. Cavallari with the race lead, 17-505 is his pace. Paul Wynn in that number 2 spot, 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go here in race 16. Williams still working that number 3. Gavin hold on to 4. Chad 5. Colin 6. And Mark Reed rounding out the field in the number 7 spot. Cavallari in the Schumacher right now. Out in front, you got William also in the Schumacher in the number 2. Paul Wynn in the Associated in the 3. This is your B sort out on the track from the first round of qualifying. They will do another resort after the completion of Q2. Got 150 people watching online. If you haven't done so, guys, just reach up there, hit that like button. Helps us out a lot. Cavallari coming on across that start-finish line to go. I asked Cav if he was going to be coming to AMS, and he said no, that he is going to be going to an on-road race as he prepares for Worlds. Across the start-finish line for Cav. He said that he will be at Florida Carpet Champs. However, the following week in November, got a huge contingent of international drivers that's going to be making their way to the state of Florida in mid-November for the Florida Carpet Champs. If you've not attended that race before, that's definitely a cool one to go to. A very large indoor carpet track in Florida. Lots of indoor pitting as well. The Elite RC team will be there providing the broadcast. Keenan will be there for that race also. Had the full crew at that race. Got Ryan Cavallari, Paul Wynn, William Venables, Gavin, and Chad Buckland. Right now your running order. 45 seconds left to go. Ryan Cavallari, 3.4 second lead here up on the field. Here he comes down across start-finish line for Cavallari. 17.2 lap prior. This lap 17 flat. Gavin in at number 3. Williams still working at number 4. Williams is only 1/10 of a second behind Gavin. He works his way in at 3. Paul Wynn still in the 2 with 15 seconds left to go. Time winding on down here. 2-wheel drive. Modified buggy presented by Exalt out on the track. And the race clock expires. Cavallari going to get caught right at the line. Oh, no, he got one more lap in. Holy moly. Wow. So he's going to make that 18 lap pace. 18.517 right now is his pace. See when he comes back. Coming to the line. He will finish up, yes, with an 18.517, so just barely making that final lap and the 18-lap pace. That is the race, guys. Everybody is done. Ryan Cavallari, Paul Wynn, William, Gavin, and Chad, your top 5. All right, guys, going to take a quick break. break, and we'll be right back for your two-wheel
everybody, for
drive
tuning
into
into
this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. Alrighty, guys, here we go. We are coming back for race number 17. This is your A group. Brock Champlin in the Schumacher set TQ in the first round. Getting the track blown off here. Drivers are taking a stand. All right, turn marshal's coming out. All right, here we go. Time for some warm-up laps. Then we'll get them gridded up, turn them loose. Hope you guys are enjoying the Elite RC Productions of the 2024 Exalt Masters of Dirt, presented by Proline Racing here at Beachrc, located in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. If you guys have never been to this race is very unique. We invite you back again next year. The dates have already been set. They are set for October. Let me get my note out here real quick. They are set for October the 22nd through the 26th. So if you'd like to come to this race next year, we certainly invite you here to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We'll give you a quick heads up. The hotels are cheap. So traveling is very affordable here. Hotels are not expensive at all. You can stay right on the beach. All right, here we go. We're off and running. Brock Champlin going to lead the field of 8. These guys are going to be looking to knock Brock off of that top pedestal and send it into Q3. Brock's going to be looking to wrap it up here in Q2. Brock in that Schumacher on the J Concepts tires coming across that start-finish line. 17 flat, first lap. Aiden Horn also with a 17 flat, first lap. See Dakota Finn, 17 flat, first lap. Brendan Schimmel, 17-1. Dustin Evans, 17-2. So Aiden Horn right now top of the leaderboard. Here comes Aiden Horn coming down that front straightaway, coming across that start-finish line. Back-to-back 17 flats. 18.506 is the pace out of that Associated, running the Proline tires. Oh, no, he gets it wrong. Oh, no, he cases that jump away. That thing is killer back there. So that's going to give the race lead here to Dakota Finn. Dakota Finn with a fast lap now, 17 flat. Dustin Evans just clicked off a 16.9, but got a long lap here for Evans, waiting on him to come back to the line. Dakota Finn on 18.507. Brock Champlin clicks off a 16.8 now. Champlin 0.2 of a second away from the race lead. It's the TLR on the J Concepts tires right now, showing out in front, right-hand side of the track, coming in through the Twin Peak tabletops. Dakota Finn coming around the berm turn as he comes across that start-finish line, left-hand side of the track through the Shark Tank. Car looking really good here for Finn. A lot of people have noticed there's a ton of new parts on that TLR of Dakota Finn. As I'm hearing more and more people talking to pits, this is a complete new platform. This is not just an updated chassis, updated parts. It is an entirely new platform, front and rear, new chassis. We've not been able to get any type of good spy shots of it other than some action shots. But I've been hearing a lot of people talking to pits that it is a complete new chassis. New race leader, your world champion, Tater Sontag, to the top of the leaderboard on 18.505. What a birthday it could be here this weekend if Tater Sontag was to become the new Masters of Dirt modified champion. Right now he's out in front here in two-wheel drive on an 18.505. Brock working in that number 2 spot, 0.6 of a second back. Brendan Schimmel at number 3. Cole Tottle into 4. Dakota Finn falls down to the number 5 spot. Now back to the 4. 19-second lap for Finn last time by. That thing was rough. That was a rough lap for Finn. 8. Aiden Horn holding on to 6. Dustin Evans in a 7. And Julian in that number 8 spot. Tater Sontag, Brock Champlin right now separated by 0.8 of a second here. Tater on that jump away double over here on the right-hand side of the track. Twin Peak tabletop, cases jump the lander there just a little bit, keeps it under control as he comes across start-finish line. Tater into TLR, running the Proline tires. At the drop down, he's got his TLR teammate there just in front of him. Finn currently running in at number 4. Got a new race leader now. Put Schumacher and Brock Champlin up to the top of the leaderboard. On the jump away. Brock Champlin right now with the race lead. Tater Sontag in that number 2 spot. Aiden Horn in the number 3. Brendan Schimmel in the 4. 90 seconds left to go. Tater 0.8 of a second behind Brock. Schumacher, J Concepts right now running in that top spot. Got the TLR Proline tires running into number 2. 0.7 of a second separating them. Minute 15 left to go. Aiden Horn holding on to the number 3. Cole Toller down in that number 4 spot. A good mix of chassis here at the top of the leaderboard. Brock showing the way, 18.505. Car looking really good here for Brock Champlin. He has been fine-tuning the edges off of this thing, and it is sharp out there. Left-hand side of track, skims right straight through the shark tank. He comes in the middle section of the track, jump away double, right-hand side now as he comes back to the Twin Peak tabletops. 30 seconds left to go. Just a couple of more laps remaining here for Brock as he carries the front end of power. Left-hand side of the track. Oh, no. He cases that jump there ever so slightly, but he does have a 3.2 second lead here on Tater Sontag. Down across start-finish line. This will be his final lap here as the race clock is about to expire. So Brock Champlin looking to wrap up TQ overall. Big shout out to Justin Wheeler. Thank you so much for your purchase of the raffle ticket here in support of Keenan White and bringing him to AMS and Fall Brawl. Oh, no, Brock Champlin going to roll it upside down in the Shark Tank, but he is done. He will be your 2024 TQ holder here in the two-wheel drive modified buggy class. Get that quick instant replay, carrying that front end, carrying a lot of speed. Here he comes in through, and you can see how quick, man. Shark bite right there in the Shark Tank as that thing rolled upside down. That's the race, guys. Everybody's done. Quick interview here with Brock Champlin. Alrighty, guys, we are here with Brock Champlin. He is your second round TQ holder and TQ overall for this year's Masters of Dirt in the two-wheel drive modified buggy. Congratulations, man. You made it look easy out there.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, my car's been awesome the whole time. I hung out for the shenanigans last night, so I didn't get any warm-up laps this morning and didn't practice this morning, so first couple laps of that were pretty tough. But yeah, it was a good run. My car is super easy to drive through all the hard spots of the track, which is where you want it. I almost gave it up at the end. I cased a double, but just went a little wider the next couple laps. So it was good. And, yeah, TQ'd. So.
Yeah, man. Great job. Are you going to be making any changes for Q3?
No, my tires have quite a few runs on them, so I'll probably just put on a new set of tires, break them in for the main.
Alrighty, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck in Q3, and congratulations on your overall TQ. Brock Champlin, TQ here in two-wheel drive modified buggy. Alrighty, guys, and welcome back. It is time for race number 18, two-wheel drive short course, presented by ProTech out on the track. This is your B group sort out on the track right at the moment. I would like to say a very special thank you to Justin Wheeler for your purchase of a raffle ticket. Also, Optic Vision Gaming. I'm not sure who that individual is, but Optic Vision Gaming, thank you so much for your support as well of Elite RC Productions and bringing Keenan, Lefty to Great to AMS and Fall Brawl. Those waffle tickets are beginning to wind down, guys. We probably have just over 30 remaining. So if you'd like to purchase one, now's the time. You can see there in the YouTube chat pinned at the top of the page the link. Every now and then you'll see a QR code that'll come up on your screen. Every ticket that you buy goes directly into improving our production and your at-home viewing experience. It is two-wheel drive short course out on the track presented by ProTech. We find Owen Simmons, who was our BQ holder after the first round of qualifying, out in front. Owen running the white, pink, orange, and blue short course, having to deal with a lot of lap traffic here. Big shout out to Jackson Brunson checking in from the West Coast. Jackson used to live not too far away from here in the Atlanta, Georgia area. Moved out to the West Coast for some work and get some life experiences, and he checking in here on the YouTube chat. So hello to Jackson Brunson as well. So he's continuing. Owen Simmons right now, 4.5. Oh, no, upside down there for Owen. Turn marshal trying to get over there to him. Brennan Schimmel sets him back on the right direction. Claire Snyder in that number 2 spot. Keith Fasor in. Oh, man, this is a rough lap here for Owen. Oh, my goodness. Here he's going to come to the line. He's still going to come across the line. He's going to hold on to the number 2 spot. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Claire Snyder, 3 seconds up on Owen Simmons. So the white, green, and orange currently running in that top spot just in front of Owen Simmons. Just in front of him is Owen Simmons as he comes across start-finish line, maintaining race lead, 3 seconds up. Owen trying to open up the gap here on them. They're dealing with that lap traffic. Keith Fasora in that number 3. Killian Dillmore in the 4. Eric Haywood in the 5. Alan Wan in the 6. Justin Sherman 7. Don Bordeaux in the number 8. And Beth Ludwig holding on to the number 9 spot. Race at number 18 on the track. We're about halfway through our program here. Race number 19 going to be coming up next. Owen Simmons and Claire Snyder coming across the start-finish line. They're separated by 0.6 of a second. They're very close together here on the racetrack. You can see Owen Simmons just out of your screen. Your current leader, though, is Claire Snyder. He's dealing with a ton of lap traffic. Oh, man, he's getting all hung up here with lap traffic. That's going to give the race lead here to Owen Simmons. Owen Simmons now coming onto the front straightaway, coming across start-finish line. Here comes Claire. He's going to come back to the line. He's going to be 0.4 of a second back now. Now your race leader also getting tied up with lap traffic over there as they're beating and banging. Owen Simmons in that white, pink, orange. Oh, no. Owen going full send over the roller. So give the lead now back to Claire Snyder. Here comes Claire down the front straightaway. Thank you so much to Scott Hine. Thank you for the compliment there on the commentary. This is the first time I've done commentary work on the production side of things. I'm still learning a little bit, still saying a few things here and there, having a little bit of fun. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a lot different from the RD work. I'll probably do this a little bit more often whenever Lefty is outside of the country, not able to make his way in. But this is definitely Lefty's seat, Lefty's job. I'm just a guest here this weekend. Claire Snyder trying to work his way around some lap traffic here. Oh, no, he's going to come up short on that. Oh, no. Gets it wrong on that jump away double. Then Lapper gets into him here a little bit. No fault of the Lapper as Claire was all kind of squirrely in the lander. So who will it be out in front? Is Claire still out in front? 2 seconds right now up on Owen Simmons. I see Owen Simmons just outside of frame. Oh, no, he's upside down. Gets it right back on all 4 wheels. There. Oh, man, lap traffic just creamed him in the rear. Ugh, that was not pretty. I hope he buys him dinner later on because, my goodness, that was a pounding. That was Killian Dillmore. Oh, are we going to get a little payback here maybe? Nope, looks like he's going to race clean here for Claire. Killian, young man, hasn't been racing very long. This is a local track. I know he didn't mean to run into him. There's no doubt about it. Nobody deliberately runs into anybody. That is very rare that we have people that just deliberately take people out. All right, that's the race, guys. It is going to be old man Owen Simmons, 14.510 as he sets the bar here in two-wheel drive short course. Everybody is done. Claire going to come home in at 2, Keith Orr in a 3, Eric Haywood 4, and Killian Dillmore rounding out your top 5. All right, guys, going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today. Beachrc.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2024 Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline Racing. This is race number 19 out on the track getting ready to do their warm-ups. It's Patrick Rossiter that set TQ in round number 1. He'll be looking to wrap it up here in round number 2. Sean Harding, Dave McEwen, Ryan Cottle, and Chris Van Air are going to look to be spoilers in this one. Tom Sherman didn't quite have the run that he wants, but we know he has a very fast stadium truck. Everybody getting them checked in. There we go. Got everybody checked in now. Race number 19 going to be getting them gridded up. Hope everybody's having a great day here. It's currently 11:30 here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Weather is starting to warm up really nice. It was a little chilly here this morning. Traction is starting to pick up back up to similar to what it was yesterday here at the track. It was a cool morning. Moisture came up a little bit on the track. There was also some dust and different things like that on the track, even though they blew it off. The track wasn't fully clean after last night's festivities. All right, the tone has sounded, so it's going to be Patrick Rossiter that's going to lead them off here. Open two-wheel drive short course. These guys can run open motors. I think most everybody is running a 13.5. There are a few 10.5s out there. So we'll let everybody get their first laps in, and we'll call it out. Yep, we'll have moving camera back up here for you in just a moment, guys. Our cameraman, we are a two-man show here this weekend, so we got a lot of things that we're having to juggle. At times when you see a static camera like this is because we are working on some other things in the background. Patrick Rossiter right now finds himself out in front. Patrick Rossiter just ran the fast lap of the race at an 18.4, and Van Air now going to click off at 18.5 for Van Air. Ryan Cottle in the number 3 spot, currently half a second back. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Here comes Rossiter down the front straightaway, cross start finish line. He's on a 16.501. Van Air working in that number 2 spot. Dave McEwen climbs up into the number 3. Sean Harding working the number 5. Rossiter trying to open up the gap a little bit more. He's almost 1 second to the good right now with a minute 15 down, 3:45 left to go. Long lap there for Rossiter as he has the bobble. That's going to be a new race leader, going to be Chris Van Air to the top of the leaderboard. Ryan Cottle in the number 2. Patrick Rossiter now in that number 3 spot. So I got Wheels asking, when will the B4.1 be drawn? Well, we would like to sell all of the raffle tickets here this weekend as they are winding on down. Once we sell them, we will definitely do the waffle drawing probably the following day. We have to get home first. We are currently away from home. Obviously, we're here at the track. But if we don't sell all of the tickets, Tuesday for sure will be the drawing, this coming Tuesday. You can follow me on Facebook. We'll also announce it here on Elite RC Productions as well, who the winner is. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Now Patrick Rossiter going to move back up into the race lead as Dave McEwen in that number 2 spot, 5 seconds back of Rossiter. Ryan Cottle in that number 3 spot. Craig Jackson in that number 4. Sean Harding in the 5. Tom Sherman in 6. Van Air with a very long lap. Oh, man, looking at his transponder signal strength over here on the screen, it doesn't look good at all. Dropping down the ladder. Wonder maybe if he just missed a lap here. So the elite, what I'm seeing here on the scoring screen may not be correct. There we go. You added that lap back in here now, looks like, for Chris Van Air. He moves up into that number 2 spot. So Van Air right now in the 2, just in front of Dave McEwen. Patrick Rossiter coming back to the line across start-finish line, out in front. Fast lap to our race leader at 18.4. Rossiter in the Associated. Van Air in the number 2 spot, also running Associated. Dave McEwen also in the Associated in 3. So Associated right now, 1, 2, and 3. That's J Concepts Tires as well, running 1, 2, and 3. 1:45 left to go. Ryan Cottle now closing in on the backside here of Dave McEwen. Here comes Rossiter on that jump away double at the roller, coming up to the Twin Peak tabletops. Working his way on the right-hand side of the track, coming across that start-finish line, down the front straightaway, in through the sweeper, through the Shark Tank. No problems, no issue. Got some lap traffic going to have to deal with here. Sherman checks up, lets him come through. Rosser on a 16.504. Chris Van Air on a 16.507. Dave McEwen in number 3 spot on a 16.516. Just over 1 minute left to go. Dave currently 6.4 seconds back of the number 2. 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go here in two-wheel drive short course presented by ProTech RC out on the track. Race number 20, you're going to be coming up next. Rossiter continuing to lead the way. He's got a little over a 4-second lead right now here on Van Air. 30 seconds left to go. Here comes Van Air over here on the right-hand side of the track, coming in through the Twin Peak tabletops. Van Air comes across that start-finish line with an 18.8 that time by. Rossiter lays down an 18.7, so Rossiter stretches it out just a little bit more. Rossiter now coming back to the line as he's dealing with lap traffic. Got Craig Jackson and Mike Kling right there with him. 5 seconds left to go. Looks like Rossiter going to look to wrap this one here up in round number 2 as he'll be setting TQ overall. Race clock expires. Here comes Patrick Rossiter coming back to the line. Going to finish up with a 16.505. Let's see where Van Air's going to finish. Van Air got just a few more corners to go. Van Air coming back to the line. Van Air will finish up with a 16.508. So Patrick Rossiter will take the win and set TQ here in round 2 and overall for the weekend at the 10th anniversary of the Masters of Dirt. All right, guys, we'll get a quick interview here with Rossiter and be right back. All righty, guys, here we are. We are with round 2 TQ holder and TQ overall. Patrick Rossiter here for the 2024 Masters of Dirt. Patrick, now you're 2 for 2 so far in short course.
Let's keep it rolling. I'll still run Q3 just as a practice session, though, because I did make an adjustment on the truck. It was a little bit looser, so I'll probably go back the other way and try it out for Q3, use that as kind of a guinea pig run.
Gotcha. Yeah, everybody's talking about how the traction is going to come up there, or they're really expecting the traction to come up for Q3. So I'm sure it'll be a lot more like it was yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Right now, it's still the traction isn't as high simply because it was a little chillier this morning. So the water they put down last night, the surface is still pretty cold. So the more we run on it, build some heat in the ground, it'll definitely come up as it's coming up.
All righty, man. Well, congratulations on your TQ. We wish you the best of luck in Q3.
Thank you very much.
All righty, guys, we're going to get back to the action here in just a moment. Thank y'all so much for tuning in here to the Masters of Dirt. We hope you guys are enjoying the coverage, and we'll get right back to the racing action here in just a few seconds. Here we go, guys, and welcome back. It is time for 40 Plus four-wheel drive modified buggy. We have 4 heats here presented by Nitro Pro. This is your D group resort after the first round of qualifying. There will be a second resort when the completion of round 2 is over with. So these guys are going to be looking to move up. Let's see here. It's going to be Mike Treehorn going to lead the tone. Those of you that are watching at home, if you would please hit that like button, subscribe there on YouTube. Just a couple of seconds of doing that helps out the Elite RC Productions broadcast. Currently sitting at 49 likes. All right, we're underway here. Race number 20. Got 16 more races to go here after this one. There goes Mike Treehorn coming across the line. Lap number 1 in the books on an 18.2 for him. Chris Harrison at number 2 spot. Ray Seaball going to move to the 2. Chris Harrison to 3. William Moberly in the 4. Pat Rossiter in the number 5. Dean Howard in the number 6. Alan Wan in the 7. And Don Bordeaux coming across the line in the number 8 spot. One minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Ooh, man, got a little bit of a long lap there for Mike Treehorn. He's still going to hold on to the race lead, though. He's 4.2 seconds up on Chris Harris last time by the line. See where it's all going to shake down at here. Long lap here for Chris Harris. Chris Harris going to be dropping down the ladder a little bit. It looks like William Moberly going to be moving up into that number 2 spot. Treehorn comes across the line 16.506. 130 down, 330 left to go. It's like hey, Damon, did you tell Patrick to get a picture with him?
We're getting it right now.
Mike Treehorn right now, Ray Seaball, William Moberly, 1, 2, and 3. Pat Rossiter in the 4. Oh, we got Carnage over here on that top left-hand side of the track. Oh, boy. Hang on to it, guys. Hang on to it. Treehorn still trying to hold on to it here. He's got the race lead. He's 10 seconds up on the field. He's having a good run here as he's trying to battle his way up through the leaderboard after the resort. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Treehorn, Seaball, Rossiter, 1, 2, and 3. Moberly in the 4. Dean Howard in the 5. Alan Wan in the 6. Don Bordeaux in that number 7 spot. Pat Rossiter Sr. comes across the line in the number 4, just behind Moberly for the number 3. Oh, my goodness, where's that one going? Oh, boy. Miss Don Bordeaux going for a tour of the infield. She had some fun last night in last night festivities. think she might be feeling it a little bit here this morning. Uh-oh, got one upside down. Arthur going over there to get him. 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Mike Treehorn right now with almost a 9-second lead here up on the field. Here. Mike Treehorn right now with a 7.8-second lead here up on Ray Seabaugh. William Oberle holding on to number 3 spot. Patrick Rossiter into number 4. That's Pat Rossiter in the 4. Dean Howard in at number 5. It is 40 plus 4-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Nitro Pro out on the track. We'd like to say a very special thank you to Nitro Pro for their donation of the servo to Mr. R.J. Henry. We gave away a car kit to a lucky kid yesterday that was up and coming here in the Carolina area. I'd like to say a special thank you to Mr. Lee Kessler. He was the winner of that raffle whenever he won the B7D, and he wanted to pay it forward and gave the kit away. We assembled it. Oh, my goodness. Holy moly, buy the guy some dinner first. Man, you'd need a whole case of lube for that one. My gosh. Talk about blowing it out in the corner. Mike Treehorn hard into the backside of lap traffic. Treehorn now still maintaining race lead. He's 10 seconds up on Ray Seabaugh. It's so hard, guys. You get into rhythms. I know that somebody said, "Oh, he hacked him. You just get into rhythm and you just lose focus and you just make mistakes. You know, even the greatest and most professional of drivers make mistakes. It's just more exaggerated in these. Oh no, he's upside down for Treehorn. It's just more exaggerated here in these lower level classes. We just make a lot more mistakes, and it's not intentional. I'm not trying to ruin anybody's race. So that is the race. Mike Treehorn going to come across the line. He will take the race win and reach that 16 lap pace, 16.515 here for him. Hey, Bobby Moore checking in over here on Facebook. First hurricane got us much worse than the second hurricane. We had damage, a lot of trees down, lost power for quite a while in the first hurricane. We lost power for not as long in the second hurricane, but we had a lot more work that we had to do in the first hurricane. Thank goodness. How were things up on your end in North Carolina? So Mike Treehorn takes the win here in the D sort as he makes a claim for the A main. Lays down a 16.515. See how it's all going to shake down. All righty, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
The Racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today. Beachrc.com, the Racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All righty, guys, we are back to the action here. Race number 21, getting them all checked in. 40 plus, four-wheel drive, modified buggy brought to you by Nitro Pro out on the track. Claire Snyder set the CQ after the first round of qualifying. Got Mark Reed, Eric Haywood, Sean Volley, Eric Irvin, Doug Ludwig, Michael Hine, and Samuel Crow in this one. Everybody coming on around, getting them gridded up here as we're getting ready for the start. Roll call start here this weekend. Hope everybody's having a great day on this beautiful Saturday morning here on the East Coast in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. We had some guys checking in from South Africa. We had some guys checking in from Alaska, some guys from Texas. Looks like we need a volunteer marshal out here. So it looks like Patrick's gonna come out and grab it. All right. So now we are underway here. Bobby Moore, we lost power for 7 days. Stayed in the toy hauler, but we're getting back to normal now. Asheville just got destroyed. Went up there with our side-by-side to help out. It was bad. I'll show you some pics of video at AMS. Yeah, Asheville is, they're like having to rebuild that entire town. That entire town is wrecked. Well, I'm glad you had a place you could go and sleep in your toy hauler there, Bobby. Sucks to lose power that long, but hey, man, you're still safe in the end. So we'll see you in just a couple of weeks at AMS. Eric Haywood, top of the leaderboard on a 16.5.16. TQ time you're looking to beat, 16.5.15 for Mike Treehorn. Mark Reed holding on that number 2 spot. Doug Ludwig in that number 3. Eric Irvin in the 4. Michael Hine in the 5. Sean Volley in the number 6. Samuel Crow in the 7. And Claire Snyder rounding out the field in the number 8 spot. Those of you that are watching there on YouTube, at the top of the screen in the chat, you can see pinned the link to the B4.1 waffle. If you'd like to enter a chance to one of 100, we're selling the tickets for $20 a ticket. Every dollar raised goes straight to the production of the elite, or to bring Keenan Lefty the Great over for AMS and Fall Brawl. We have right at 30 tickets remaining. Plan is to do the drawing on Tuesday. If we do sell all the tickets out, we will do the drawing on Monday. But if we don't, we'll do it on Tuesday, regardless of whether we sell them all or not. Eric Haywood continuing to lead the way here. He's on a 15.508 off of TQ pace right now. Doug Ludwig holding on to the number 2 spot, 4.2 seconds back. Now Sean Volley going to move up to that number 2. Doug Ludwig in that number 3. Sam Crow in the 4. Mark Reed in the 5. Claire Snyder in the number 6. Michael Hine in the 7. And Eric Irvin in the number 8 spot. You're halfway there, racers. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Just over 2 minutes left to go. Eric Haywood now with a 7.6 second lead here up on the field. Claire Schneider holding on number 2. Claire started in that number 1 spot at the Tone. Currently finds himself 8.7 seconds back at the race lead. Sean Volley now closing in on Claire. There goes Eric Haywood coming across that start-finish line, left-hand side of the track. He's going to have to deal with some lap traffic here as he works that top left-hand side. Here he comes down the hill, in through the horseshoe turn, jump away double. That is that pink and blue four-wheel drive buggy. Currently with the race lead. Oh, boy, he's on the wrong side of the pipe. Oh, boy. And had a turtle car there he had to deal with as well. Haywood, though, still holding on to the race lead. 90 seconds left to go. Got a minute 15 remaining. Eric Haywood, Claire Snyder, Mark Reed, Michael Hine, your top 4. Shane Volley in the number 5. Sam Crow picking up a couple positions. He's up to the 6th spot. Doug Ludwig in the 7. Eric Irvin holding on to the number 8. 4 minutes down, 1 minute remaining. 45 seconds left to go. Got a new race leader. Rough lap there for Eric Haywood. Put Claire Snyder up into the race lead. Claire on a 15.5.16. He has a 0.8 of a second lead here up on Michael Hine as Haywood falls down to the number 3 spot. Mark Reed holding on to that number 4. Sam Crow holding on to the number 5. Ludwig in that number 6. Sean Volley 7 and Eric Irvin 8. Time winding on down. The battle for the race lead is tight, though. Michael Hine trying to find a way around Snyder here. There's Snyder coming across the line. 19.7 that time by. Michael Hine also with a 19.7. Race gap 1.5 seconds here. Here comes Hine coming back towards start finish. A little bit of a long lap with a 21-second lap, so that's going to give some breathing room here to Claire for the race lead. 15.5.14. Looks like Treehorn going to be holding on to that TQ spot right now. Claire Snyder comes across the line. 15.5.13 pace. Let's see where Michael Hine's going to finish up. Hine coming back towards start finish. Oh, long lap here for Hine. It will be Claire Snyder taking the race win here, race number 21. Michael Hine going to come home to 2. Eric Haywood 3. Sam Crow with a great run in the 4. Oh, looks like Mark Reed going to come with 3. Haywood in the 4 and Sam Crow in the 5. That is the race, guys. Everybody is done. Going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Alrighty, guys, here we are back to the action. It is heat number 3 of 4. This is your B group sort out on the track for 4-wheel drive, 40-plus modified buggy. The beautiful face that you see there on your screen is the one and only Will Santiago. He set BQ and that first round of qualifying. He's going to be doing battle with Warren Campbell, Bubba Johnson, Chuck Tutt, Chris Phelps, Mike Hicks, Jason Westfall, and Corey McElvin. Dana Tindall checking in over here on the YouTube chat. Waiting on everybody to get back to staging over here so we can get them off and running. Excuse me. Apologize. All right, here we go. Tone is off. It's going to be Will Santiago leading the field of 8 here. As everybody getting their first laps in, we'd like to say a very special thank you to the sponsors for the 10th anniversary. Masters of Dirt. Thank you to Exalt RC, Proline Racing, TLR, J Concepts, R1 Works, TZO Tires, Hobby Wing, Reedy, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Moda, Factory Tracks Racing, ProTech. Also thanks to the associate sponsors of One Up Racing, S-Works, Beachrc.com, Racecraft USA, Trueform, Assault RC, FDJ Motorsports, Track Tack Tire Prep. Race number 22 on the track. All right, race number 22 on the track. Race number 23. Minute 10 down, 3:50 left to go. Warren Campbell finds himself out in front. Going to have fixed camera right now, guys, as our cameraman and media producer is going to go grab himself something to eat. Just had food that got delivered here, courtesy of Beachrc.com. So he's going to go grab him some lunch real quick. It's Bubba Johnson out in front, 16.508. Mike Hicks working in that number 2 spot. Jason Westfall in that number 3. Warren Campbell in the 4. Corey McElvin holding on to the 5. It is a 4-car battle right now. Oh, Westfall going to move up to that number 2 spot. He's 1.1 seconds back of Johnson. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. It's Bubba, Jason, Mike, and Warren. Still your top 4. Your top 4 right now separated by 3.2 seconds. .230 down, 2:30 left to go. Bubba Johnson right now with that race lead, 2.2 seconds up on Jason Westfall. Westfall now 1.1 seconds up on Mike Hicks. Warren Campbell in that number 3 spot. Mike Hicks holding on to the 4. Chuck Tutt in that number 5. Thank you. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. 2:15 left to go. Westfall comes across the line, 1.9 seconds back of Johnson for the race lead. 16.505 to 16.509 is the pace right now. Oh, long lap here for Jason Westfall. Oh, 22-second lap. Now going to put him 5 seconds back of the race lead. Mike Hicks, Warren Campbell, Chuck Tutt now beginning to do battle, 3, 4, and 5. Bubba Johnson still out in front on TQ run, 16.506 with just over a minute left to go. Race number 23 on deck. Bubba Johnson now with a 6.8 second lead on Westfall. Westfall now feeling the pressure here from Warren Campbell. Warren Campbell closing the gap here on Westfall. He's down to 1.4 seconds. Mike Hicks only half a second away from that number 3. Chuck Tutt working the 4. Mike Hicks now in that number 5. 45 seconds left to go. Race number 23, race number 23 going to be up next. That's going to be our A group sort. Westfall falls down to the number 3 spot. Give P2 now to Warren Campbell. Oh, we got a little bit of a long lap there for Bubba Johnson. Let's see where Campbell's going to be at. He was 6.4 seconds back. Now the gap is down to 6 seconds. Race clock, though, about to expire. We're only 15 seconds remaining on the race timer. It's Bubba, Jason, Warren, Chuck, and Mike, your top 5. Now the race clock has expired. It's going to be a race back to the line here for Bubba Johnson. Looks like Bubba will take the win. Oh, boy. Long lap. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Tough, rough. Oh, this is not good for Bubba Johnson on the final lap. Going to fall down to number 3 spot. It's going to give the race lead to Jason Westfall, and Westfall will come up about a half a second short of TQ as he finishes up with a 16.516. So Mike Treehorn still holding on to the top spot at a 16.515 as we move into the A sort. Coming up next. Sorry, guys, going to get me a quick little bite to eat here real quick. I'd say a special thank you to the Beachrc crew here, the Densford family, Lucas Loring, Paco, as they have provided lunch here for all of the racers here this weekend. Looks like we got us some barbecue, coleslaw, and a bread roll. Alrighty, getting the track blown off here. Turn marshals are all coming out to grab their positions. And now we're going to get everybody checked in. Hope you guys are having a wonderful day here on this Saturday. No matter where you're at, I hope the weather is beautiful. We've had enough bad weather in the southeast for the last few weeks. I've had enough of hurricanes for the 2024 year. Very accustomed to it, as I am from the state of Florida, so we deal with them all the time, but I've had enough of hurricanes this year. This is the first hurricane that I've had to go through with my son living in his own home, away from home, about 3 hours south of where I live, and it was a very stressful night as the last hurricane went right over the top of his house, and we lost communication with him for about 9 hours. So for those of you that are parents, imagine your child going through their very first hurricane and you have no way to get in contact with them. It was some tense moments. Me and his mom were really worried. All right, we are underway. So Chris Van Air set TQ in round number 1. He's going to look to wrap it up here in round number 2. His associated was dialed in that first round of qualifying yesterday. And he's going to lay down lap number 1 with a 17.6. Shane McCall going to be in that number 2 spot. Dave McEwen in that number 3. Aaron Raleigh in that number 4. Eric Washburn in the 5. Justin Doyle in the 6. Matthew in that number 8 spot. Owen Simmons in the 7. Where is Sonoya, Georgia at, Dana? I'm not familiar. Where is that located at? Is that north, south, middle? Where's that at? I haven't even heard of that before. Right at 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Chris Van Air has opened up a now 2.8 second lead here on the field. Oh, looks like the cameraman has got himself something to eat and back on the camera here. Eric Washburn in that number 2 spot. Justin Doyle in that number 3, but it is Van Air out in front, coming across the berm onto the front straightaway, working the shark. Oh, no, hard. Oh, Marshall. Oh, my goodness. Hard into the concrete there of Chris Van Air. Luckily didn't break the car. So he had a 2.7 second lead. He will definitely lose the lead here as he was upside down for about 4 seconds. So move Eric Washburn up into the race lead. Right as I say that, Shane McCall now going to move to the race lead. He is just behind Chris Van Air. So 1 and 2 is very close together here on the racetrack. Van Air going to need to open up the gap between he and McCall. Come across the line. They're separated by 9/10 of a second. Right-hand side of the track. Oh, no. Shane McCall rolls it upside down. So that'll be the break that Van Air needs. Less than 3 minutes remaining. So Van Air looking to wrap up TQ overall here in 40 plus. 4-wheel drive buggy. Brought to you by Nitro Pro. You're halfway there, guys. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Chris Van Air 2 seconds up on Dave McEwen. Eric Washburn working at number 3. Justin Doyle in the 4. Shane McCall 5. Aaron Raleigh in at number 6. Matthew in at 7. Owen Simmons in the 8. It's a tight battle here in the middle of the pack. Dave McEwen finds himself 3 seconds out of the race lead, but 1.1 seconds up on Eric Washburn. Van Air was a class of the field in Q1, and he looks to be the dominating car here once again in Q2. Oh, he goes full send through the shark tank. Almost got bit. Able to land it on all four. Keep it going in the right direction. Whoa, man, bounces off the pipe there on that jump away double. Van Air just chewing away on that gum. I'm glad that man don't smoke cigarettes. He probably have 2 or 3 cigarettes hanging out of his mouth in the middle of this thing. Looked like a choo-choo train. Choo, choo. 1:15 left to go. Van Air has a 3.6 second lead here up on the field. Long lap there for Matthew Poirier. 1 minute left to go. The battle is right now between Aaron Raleigh and Justin Doyle. They're only separated 0.8 of a second. That is the 3 and 4 positions. We're keeping an eye here on our race leader as he's working his way through that lap traffic. Anything could change here. As if somebody has some problems here on the track, it takes a little while for the turn marshals to get to them, to give them assistance that they need. McEwen coming across the line, still working in number 2 spot, about 5 seconds back. Just a little over 30 seconds remaining. Looked like Shane McCall had some problems, had to have a ball cup snap back. Oh, no! And just like that, man, you never know. He bounces it off the pipe there for Chris Van Air. He had a 5.2 second lead up, but Dave McEwen just ran his fast lap of the race at a 17.9. 10 seconds left to go. Here comes Van Air coming across that start-finish line. 17.508. Shane McCall lets him go through. Race clock now expires. So it looks like all you got to do is keep it on all 4 wheels. 2 more corners to go here for Chris Van Air. As he comes across start-finish line, Chris Van Air will take the win, and he will be your 2024 40-plus nitro bug, 40-plus modified buggy TQ holder. All right, that is the race, guys. All right, we're going to get a quick interview. We'll be right back. All right, Danny, we're ready whenever you are. There you go. All righty, guys, we are here with Chris Van Air. He is your overall TQ at this year's Masters of Dirt in the 4-wheel drive 40-plus modified buggy. So, Chris, you took Q1, took Q2. Good job, man.
Thanks, man. It's kind of like being the TQ of all these old farts out here. You know, it's just really what I was hoping to do for my life, and I'm glad that I finally got here.
You definitely gave us some tense moments, man. Whenever you bounced it off the pipe over there, and I heard it smack the pipe, I was like, oh, no, did he break it? And it kept going.
You know, the Team Associated parts, they just keep on going, you know, and they ain't breaking, and we're keeping rolling forward. They're good for us old guys.
Well, good job, man. Any big changes you're going to make to your car for Q3?
The only thing I did for us old guys, we had glue in the sidewall so the car doesn't tip over with all this high grip. So the glue in the sidewall is definitely key. I've done all my cars today, and it's made a big difference for the consistency.
Well, there you go. That's the first time that we've heard a tip of glue in the sidewall. So those of you that are watching at home, whenever you find a high grip track, that may be the secret that you need to prevent those rollovers, gluing those sidewalls. Well, Chris, we wish you the best of luck in Q3 and in your mains tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Hey, we do need to get we'll be back to the action here in just a moment. Okay, I'm ready. All righty, guys, we are back to the action here. Race number 24 is 13.5 two-wheel drive stadium truck presented by Hobby Wing. Shayna Fasora going to lead us off here. We got 3 heats. She was CQ after the first round of qualifying. They will do a resort again after race number 36. Oh, no. Shayna going to snag the pipe and roll upside down right here at the start. Oh, boy. Man, the athleticism there from Doug Ludwig. Holy moly. Oh, no. Oh, no. A couple of cars getting together right here at the start. I'm trying to get it worked out. That was Justin Sherman. Oh man, there's cars upside down everywhere. It's carnage. Right now I'm showing Michael Sutherland out in front. He's on a 15.5.12. Here he comes across the start-finish line. Nate Sutherland now going to move up into that top spot. Nate had a good run going in truck until the truck come apart on him. He had an unfortunate break. Put him in the C group. Oh, boy. Oh, man. So he's pushing the issue really hard here with this lap traffic. He's got a wicked fast truck, but he's got to have the patience to work around this lap traffic. He needs a good run. He's trying to find a way around. Oh, boy. They're all stacked up here in front of him. No, that's got to be frustrating for him. He's going to clear it now. So Nate in the TLR coming across that start-finish line. Let's see if he can keep a clean track in front of him here for a little bit. Oh, it looks like he's going to come on the backside of some lap traffic here in just a couple of corners as they work the middle section of the track on that jump away. Ooh, he's upside down. Luckily, he's going to dive to the inside and going to be able to clear it. So Nate Sutherland out in front. He's on a 16.5.15 right now. Shayna Fasora in that number 2 spot. Justin Sherman in number 3. Jason Haas working that number 4. Eric Irvin in number 3. Justin Sherman in the 4. Jason Haas in the 5. Sutherland now in the 4. Nate still out in front. Nate coming across that start-finish line on 16.5.02, getting closer and closer to a 17-lap pace. He's having to check up quite a bit as he works his way around that lap traffic. Nate running that black, gold, and white TLR. Down across the start-finish line he goes. There's the 17-lap pace, 17.5.18 pace. You're halfway there, racers. 2:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Going to be whoop, rolled it up on the pipe there for Sutherland. He's got to put in a good run here if he wants to make the A final. Man, he's slicing and dicing his way through that lap traffic. Lap traffic's trying to give him some room. They understand he's got a really fast truck, but they got their own races to run as well. Coming up on the backside of this black truck here. Here he comes. He's going to clear it now, cross the start-finish line. Should have a clean track in front of him here for a little bit. Yes, he does. In the middle section of the track on that jump away double, right-hand side. Now coming to that tabletop. Now the second tabletop, around the berm. Nate Sutherland cross the line. 17.5.14 is his pace. Fast lap so far, turn 17.3. He's got a lot of lap traffic to deal with here now. That black, check up. There you go. Oh, no. Oh, he had to check up a little bit to get around that lapper, and it threw his timing off just a little bit as he turned in too soon. He's still got 2 more lappers he's got to go around here. Up and over to the second tabletop. Onto the front straightaway for Nate Sutherland. Now 17.5.13 is his pace. Goes through the shark tank. Lap traffic pulls over and lets him go through. Jump away double. Now that clean track in front of him. So he's going to have a clean track here for a few laps with less than a minute to go. Across that start-finish line he goes. This is one of our stock master classes. This does count for the overall points. Oh, boy, one goes for a tumble there just in front of him. Good eyes. He drives around it. He's definitely going to be looking for that resort after the second round to try to put him back up into a clean driving group. On the right-hand side of the track here, back into the middle again. 15 seconds left to go for Nate. He's on a 17.510. He's continuing to drop the pace down every lap. With 5 seconds left to go here. Got one lapper here just in front of him. Nate got to pick his time. He's going to be coming up on 2 lappers, actually. He's going to clear this one. Oh, nope. There he is. There he's going to clear it. I thought he was going to get him on the inside of the sweeper, but the lapper didn't give him the line. Oh, boy, he's got a lot of lap traffic to deal with here on this final lap for Nate Sutherland. Up and over the tabletop. One lapper pulls over, lets him come through. Here they come to the line. Oh, man, Nate just drives over the top of that lapper there on that last lap. 17.509. It wasn't pretty, but he lays down a 17.509 lap there. All right, that is a race, guys. Everybody's done. All right, going to do a quick commercial break. We'll be right back with your B group for 13.5 Stadium Truck. Alrighty, guys, sorry about that. I had to make a quick run to the bathroom a little bit and a little bit of a line in there, so sorry about that. It took me a little bit longer than I had planned. We are underway with race at number 25, heat number 2 of 3 here, 13.5 two-wheel drive stadium truck presented by Hobby Wing. This is your B group sort out on the track. Owen Simmons set BQ as he comes across the start-finish line, going to fall down that number 2 spot as Craig Jackson going to be taking over the race lead. No, take it back. Owen Simmons back to the race lead, but Owen just had a little bit of a bobble as he rode through the pipe for a little while. Got Rashad Tolliver holding on to that number 2 spot. Mitch Yorkovich into number 3. Mike Kling in the number 5. Keith Fasor in at number 6. And Tom Sherman in the 7. You are now 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Craig Jackson coming across that start-finish line. 1/10 of a second up on Rashad Tolliver. Mitch Yorkovich. Now Owen Simmons going to be in that number 3. Mike Kling working the 4. Craig Jackson out in front Got a 1/10 of a second lead here up on Rashad. Here comes Craig down the front straightaway. 19.5. Good lap there for Craig Jackson. Left-hand side of the track coming in down through the hill, around the 180, jump away double. Craig Jackson, Roar National Champion. Currently leading here. Here he comes down the front straightaway, across that start-finish line. Owen Simmons now battles his way back to the number 2. Mike Kling working in that number 3 spot. Your top 3 only separated here by 2.9 seconds with 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Still got a lot of racing left to go. We're on race number 25 of 36, and we got a whole nother round of qualifying still to go. I've not heard any schedule if we're taking a break in between Q2 and Q3 or not. I know that they will be doing a resort, so got to take about at least a 5-minute break so they can get the sort done and posted. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's okay. Cameraman up there drunk, hitting the wrong button. No, I'm just kidding. That guy doesn't drink. Craig Jackson, Owen Simmons right now, 1 and 2. Mike Kling in the number 3. Rashad holding on to the 4. Yorkovich 5. That battle for the race lead now separated by 1 second here. There's Craig Jackson. Got to deal with some lap traffic. I see Owen Simmons just out of frame of Craig. Craig running that white, yellow. Oh, no, I think that's Owen Simmons that's upside down. Yes, it was. So now it's going to be a lot more breathing room here for Craig Jackson as he has made the pass here on the racetrack. That's going to drop Owen Simmons down to the number 3 spot. He now has a 4-second lead here up on Mike Kling. Kling now coming back to the start-finish line with a 20.4. So comfortable lead right now for Craig. Craig Jackson in the Associated. So I'm hearing some rumblings and grumblings from some people that we may be seeing a new T7 very soon from Team Associated. So those of you that like to run stadium truck, be keeping an eye out. You may be seeing a new T7 here really soon. Coming out. Craig Jackson coming across that line. 15.5 flat. Nate Sutherland set TQ at a 17.509. Owens. 30 seconds left to go. Craig Jackson now a 9-second lead here up on Rashad. Oh, no. Craig with some issues. Is it still rolling? Yeah, he's still rolling. He had a big lead up on the field. Only 15 seconds left to go in the race. He's got one more lap to go here as 14 laps are in the books. Rashad Tolliver right now on a 15.511. He's 7.3 seconds back. This is going to be the final lap here for Craig Jackson, working the Twin Peak tabletops. Here he comes in through the berm turn for the final time. Down the front straightaway, it'll be Craig Jackson taking the win here at race number 25. Nate Sutherland still holding on to TQ at a 17.509. Rashad Tolliver going to come home in that number 2 spot. Looks like Mike Kling will edge out Owen Simmons for that number 3 spot as Kling comes home in the 3. Owen Simmons going to finish up in the 4. That is a race, guys. Everybody is done. All right, guys, we'll take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back for your A Group 13.5 two-wheel drive stadium truck.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All righty, guys, welcome back. It is heat number 3, your A group sort here. 13.5 Stadium Truck presented by Hobby Wing. It's Mr. Hunter King in the TLR that set TQ after round number 1. Doug LaRiviere in the number 2 spot. You got Patrick Rosser going to be starting rolling off into number 3. Van Air going to roll off 4. Sean Harding 5. Talon Henley 6. Zach in the 7. Chris Christo in the 8. They are all chasing the TQ time 17.509. Let's see how this is going to shake down here. So Hunter King in the TLR on the J Concepts tires. See what he can do here in round number 2. Got a high bar that he's going to have to beat here of the TLR teammate from Nate Sutherland. Comes across the line with an 18-1. Oh, no. Oh, man, he snags the pipe, rolls upside down there for Hunter King. Oh, tough there on lap number 2. Here comes Doug LaRiviere. Coming back towards start-finish. Right now I'm showing Chris Van Air atop of the leaderboard. Let's see where Van Air is going to be at when he hits the line. Oh, man, good lap there for back-to-back laps for Chris Van Air. He's on a 17.501. Oh, we got a couple of guys tied up. Oh, man, that's Chris Van Air tied up with Hunter King. Man, Van Air going to get caught up on the pipe early as well. We're only 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Leaderboard going to be changing up quite a bit here, putting Zach Merzrek right now out in front. 17.514. Ross on a 16.5 flat. Another one upside down in the back section of the track. I think that was Doug that was upside down. So Zach right now out in front. This should be Zach here on your screen in the blue, yellow, and green. Yes, it is as he comes across that start-finish line in through the Shark Tank. Left-hand side of the track now, having to deal with that lap traffic because Doug currently running in at number 7 spot. Rossiter holding on number 2, Sean Harding in the 3. Rossiter now has closed that gap down to 0.4 of a second for that top spot. Zach comes across the line, 17 lap, 5:14. Oh, no, Sean Harding with an unfortunate break coming down early off of this one. He'll be back for Q3. A little bit of a long lap here for Zach as he has given up some time to Doug. Zach now going to fall down that number 2 spot. New race leader, Beachrc Rossiter out in front. Rossiter working the Twin Peak tabletop. Here he comes in through the berm turn. Across that start-finish line. Van Air now going to move to that number 2. Oh, Rossiter falls down to the 4. Rossiter with a tough lap. Zach now back out in race lead. Chris Van Air 2, Hunter King 3. Hunter King on the move. He's only 0.6 of a second back. Now put him up to P2. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. You're halfway there. Zach picking his way through that lap traffic here. It's a four-truck battle here. With 2 minutes left to go, Zach, Hunter, Chris, and Patrick. There's Hunter King. Hunter's truck looks like it's a little bit unstable. When he gets on the power, the truck wants to step out on him a little bit. Keep an eye here on it as he goes onto the right-hand side of the track. Let's see if it does it again here. It comes on the straightaway. Truck is fast, but it's not 100% to his liking. See him having to do a lot of corrections with his wheel. A good corner there that time for Hunter King. Comes down the front straightaway through the sweeper. Yeah, look good that time by. You have a new race leader. It's Hunter King right now on your scoreboard. Out in front, 17.515. Rossiter, though, only 0.1 of a second back. Van Air in at number 3. Now a 3-horse show between King, Rossiter, and Van Air. They're all chasing the TQ time of 17.509. I don't think they're going to be able to get it with only 1 minute left to go in this race. Hunter King coming up on the backside of some lap traffic here. Oh, no, Hunter King going to get caught up there on the foot of the turn marshal that was out there to get the turtle car. Let's see if that will be the break that Patrick Rossiter needs. It will be. Patrick Rossiter now to the race lead, 0.3 of a second. As Hunter King falls down to number 2. Oh, he's got a turtle car over there in front of him. Turn Marshal trying to get out of the way. Rossiter going to have to deal with some lap traffic here now as they come through the Twin Peak tabletop. I think that's Talon Henley there just in front of him. Here they come down the front straightaway. Rossiter now back down to number 2 spot. Hunter King out in front. They're separated by 0.4 of a second. Nobody with the time to beat Nate Sutherland here in truck. So Nate did the job that he needed to do in that C group. Hunter King got just a half a lap more to go as he comes on the right hand side. Man, lap traffic gets in the side of him a little bit. They come back to the berm turn. Hunter King, guys, they have full of trigger, comes across the line. He will finish up with a 17.513. Let's see where Rossiter's going to finish up. 17.513 as well, 0.3 of a second away. What a race there at the end between Hunter King and Patrick Rossiter. But it will be Nate Sutherland taking the win and TQ at a 17.509. All right, guys, we'll get a quick interview here with Nate. We'll be right back. I'm ready, buddy. Let's do it. My left. Okay, I need you to move to the left a little bit. Okay. All righty, guys. We are here with Nate Sutherland. So Nate had a terrible first round in qualifying a truck. Had an unfortunate break. But, man, did you turn it on in the second round.
Yeah, the truck was really good. We just had to deal with a little bit of traffic. Luckily got around it.
I think you had to deal with more than a little bit. It was a lot of traffic you were having to deal with, man. You were slicing and dicing, trying to find a lane around. You had to check up many times, but good job on getting that TQ time.
Thank you so much. Hopefully go down to round 3 and get it again.
Yeah, man. We wish you all the best of luck in Q3. So any changes to your truck, or are you going to leave it as is?
I think we're going to try a few, maybe different tires. We'll see.
All right, well, cool. So maybe it's some different tires. Are you gonna change compounds, or are you okay? So you're just gonna break in some new tires. All you're gonna do. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck in Q3.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. That's Nate Sutherland takes TQ in two-wheel drive stadium truck here at the 2024 Masters of Dirt. We can't wait to see how Q3 is going to shake down. We'll get back to the action here in just a moment. Alrighty, guys, welcome back here to the two-wheel drive modified stadium truck presented by J Concepts. This is your B group sort after the first round of qualifying yesterday. So Colin Leonard going to lead them off here. Several of them going to be doing battle. Caballari had a bad run in Q1. Had an unfortunate break. He's going to be looking to move up through the field here in Q2. They will do a resort again after Q2, so there will probably be a short break. It'll take them about at least 5 minutes to get the resort done and posted. So got a short break for sure after Q1 or Q2. So Colin Leonard right now leading away. He's on a 16.508. Ryan Cavallari on a 15.5 flat. Mark Reed in the number 3 spot. Michael Almond in the 4. William Moberly in that number 5. Brandon in the number 5 spot now. Michael Almond in that 6. 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Guys, we'd like to say a very special thank you to the sponsors here for the 2024 10th anniversary of the Masters Dirt. Thank you to Exalt RC, Proline Racing, Team Losi Racing, J Concepts, R1 Works, TZO Tires, Hobby Wing, Reedy, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Motive, Factory Tracks, and ProTech. Also, very special thank you to our associate sponsors, One Up Racing, S-Works, Beachrc.com, Racecraft USA, True Form, Assault RC, FDJ Motorsports, Track Tack Tire Prep, and also, guys, I'm going to give a shout out to my crew here at excuse me, the Elite RC Productions, Danny Paz, Patrick Rossiter. I am Lance McDonald, your commentator here this weekend. If you are interested in becoming a sponsor of our media broadcast, you can reach out to me at 386-397-5192 or email me at lance@elitercp.com. We'd be glad to showcase your business. Doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't have to be RC related. Everything we do gets posted up on social media, YouTube, Facebook, things like that, and it's there forever. So you can always run your ads, and we'd be more than glad to leave them up there. We don't take anything down. We do have all the licenses for audio that is needed, different things like that. So please reach out to us. We'd love to partner with you, help get your business seen from small to big. Currently on the track, it is race number 27. We are 2:30 down and 2:30 left to go. Ryan Cavallari finds himself into Schumacher out in front on a 17.508. So Carl asking a question. There's no such thing as dumb questions. What truck do the TLR guys run? They are running the TLR chassis. I know that right now there is not, well, let me say, I shouldn't say I know. There is currently not a production truck chassis, but they are still running the old chassis. There are grumblings and rumors that there is a new one that is coming out, but I do not know how true that is. I know that there is a new Losi buggy that's being run here this weekend with that has been in the works for a while. They are actually running it, testing it, and having some good results with it. We don't have any quality pictures of it to share with anyone, but as far as the truck goes, I don't know the status of it. I do know they're just running the old chassis at this time. 90 seconds left to go. Ryan Cavallari with a 20-second lead here up on Colin Leonard, who's in at number 2 spot. Mark Reed in number 3. Michael Almond in the 4. Now Brandon going to come across the line in the 4 spot. William Moberly in that number 5. Michael Almond in the 6. Just over 1 minute remaining. Justin Newby checking in. Justin, hope things are going well down there in Florida. Hope you're getting your house repaired. Justin received a little bit of damage from the last hurricane that came through the state of Florida. 4 minutes down and 1 minute remaining. I'll see Justin here in just a few weeks at Mills Pond as we get ready for the 6th round of the Florida RC Championships. So Happy Dillmore apparently is behind me, and he just wanted to see his comment on the screen. I hear him giggling as well behind me. So 15 seconds left to go. Ryan Cavallari right now leading away with Colin Leonard holding on that number 2 spot. Mark Reed in that number 3. Cavallari now with over 1 lap leads on a 17.507 here in Mod Truck. A couple of guys checking up, letting them come through. Come over here on the right-hand side of the track. Looks like Cavallari going to get him another lap. Yes, he will. Cavallari going to finish up with 17 laps for sure, keeping it on all 4. Cavallari been doing a lot of tire testing here this weekend As he comes across the line, it's going to be Ryan Cavallari taking the race win, 17.507. Colin going to come home in the 2. Mark Reed 3. Brandon in the 4. Uh-oh, something happened on the track here, and I missed it. Something happened behind me on track. Let me see what's going on. You guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Be right back. Alrighty, guys, here we go. We are coming back here for the 2024 Masters of Dirt. This is your second round of qualifying of Mod Stadium Truck presented by J Concepts, your A group sort out on the track. Dakota Finn took TQ in round number 1. You see the QR code right there on your screen. Guys, if you'd like to help out the Elite RC Productions team, scan that QR code, purchase yourself a raffle ticket. We got right at 30 tickets remaining on our team associated B4.1 brand new Nitro Bug kit in the box. The winner, we'll ship that thing right out to you here local in the United States. No problems, no issues, but please help us out. It helps Lefty come over here. He'll be commentating for AMS and Fall Brawl. Every dollar that you spend on a raffle ticket goes directly right straight into the pot to help the broadcast and continue to improve. It is going to be Brennan Schimmel here on lap number 1 out in front on an 18.512. Brock Champlin in the number 3 spot now as Tater Sontag moves to the number 2. 4:15 left to go here in race number 28. Aiden Horn with a 17 flat that time by moves up into the race lead. Put the Associated of Horn to the top of the leaderboard. Here he comes in the middle section of the track. Now Brock Champlin going to streak across the line. Let's see where Aiden's going to be at this time by. Aiden going to take back over the race lead as he lays down a 17-1, 18.511, 18.512 pace, respectively, for 1 and 2. Dakota Finn right there on the 18.513. Now Finn going to streak across the line with a 16.9. Take that back. Brock Champlin going to match that 16.9. He's going to take over that top spot. 18.510. Your top 3 right now only separated by 0.4 of a second. Tight battle here. 130 down, 330 left to go. Dustin Evans right there in the 4 as well. Tater Sontag in the 5. Brendan Schimmel in the number 6 spot. Your top 6 separated by 4.3 seconds. Dakota Finn on 18.510, 1/10 of a second up on Brock Champlin. Aiden Horn trying to close the gap now on that number 2. He's 0.2 of a second back. Dakota Finn in the TLR coming towards start finish line. Lays down a 17.2 that time by. Brock Champlin with a 17 flat. The gap now less than 1/10 of a second, 0.54 of a second, auto separating 1 and 2. Finn in that orange and blue coming on to the front straightaway. Cross that start finish line. Lays down a 17 flat that time by. Let's see where Brock's going to be. 17.2. Gap now grows to 0.2 of a second. Here in modified stadium truck. 2:15 down, 2:45 left to go. Finn, Champlin, Horn, your top 3 currently separated here by 0.3 of a second as Aiden Horn lays down a 17 flat. Wow, a 16-8 there now for Dakota Finn. Finn now opens up the gap on Horn by 0.7 of a second. Brock Champlin working to number 3, 0.4 of a second away. Top three, 1.3 seconds apart. They now open up a 4.3 second lead here on the remainder of the field. Dakota Finn comes across the line, another fast lap, 16.7 that time by for Dakota Finn. Aiden Horn still working in at number 2, 1.2 seconds back. Finn really beginning to find his rhythm here now, as he's going to have to deal with a little bit of lap traffic. That's Tater Sontag. He's going to be coming up on the backside of here in just a moment. 17.1 that time by for Tater. We got one that rolls over out of the way, 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Finn, Horn, Champlin, still your top three, separated here by 1.7 seconds. Dakota Finn, last time by the line with a 17.1. Let's see where he'll be at with this time by. They have a 17.2 to Brock Champlin, 17.1. Another 17.1 for Brock. So Brock now 1.6 seconds back. Time winding on down. Brock's going to find a little bit more speed. Going to get in them 16-second brackets here to run down Dakota Finn. Dakota Finn, 16-second bracket there that time for Dakota Finn, so he's not able to make up any time. He loses time. Now the gap to 1.8 seconds. Aiden Horn also 1.8 seconds back of the number 2, Dakota. Here in the right-hand side of the track, coming down that front straightaway, cross start-finish line, in through the Shark Tank for him. Now on the left-hand side, this last time by was a 17 flat. Not a favorable line as he came through the drop down, but able to maintain momentum and speed. He's got Tater Sontag there directly behind him. 60 seconds left to go. Dakota Finn looking to wrap up TQ here. 18.508 is the pace. He is now a 2.3 second lead here up on Brock Champlin. It is two-wheel drive modified stadium truck presented by J Concepts out on the track. TQ about to be decided here in the next 40 seconds. If Dakota Finn can hold on to it, he'll be able to use Q3 as a full test session. Here he is on the right-hand side of the track. That truck looking great here for that TLR. We'll ask the question about which chassis he's running and if there's any updates and upgrades for the future of TLR in Stadium Truck. Oh, no, problems there for Finn. He's getting together with some lap traffic. He was 3.8 seconds up on Aiden Horn last time by the line. Let's see where it's going to shake down at. One lap remaining. He's on 18.510. Aiden Horn last time by the line. Now 1.7 seconds back. Brock Champlin in the 3, 1/10 of a second away. Here comes Dakota Finn on the final lap. One more corner to go across the start-finish line. He will take the win, and he will secure TQ at an 18.510 for Dakota Finn. There's Brock Champlin. He's going to come home in that number 3 spot. Aiden Horn going to finish up in that number 2. Dustin Evans in the 4, and Tater Sontag rounding out your top 5. All right, guys, we'll grab a quick interview with your TQ winner here in two-wheel drive modified stadium truck. All righty, we are here with Dakota Finn, your overall TQ in two-wheel drive modified stadium truck here at the 2024 Masters of Dirt. Dakota, you did it in round 1, you did it in round 2. The guys at home, the viewers at home, want to know, what chassis exactly are you running?
Yeah, just the same truck I've been running last year or so. Some modded front end, some Vision parts on there. But yeah, same truck I've been running.
Okay. All right, so we don't have any updated chassis yet or anything that's coming out for stadium truck from TLR?
Not like I said, I'm just running the normal truck right now. So.
Okay. All right. I'm not able to get any information. Told y'all I would try, so we're not able to get any information out of it. All right, but you're going to be making any changes for Q3 because your truck looks really dialed out there.
Yeah, truck's good. It's a little bit loose, a little bit low on grip, but obviously the grip usually comes up as the weekend goes on. So I think we're in a pretty good spot. The truck gets better and better the more I run it in the qualifier as well. So yeah, we got some tires broken in for the main and probably just go out in Q3 and just run around and try to stay clean.
Gotcha, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck in Q3. You've got them wrapped up. You get to use that as a test session now for getting ready for the mains.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to Dakota Finn. Your TQ for two-wheel drive modified stadium truck brought to you by J Concepts. Guys, we're going to get back to the action here in just a moment. Welcome back to the action, everyone watching at home. It is time now for race number 29. It's 13.5, four-wheel drive stock buggy presented by TZO Tires. It's going to be Rashad Tolliver is going to lead us off on the charge here. Giancarlo in that number 2 spot. Thomas Burnside in that number 3. Pat Rossiter in the number 4. Giancarlo coming across the line with a 24 flat. Thomas Burnside with a 23.6. So we are now 1 minute down. Everybody's got one lap in. It's Warren Campbell from 9th off the line all the way up into the top spot right now. So Warren looking to make some moves here on the starting grid for Q3. You've got 110 down, 350 remaining. Warren Campbell on a 15.507. Thomas Burnside on a 14.503. Ray Seabaugh holding on to the number 3. Giancarlo in that number 4. Vinny in that number 5. Charlie Buckland in that number 6. Rashad Tolliver in the 7. Pat Rossiter in the 8. Jermaine Merchant in the 9. We'll have the moving camera back here in just a moment here for you guys. We're doing a little bit of things in the background on some of our media work that we have to do. We'll get it posted up on social media here, and then we'll be right back with a moving camera. Got 145 down, 3:15 left to go. So Sam Arsenault, you think Horizon is going to release a new car? Doubt corporate cares anymore, unfortunately. You know, it is a conversation that a lot of people do have about the future of not only TLR but Proline, AKA, different things like that is related to the product development and the way things are released. You see a lot of your manufacturers are trying to stay in front of technology and advancements in their R&D. It is something that is questionable with Horizon. They have been working on the new two-wheel drive buggy for quite some time. It appears that they are running that here this weekend, so they must be getting close to the release of it. But as long as they have been working on that, when that car is released, is it already going to be behind the 8 ball? We don't know the answer to that question. You know, Dakota Finn and Tater Sontag are very accomplished racers. It's a totally different ball game when you put it in the hands of the average Joe. Will it be competitive for them? You know, Dakota and them can make anything. I'm not going to say anything, but they can make it just about anything still look fast. It'll be interesting to see when the car is released. As far as stadium truck goes, you know, we wasn't able to get much information out on that. Horizon has stopped, or TLR has stopped making their four-wheel drive short course. They used to be kind of one of the flagship companies that made four-wheel drive short courses. Now there's only one company left, and that's Techno. That's making four-wheel drive short course. Are we going to see four-wheel drive short course here just fade away in the sunset? Maybe even possibly like four-wheel drive mini truggy. We only have 2. We have X-Ray and we have Techno that's making that. You know, those are all questions, legitimate questions to be had and talked about in discussions of as far as futures of companies. And a lot of TLR fans, you know, a lot of history with TLR. What is the future? People are wondering. what the future is of the company. We definitely have to wait it out and see. It's all discussions that can be had. 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. Warren Campbell right now with a 5.5 second lead up on Ray Seabaugh. Rashad Tolliver in the number 3 spot, 30 seconds back of the 2. Would definitely like to hear some other thoughts on that thing. I know a lot of people have, some ill feelings a little bit more towards Horizon, but at the end of the day, it is a business, and profits is what keeps the doors open. So it'll be interesting to see what some people's thoughts may be on it. I know everybody has thoughts about how they would run it. But at the same time, R&D is a lot of money, and it takes a long time to make up the money that is spent on research and development, in sale of car kits and sale of parts and things like that. Takes time to recoup. Race clock about to expire here in race number 29, 13.5, four-wheel drive buggy presented by TZO Tires, currently on the track. Warren Campbell has a 2.7 second lead here up on the field. Ray Seabaugh holding on to that number 2 spot. Rashad in that number 3. Thomas Burnside in the 4. And Giancarlo in the 5. Time has expired. Waiting on one more to finish here. Ray Seabaugh going to come across the line on the last lap, and he will take the win here at a 15.5 flat. Ray Seabaugh puts the top of the leaderboard here, race number 29. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back for race 30.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturers Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. All righty, guys, we are back here for race number 30, heat number 2 of 413.5, four-wheel drive buggy presented by TZO Tires. Looks like the discussion is ongoing here in the chat about the future here of TLR, Horizon, where they're going and things like that. Yeah, it's all about getting into markets. I will applaud Horizon as they are expanding RC into other markets, like the whole NASCAR thing that they're doing. I think that's a great idea that they put together. At the same time, I think it may be at the expense of what kind of got those companies to where they are. When you talk about TLR, when you talk about Proline, when you get to AKA, things like that, Trinity, the companies that they have recently acquired within the last few years, it makes you wonder, is the exposure that they're getting in the other markets to grow the overall brands that's under the Horizon umbrella, at the expense of the research and development to keep those brands relevant? That's kind of my question to ask on that part. There's only so much money in the pie. When you distribute the money around to a different slice of the pie, somebody has to hurt somewhere. So we are underway here in race number 30. Again, guys, that's just my opinion on that. I'm not no expert or anything like that. I'm just a RC guy at heart that doesn't want to see any company or anybody go out of business. I want to see everybody be successful. Wish everybody could become millionaires doing this thing, but we just got a little small niche thing that we do here in the competitive racing side of things. I do feel that it's growing. I don't think that I see any fall offs or anything hurting here. Got a minute 15 down, 3:45 left to go. Justin Doyle out in front. Will Santiago in at number 2 spot. Aaron Brimbury into number 3. Carson Zimmerman in the 4. Jonathan Orcott in the number 5 spot. Yeah, Rimfire. Yeah, that is something. It's one of the reasons why I think a lot of people may support, a candidate like Trump, is because he's not your typical cookie cutter politician. He's very, very, very different. So, it's as far as the amount of money that the U.S. is, man, that's crazy. There's not a single household or business in the world that can survive off of the amount of debt ratio that we have in the U.S. It's just crazy. Dana Tindall asking a question. That's a great question, though, Lance. Where do you put the money? Yeah, that's why the executives get paid the money that they get paid. We all know that the Beachrc market, their Armor line, is probably some of their most successful stuff. I know I was told by Proline executives even before they were purchased by Horizon that their Beachrc line, monster truck tires, different things like that, was way better than the racing side of things, profitability-wise. So, yeah, where do you put the money? Do you put the money in the stuff for the bashers where the money is at, that's repetitive, and you're selling a lot of parts, you're selling a lot of kits? Do you put the money in the R&D on the racing side that eventually moves over to the basher side? Yeah, it's a great question. It's a lot of aspects to look at. Yeah, short course racing is slowly dying. Especially 4-wheel drive short course. Like I said, there's only one manufacturer now that's making a 4-wheel drive short course chassis. I do know that their kits are still strong, but of course they're going to be strong whenever you're the only one that's making them, and people still want to race it. So I don't see how much longer short course, especially 4-wheel drive short course, is going to be hanging around. 2-wheel drive short course is too entry level, in my personal opinion, to disappear. So I think you'll always have 2-wheel drive short course. You still have too many companies that are making them. So that's just my personal opinion on that. 4 minutes down, 1 minute left to go. 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. C group sort out on the track. Justin Doyle finds himself 15 seconds up on the field. Will Santiago into number 3. Carson Zimmerman in the 4. Jonathan Orcutt holding on to the 5. $30 seconds left to go. Thank you very much, Alvin Tucker, for the shout-out, man. We're doing the best we can here. Right now we got a static camera here on the track. Our camera operator is also our producer, director, the whole kit and caboodle. He's also having to edit photos, get those posted. So that's why we're on a fixed camera right now. We're just having a generalized chat as well here during Q2. Rimfire, it is a very fun class. It is insanely fast. So the problem with, here's my opinion on that. The problem with 4-wheel drive short course is and same way with stadium truck, 4-wheel drive stadium, it just doesn't have a place to fit in. it's not quite 8 scale, and it's way too aggressive for 10th scale. So you try to mix it in with the 10th scale group, and they're running all over the top of people because of the speed and the power. And then if they get into a two-wheel drive buggy, the two-wheel buggy just can't handle that stuff. All righty, guys, race clock has expired. Race number 30 is in the books. Congratulations to Justin Doyle, 16.507, resetting TQ here. So we're moving in here to race number 31 here in just a moment. We'll continue our discussion here during the break. So, again, the four-wheel drive short course and four-wheel drive mini truggy, they just really don't fit in. So your 10th scale tracks are all going, and I shouldn't say all going, you're seeing more and more popularity on the carpet, more popularity on AstroTurf, things like that. That is the direction that is going across the world. So the four-wheel drive short course and four-wheel drive mini truggy, they don't really have a place on the carpet and on the turf as they tear things up. So that moves them over to the 8 scale side of things. Well, 8 scale is so huge with e-buggy and nitro buggy and e-truggy. Short course has really just kind of become a filler class. So it's hit and miss. You may show up, you may have 15 racers, you may have 5 racers. You know, it's just not consistent. Nobody runs that, very few people, as a primary class at all anymore. So we are moving in now to race number 31. That's just my opinions, guys, on four-wheel drive short course and four-wheel drive mini truggy. You know, it's a crapshoot. No, Dana is really wanting to open up a major can of worms with asking that question. So I've said this many times, until we actually get a legitimate point system in place, you are not going to properly answer that question, because right now all that is a matter of opinion. The people that think they belong in sportsman will stay in sportsman, and the people that think they are pro will run pro. There's no real rules. There's no real standard for that. Until a point system gets put in place forcing people where to go, you're not going to see it any better. It's just going to be the same dead horse that keeps getting rode and beat up every race, everywhere you go. All right, so Danny is now back from his siesta nap. He acts like he's been busy, but he really took a nap. All right, race number 31. Getting them gridded up here, fixing to get underway. TQ time looking to beat is Justin Dole at a 16.507. So Van Sloot set BQ after the one round of qualifying. All right, so we're underway. So Dana, so that is something that is very easy to say, but I can tell you right now, half or 3/4 of the people would not show up to race if they knew they had to race against a Finn Mayfield. They would not show up. They're like, I have zero chance in winning. I'm not running. They would not show up. The events would die. You wouldn't have anywhere to race. Unfortunately, Raymond, sponsorships do not dictate talent anymore. Anybody can get sponsored. I have raced a total of maybe 10 times in the last 15 years. I am not a racer, but I guarantee you if I made some phone calls, sent out some emails, I could pick up a chassis, tire, electronic sponsor overnight with no problems, issues at all, and I would be dead last in every race that I raced in, because I am not a racer and don't know how to control the car very well. Van Sloot's right now leading the way. Dagan Bledsoe in that number 2 spot. They're separated by 0.3 of a second here. Chris Christo in that number 3. Shane McCall in the 4. Brody Treehorn holding on to number 5 spot. So we got Broccoli. Let's see here. I think more entry-level two-wheel drive kits would be helpful. Something that you can race on Sunday and go bash on Monday. It used to be that way. Yeah, that's old school way of thinking there. That's not going to happen anymore, unfortunately. We're way too advanced here now with these cars and the way they're built to have multi-use cars that can be competitive. Dagan Bledsoe right now leading the way. Got a half a second lead here up on Van Sloots, who's in that number 2 spot. Chris Christo in that number 3. Shane McCall in the 4. .240 remaining. Shane McCall right now in that 4 spot. 0.2 of a second behind Van. Dagan Bledsoe, young man, up to that top spot on a 17.5.13 on TQ pace. Oh, boy. Oh, got some problems there after the Shark Tank. With just over 2 minutes left to go. On the 8 scale side of things, I think the only way that, a good way that would be to separate things a little bit, and this is, again, just my thoughts. On the Nitro, we have Venturis in the carburetors. I think that they should limit the Venturis in the carburetors. It limits the power. Because right now, if you run 8 scale, you run the exact same power, motor, ESC. You have everything available to you that is the same in the Pro Class. I think that if they were to slow down and take away some of the power from the sportsman drivers, make them run a 3S battery, cut some things back, a limit on the motor with the KV. On the 8 scale side, on the Nitro side, change the Venturis into carburetors to dial the power back. I think most everybody runs if I remember correct, I could be wrong. Was it 7mm Venturi, 8mm Venturi? I mean, choke that thing down to a 4mm. Run it as a restrictor plate. To slow down some of the power, to give them better fuel mileage. Just thinking outside of the box here, some ways to work with what we have with easy fixes. I really thought when they did the Techno Super Light chassis e-buggy, I really thought that that would kind of take off. It'd been cool to see some 2S stuff, running some 1700 kV motors. Just thinking outside the box of ways that you could have some separation in those classes. Dagan Bledsoe continuing to lead the way. Dagan on a 17.5.14, half a second up right now on Shane McCall. Brody Treehorn into number 3. Chris Christo in the 4. As I've said already, though, I think the only way you're ever going to kind of stop the sandbagging or the proper group classment, if you're going to have divisionals, is to have a ranking system. Until you have that ranking system in place, you're always going to be fighting that battle. We got one upside down. Oh, man, Dagan. Unfortunate with that rollover. Cased the top of the jump. Race clock has expired here in race number 31. Enjoying the chat here with you guys. If you guys are having some fun, if you would please hit that like button for me. It only takes you just a second to scroll over there and hit that like button. Got 153 people watching right now on YouTube. Got a little over a dozen watching here on Facebook. And there we go. That's the race. It will be Dagan Bledsoe on the last lap, taking the race win at a 17.517.3. Edges out Shane McCall here by 0.2 of a second. So congratulations, Dagan Bledsoe, making the charge for the A Group resort. All right, guys, so we'll continue our little chat here. No, we're good. We're good. We'll roll with it. Yes, that's what I thought. I thought it was about like a 7mm, somewhere right around there, Venturi. That's something that could be done, changed to look at for the Nitro races, to slow them up a little bit, make it a little more divisional racing. John Grant, 25.5 motor in the over 40 class, no sponsors. Well, I don't know about the no sponsored part, but in saying that, I do feel that it is time to have a very serious discussion in 10th scale racing for two-wheel drive buggy to eliminate 17.5 and go to 21.5. There needs to be a greater speed difference between your stock class and your modified class in the Premier. They are just way too close together on time. And a legitimate conversation should be had about 25.5. Is it time to move, your Indy level classes to 25.5? It's not something that would be easily done. People will give a lot of pushback on it. I know even in my own series, whenever I started up to 21.5, I got some pushback on it, but I put my money where my mouth was and went out and bought a passel of 21.5 motors and 17.5 motors that we run in four-wheel drive buggy. If you want to race those classes in what we call the Indy classes, and you've got a motor you can run, I'll give it to you. It costs you no money. You can borrow a motor from me. So I put my money where my mouth was to build those classes up, and they're where they need to be. I think the 17.5 motors have gotten way too fast. So we'll see what happens with these new motor changes that are coming out from Roar. I think that the motors are going to get even faster. So we may see a 21.5 become the new premier spec level class. Let's see here. 1/8 scale right now is race on Sunday, bash on Monday. Type deal with his why has been growing so fast lately. In my opinion, 1/10 needs to tap into that again. It's not going to be easy, but that's what it needs. I think what 10th scale racing needs is, this is again just my personal opinion, I think that everything has gotten so fast and the learning curve is so steep. The discouragement is very quick to get discouraged in 10th scale racing. That's my opinion. All right, here we go. This is your A group. Nate Sutherland going to lead them off here on the charge. Here is the 13.5 full. Oh, no. Nate Sutherland with a problem there on the third corner. Oh, man, he rolled upside down. Luckily, there was somebody standing there in that back corner able to grab his car and get him right back on all four wheels. Let's see if he can make up time here. So Talon Henley going to move to the top of the leaderboard. Talon Henley into TLR. He's got, it looks like he's got, yeah, he does. He has got Nate Sutherland there directly behind him. Looks like Nate now going to make that pass. Here they come down the front straightaway. Talon Henley across the line. Hunter King now up to the top of the leaderboard. TLR right now showing 1 and 2. Doug in the associated into 3. Rossler associated into 4. Stackowitz in the X-Ray in the number 5 spot. Josh Parrish in the number 6. Zach in that number 7. Carter Irish in the 8. Nate Sutherland now moves up to the 8 spot. 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Your A group out on the track. Hunter King and Patrick Rossler now separated by 1.6 seconds here. It is the A sort out on the track. Dagan Bledsoe has TQ right now to 17.517, but it's Hunter King in the TLR showing the way 18.504. Talon Henley holding on to number 2 spot, stacking that number 3 now. Rossiter working that number 4. Patrick Rossler in that 4 just in front of Nate Sutherland as Nate Sutherland is mounting that charge towards the front. Talon Henley just ran his fastest lap and fastest lap overall of the race at a 16.718. Hunter King still out in front, but he's beginning to feel the pressure here from Talon Henley as they're separated by 1.4 seconds. Nate Sutherland, rocket ship out there, now up to the number 3 spot. Oh, it looks like Doug was hard into the pipe there at the end of the front straightaway. He's going to fall down a little bit. Rossiter in that number 7 spot as he comes across the line. That three-way battle now starting. 16.4 that time by for Nate Sutherland and a 16.5 from Talon Henley. Hunter King, 16.7, 16.9 for the last, and 16.7 for the last 3 laps. It's Hunter, Talon, Nate, 1, 2, and 3. Stackowitz running that number 4. Your top 3 right now only separated by 2.5 seconds. You're halfway there, guys. 2:30 down. Oh, no. Hunter King rolls upside down as he was there on the dot. That's going to give the race lead here to Talon Henley. Talon going to be on an 18.507. I'm sure Mama's cheering him on at home back in Indiana. Nate Sutherland, though, right behind him, only half a second back. Nate got his family here with him this weekend. They made a big vacation up. There he comes down the front straightaway for Talon. Oh, no, Talon Henley dags it off of the pipe. Gets it right back on all four wheels. Man, it's a tight battle. 1, 2, and 3 right now only separated by 0.6 of a second. 2 minutes left to go. One goes for a tumble there just in front of Talon. Talon able to sneak under. And it's going to be Nate Sutherland now back up into the race lead. He's got a 1/10 of a second lead up on Hunter King. Hunter with a monster lap, 16.4 that time by. It's going to be Hunter King to the top of the leaderboard. It's Hunter, Nate, Talon, and Stack right now. Your top four separated here by 3.2 seconds, but it is less than a second from first to third. Hunter King, Nate Sutherland, Talon Henley. Anybody's race here. 506, 507, 508. Tight battle. Hunter King, TLR showing the way. Nate Sutherland also in the TLR 2 spot. Talon Henley in the 3 showing the way in the number 3. They are less than a second apart. There goes Hunter King, comes across the line. Oh, man, 1,000th of a second is all that's separating 1 and 2 as they come to the line. Nate Sutherland now opens the gap up to 0.2 of a second. Nate, Hunter, Talon, your top 3, 45 seconds left to go. Hunter comes back to the race lead. Nate, 47/100ths of a second back. Talon Henley right there with him. Talon comes across the line, 16.4 that time by for Talon Henley as he closes the gap now down to 0.2 of a second. 0.008 of a second, all to separating Hunter King from Nate Sutherland. Less than 30 seconds left to go. It's Nate, Hunter, and Talon, 1, 2, and 3. 0.3 of a second, all that's separating them here. Who will take TQ here in round number 2? It's Nate Sutherland out in front. 1/10 of a second here now up on Hunter King. 1/10 of a second back is Talon Henley in the 3 spot. Talon Henley now 1 second out of the race lead. Hunter King trying to close in on Nate Sutherland as the race clock expires. 0.2 of a second. Nate Sutherland going to be coming back to the line. He will finish up 18.506. Oh, he falls down to the number 2. Oh, man. Hunter King, he's got to have a monster lap. One more corner to go. Grabs the trigger. He will do it. It's Hunter King taking the win and setting TQ here in round number 2. What a race from these 3 gentlemen. 18.505 to an 18.506. 18.506. Your win for your top 3 was decided by 0.9 of a second. Wow. All right, guys, we'll grab a quick interview here with Hunter King. Alrighty, guys, we are here with Hunter King. He just took TQ in round number 2 of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Holy moly, Hunter. You talk about a 3-way battle. All of you back and forth every lap.
Yeah, I was listening every time I was going by. Towards the end there, me and Nate seemed to be just trading laps the entire time. He would get the lead, and then I would get the lead. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, man, there was one time y'all came across the line. Y'all were only separated by 1,000th of a second. Man, you talk about close. The top 3 of y'all finished up within a second of one another.
Yeah, it was pretty incredible. The driving is definitely, the standard is really high right now for sure. I was really glad to get this running because I made a lot of changes in my 4-wheel last night, and it really seemed to pay off.
Yeah, man, right now it is TLR 1, 2, and 3 here in that second round of qualifying. I know you guys are all pitting together over there close by one another, so I'm only assuming you're all working together because it is certainly showing out on the track. So any changes to your car for Q3?
No, I don't think I'm going to change anything in 4-wheel this time. Just make sure everything's fresh and ready to go, and I think we're going to be rocking and rolling for Q3.
Awesome, man. Well, we are really looking forward to it. Great job on your win in Q2, and we wish you the best of luck in Q3.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, one hell of a race here that we just witnessed there in 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. We can't wait for Q3. That'll be taking place here in just a little bit. So, guys, back to the action here. Thank y'all for tuning in. All righty, guys, we are back to the action. Man, what a race we just saw there in 13.5. In 13.5, four-wheel drive buggy. Man, that, oh, my goodness, what great action. Top three only separated by less than a second here. All right, we are out here with four-wheel drive modified buggy presented by TLR. Out on the track, this is your D group sort. After the first round of qualifying, they will be doing a resort after round number. They will be doing a resort after round number 2. It's got Colin Leonard right now out in front. Michael Hine holding on to that number 2 spot. Michael Almond in that number 3. Killian Dillmore in the 4. TJ Pollard in the 5. Wesley Shipley in that 6. Chad Moberly in the 7. Enjoyed the chat with you guys earlier, talking about just a gambit of different things. Enjoyed that chat with everyone. We might have some more chats here later on. Y'all come up with a topic or an idea, shoot it up in the chat. We'll talk it out. Might come up with some ideas you never heard. You might show me some things that I've never heard before. And that's the way you have good generalized discussion. And make things better. Come up with good ideas. Colin Leonard right now leading the way. Michael Hine holding on number 2 spot. Michael Almond in the number 3. Killian Dillmore in the 4. TJ Pollard in the 5. Wesley Shipley in the 6. Chad Moberly in that number 7 spot. Michael Hine right now with an 8-second lead, or 8-second gap between he and Colin Leonard, who is out in front. Colin now opening up a big lead here on the field. 9 seconds up on the field. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Race 33 on the track, race number 34. Raymond asking about when are we getting more details on the horse arena race. Well, everything on my end is complete. I have paid for everything. Everything on that side of it is locked in. I do have to have a conversation about the driver stand here in the next couple of weeks to finalize that part of it. So once that is done, we will then release some information about it. I was hoping to maybe partner with somebody on some things about it. I had kind of left that February date open. You notice that the February date is open on the FRCC 8-scale series. But the partnership is just not going to work out. I'm just going to have to do things on my own. I have an extremely high standard whenever we do our events and things like that. And I want them done a very certain way. I'm more worried about the racers than I am the profits. While profits have to be made to put the events on, I'm willing to carry some debts for the next year and things like that, because I know you can't make all the money right at the start. So, anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that. I should have some information out here in the next couple of weeks. Let you know if it's for 100% certain going to happen, or if we're going to have to wait until 2026. Colin Leonard right now leading the way. Michael Hine in that number 2 spot. Michael Almond in that number 3. Killian Dillmore in the 4. TJ Pollard in the number 5. Wesley Shipley in that number 6. Chad Moberly in the 7. 1 minute left to go. Colin Leonard with a big lead up on the field. He has put that thing in cheetah mode as he is checked out. 45 seconds left to go. Sean Mackey, you bring up a good point. I will say something that I know about Oval, now being also part of Roar. I think they're trying to help get that organized a little bit better, but the rules that vary from track to track is insane. In the Oval side, I cannot, even in the state of Florida, I cannot take an Oval car that's running at one track and go to another track and then go to a third track without having to make some sort of changes to it. My 8-scale nitro buggy or my 10th scale 10th scale buggy, I can go to any track anywhere in the United States and race. The rules are very different. I think on the Oval crowd, I think things would even better if y'all were to have some uniformed rules where people could just show up with their equipment and race without having to make changes, either the motors or some sort of tire change or some sort of chassis change. What is allowed, isn't allowed, even remotes. I know some of y'all get a little crazy with the remotes too. So Colin Leonard going to take the win here in race number 33, the first heat of four-wheel drive modified buggy. Michael Hine going to come home in that number 2 spot. Michael Allman going to come home in that number 3. Waiting on Killian Dillmore as he comes home in the 4 spot. TJ Ballard going to round out the field in the top 5. Now, I'm not an Oval guy. That is just what I see from the outside looking in on that part. Seems like every track comes up with their own rules on that part. Moving on to race number 34. Guys, if you would like to have some support, help us out here at the Elite RC Productions. You will see at the top of the chat here in the YouTube, you see the link that you can click on. You can purchase a raffle ticket, and also on your screen, you see the QR code. You can purchase a raffle ticket to help support the Elite RC Productions as we're bringing Keenan White in for AMS and Fall Brawl. We'll be doing the production coverages for both of those events. And every dollar that we take in, guys, goes right straight into our production. They are not used for profit dollars in any way, shape, or form. We are constantly reinvesting in more and more and more equipment to bring better coverage, bring better video quality to you. Every time you watch one of our races, you see a little bit more here, a little bit more there with the driver photos, car photos, action photos as the cars are on the driver's stand, different things like that. We are working hard to make it better and better for you here as you watch your RC car racing every weekend. So race number 34, getting them out on the track now, getting them checked in. Yep, see, Sean, that's what I'm referring to. My weekly car can't run at Dixie National without changing the motor, but I'm lucky the little tracks near me run very similar rule sets. You know, that's kind of what I'm referring to. You know, it doesn't matter what 10th scale car that I'm running in off-road. I can go anywhere I want to race and be competitive and race it. Don't have to change anything. The same thing goes for my 8 scale cars, nitro and electric. I can go anywhere and race it. It's a uniform set of rules. All right, guys, getting them gridded up here. Race number 34. Just a couple of more races to go after this one. Looks like we got them all gridded up here. Looks like we got all our marshals out here. Not sure what we're waiting on. Looks like they're moving. Looks like he was blocking a corner there. Looks like they're trying to get it worked out. All right. Here we go, guys. Tone is sounded, and they're going to send them off. Eric Morton going to lead the charge here in the C Group resort of race number 34 is four-wheel drive. Modified buggy presented by TLR. They may come across the line here for their first lap. Eric going to run down a 19.3. Raymond, I think the best thing to do is that that modified car that Traxxas released is by far the best entry that you can get into. We were just recently at Shaw's RC Track in Ardmore, Oklahoma. They run those cars there. It's basically out of the box. The things that they can change, things that they can do are very, very, very minimal. It is pretty much out of the box. I'm hoping that those rules stick that way across the nation, where everybody can take their Traxxas modified and go race in a late model open wheel class and have some fun. Got a minute 15 down, 3:45 left to go. Dana Tindall asks, what is the most fun class to race? That is easy. The most fun class to race in anything is the class that you're racing in that you are having a good time in, not what other people are doing. Mike Hicks right now leading away. Eric Morton in that number 2 spot. Corey McElvin in the number 3. Kyle Howard, if Traxxas made off-road race vehicles, I'd be the first to participate. I actually had a discussion with a high up at Traxxas, because Traxxas is just outside of Oklahoma in Texas, and he was there. We actually talked about the sledge because, they made a conversion or race parts for the sledge to run in the e-truggy class. And I asked him, I'm like, man, you started dabbling. You were on the cusp there, starting to break back into racing. And I'm like, what happened? Y'all are pushing a little bit on that. Then all of a sudden it just disappeared. But I think the bashers, the average person is just their niche, and that's where they make their bread and butter, and they're not interested in being competitive in the racing side. If people choose to race it, it is what it is. Mike Hicks right now leading the way, got a 1.7 second lead here up on Corey McElvin. McElvin now comes across the line and going to fall down to that number 4 spot. Enos Graves into number 3 with Eric Morton holding on to that number 2 spot. Mark Reed in number 5. Aaron Bembry into number 6. Noah Crow into 7. Darren Windsor in the number 8 spot. You are now 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Mike Hicks 16.514. He is off of TQ as Colin Leonard set TQ at a 16.505. Minute 45 left to go. Race number 34 currently on the track. Race number 35 right here lining up behind me in staging. There's Mike Hicks coming across the line with a 20.1 that time by. 90 seconds left to go. 16.515. Eric Morton in that number 2 spot, 3.1 seconds back of the 1. Mark Reed holding on to the number 4. Oh, we got Heather Morton cheering on Eric Morton here. Eric Morton right now out in front. So the good luck charm online here working currently for Eric at a 16.515, half a second up on Mike Hicks. I'm only assuming that Heather Morton is the wife of Eric. Could be the mother, could be the daughter. I'm sure they are of relation of somehow. Now Eric Morton going to fall down to that number 2 spot. Mike Hicks with the race lead. There goes Eric Morton coming across that start-finish line. Oh, man. Whoa. One going for a tumble. I think that was Eric there at the end of the front straight. Oh, no. Shark bite gets him. Oh, that was Mike Hicks with the problems there. So our race leader sends it at the end of the front straightaway into the wall, and then he gets bit in the shark tank. So it's going to be Eric Morton going to be moving up into the race lead. I'm sure that's going to make Ms. Heather really, really happy. They come across the start-finish line. He now has a 3-second lead here up on Mark Reed. Oh, man, to get the tie together over here at the exit of the shark tank. Eric Morton going to take the win here as race clock expires. All he's got to do is keep it on all 4 wheels here. So Eric Morton working the middle section of the track. Coming towards start finish now. Here he comes to the line. Eric Morton will take the race win. He will come up a little bit short on TQ at a 16.514 as he wakes the win here in race number 34. The good luck charm online did work. That is a race, guys. Everybody is done. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action here shortly. Welcome back, everybody. It is time for the B group here of four-wheel drive modified buggy, brought to you by TLR. Gavin sitting BQ right now, getting everybody here checked in. Still waiting on a check from Ryan Cavallari. He's still not checked in yet. Waiting on everybody to get them gridded up here. Thank you, everybody, for checking in here online. If you haven't done so already, please hit that like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please do so as well. Helps us out a lot. We currently have, we got 60 likes. Oh, we got 83 likes right now. So if you don't mind, guys, please hit that like button there on YouTube, on Facebook. Helps us out a lot. We got 24 likes there on the YouTube side of things. All right. I still have no check from Ryan Cavallari. I see his car out there, though. Getting everybody gridded up. You can see the A main group of TLR all over there on the side of the track getting staged. So race number 35 now underway. So no start from Ryan Cavallari here. That's weird because I see his car out on the track. Unless that's somebody else's car. Must be someone else's car. I didn't count him. I should have counted. Oh, there's Cavallari. Well, I know that's not right. A 14-second lap, so it didn't count his first lap. Huh. There's Cav coming around for lap number 2. Another 14-second lap. Something not right here. I think the fastest lap that was run yesterday was a 15-second lap, so I'm not sure how we got in back-to-back 14-second laps here. Something unusual here. But it is showing Ryan Cavallari right now out in front. Now you see the lap time's correct, 17 and 16. That's correct, but that 14.5 and 14.6. Not sure. Nobody's turned a 14-second lap here this weekend. That would make the only sense. He's got to be hand counting them because there is no transponder signal that's showing up on the scoring screen either, so he must be hand counting them. Yep. All right, so it's Cavallari right now in the front on a 19.508, but those back-to-back 14-second laps are going to make the pace a little different. Gavin holding on that number 2 spot. Yes, there will be a hooligan race this year. They're doing it after the completion of racing. There will be a hooligan race. Comes Cav coming back towards start-finish. Gavin working at number 2, Cody in at number 3, Dave McEwen in the 4, Matthew in the 5, Jacob Page in the 6, Nathaniel Grubbs in the 7, Chuck Tutt 8, Ryan Caudle in at number 9. Ryan Cavallari right now on the 19.512 pace. Pace dropping down to a 19.514. 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Yeah, Justin, I am only doing the media broadcast. Scotty Ernst is doing the RD work. 19.515. Gavin right now working in that number 2 spot. Cody McClanahan in that number 3. Dave McEwen in the number 4. The Schumacher of Ryan Cavallari on a 19.515 pace. 4.5 seconds here up on Gavin. Cody in the number 3 spot. 18 seconds back at a 2. Working his way around some lap traffic here. Cavallari coming. There they come. Oh. Coming up just a hair short there on that jump away double. Coming across that start-finish line for Cavallari. 60 seconds remaining. 18.501 is his pace. To be honest with you, Raymond, this is the first time that I've ever done the online commentary. So this has actually been a little bit stressful for me because I've just never done it before. And believe it or not, I don't watch a lot of our own feeds and things like that. I let the guys do their thing. They come across that start-finish line. 18.502 is the pace. So this has been a little bit stressful for me, just trying to find things to talk about. Danny says I'm doing good, but I'm fired. So come across that start-finish line again now. 18.502 is the pace for Ryan. 0.5 of a second, or 5 seconds remaining. Gavin right now running in at number 2 spot. He's 1 lap up on Dave McEwen. Cody McClanahan working at number 4. Thank you, Raymond. I appreciate that. Did we ever answer, should Techno make a 2-wheel drive buggy? Well, Dana, I have asked that question multiple times, and the last time I asked, all I got was a smile. I've always said no, and then the last time that I asked, all I got was a smile, and we changed the subject really quick. All righty, guys, that's the race. Ryan Cavallari takes the win, 18.503. All right, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial before we begin our final qualifier here for round 2. We'll be right back. Alrighty, guys, welcome back. It is time. He hasn't refreshed the screen yet. Yeah, we gotta wait for him to refresh the screen. So, got a little bit of delay here. Not sure what's going on here on the driver's stand. Got a little bit of a break. We will be taking a 30-minute break, guys, after race number 36. They're going to do concourse. All right, we got everybody checked in. Guys, you see the QR code here on your screen. If you'd like to help out the Elite RC Productions team and purchase a raffle ticket, we got right at 30 tickets remaining. Got Lefty Keenan the Great coming over from the Dominican Republic to do the commentary for both AMS and Fall Brawl. Every ticket that you buy goes directly to Keenan in his travels. As he comes over from the DR, he'll be staying here for a few weeks. Helps us out with housing, helps us out with his travel expense and different things like that to cover some of the things to get him here. All right, so our A group is all lined up and ready to go. Race number 36. It's four-wheel drive modified buggy A sort out on the track. TQ time you're looking to be 18:5:03, set by Ryan Cavallari. So Brock Champlin took TQ in round number 1. Let's see what he can do here in round number 2. That Schumacher's been really fast here this weekend. Again, guys, 30-minute break. We're going to do concourse here at the facility after the completion of 36. Brock Champlin, Tater Sontag. Oh, take it back. Coming across the line here. It is Dakota Finn after 2 laps out in front on 19.510. Long lap there for Tater Sontag. Did he break? So it's, oh yeah, so I'm hearing over the PA system. Problems there for Tater here in the start. So it's going to be Dakota Finn down in front. Brock Champlin. Dustin Evans now going to be moving up into that number 3 spot. It's going to be Aiden Horn up to the number 2. Aiden Horn right now finds himself half a second away from the race lead. A minute 15 down, 3:45 left to go. TLR out in front. Schumacher in that number 2. Associated working at number 3. Now Dustin Evans going to make a big leap. He's going to come to that number 2 as Evans now to the 2 spot in the Associated. There goes Brock Champlin coming across the start-finish line in that number 4 spot. Oh, man, Aiden Horn getting bit in the shark tank. Dakota Finn able to slip past. Dakota over here on the right-hand side of the track. Coming around the 180. Dakota got his parents here with him this weekend, Mr. and Miss Finn. Haven't seen the Finns here at a racetrack in many years. Nice to talk to Doug and Miss Nancy. Round 180 to go across that start-finish line. Dakota Finn out in front on a 19.511. Brock Champlin holding on to that number 2 spot, only 1/10 of a second back. Oh, Brock Champlin now going to move up into the race lead. Dakota Finn falls down to the 2 spot, but it's 7 thousandths of a second that is separating him. Here comes Champlin over here on the right-hand side of the track. He's got lap traffic there just in front of him. Dustin Evans in the 3 spot. He's only 1.2 seconds out of the 2. Brock 16 flat that time by. What a monster lap there for Brock Champlin. Right-hand side of the track for Brock. Here he comes. Through the Twin Peak tabletops, across that start-finish line. 16-1 that time by. That's Schumacher really beginning to stretch it out here now with just over 2 minutes left to go. He's opened the gap up to half a second now. Dustin Evans in that number 3 spot, 1.3 seconds back. Aiden Horn, 9/10 of a second away. Brock Champlin still maintaining race lead. Dakota not able to pick up anything on Brock here this lap. Coming across the line, still a 16.3 for Brock. Let's see where Finn's going to be at this time by. 16.3 as well. Still dead even, 0.6 of a second, separating them from separating the 1 and 2 spot. Dustin Evans, Aiden Horn now separated by 1.9 seconds. Just over a minute 15 left to go. The gap is 4/10. Dakota Finn on the top right-hand side of the track, coming in through the interior section. Works that first tabletop, now the second tabletop. Berm turn, front straightaway. Dakota Finn still 4/10 of a second back. 1 minute left to go. Here comes Brock Champlin coming across the line with a 16.5. 16.5 as well for Dakota. So Dakota not able to pick up any time there. Not going to say that's a slow time by 16.5 by any means, but just a few tenths of a second off for both drivers. 16 flat that time by for Brock Champlin. Dakota Finn in that number 2 spot, 0.8 of a second back now. It looks like Brock Champlin with only 20 seconds left to go. If he can keep it on all 4 wheels, he will be your TQ holder here in 4-wheel drive modified buggy. Got the clean track still in front of him. And he's got one more lap to go here. He's on his final lap. Working in the middle section of the track for the final time. On that jump away double. Clears it with ease. Just 2 more corners to go. Here he comes. Brock Champlin will come across the start-finish line. He will be your 2024 top qualifier here in 4-wheel drive modified buggy presented by TLR. Dakota Finn going to come home in that number 2 spot. Dustin Evans going to finish up in that 3. Aiden Horn in the 4. And Cole Tollard rounding out the field in the top 5. All right, guys, we'll get a quick interview here with Brock. All righty, guys, we are here with Brock Champlin, your 2024 Masters of Dirt 4-wheel drive modified buggy overall TQ after 2 rounds. Brock, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks. My stuff was pretty awesome. Like both cars, both 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive have been awesome. I'm doing a lot of work to truck, but it's been nice, not really cranking wrenches, really changing anything at all. So just driving. Kind of the same story as 2-wheel drive. My tires got a little bit older, a little bit softer. I could feel it squirming a little bit more towards the end and then the dust. So not quite sure what to do for tires for tomorrow. I'm going to run and then probably break in another set that has even less time on it and then kind of go from there for tomorrow.
Yeah, running 10-minute mains tomorrow, so that's going to be a big change. Those 5-minute little shootouts, going to a 10-minute to see those tires, how much they're going to fade off from tire sauces and things like that.
Yeah, not only that, but the track's really bumpy, so it puts a lot of heat into the tire. So same with like the berm. So when the tire's getting softer and softer over the course of the run, you're going to want a tire that's fresher, as fresh as you can run. So I mean, you probably could, honestly, you could see somebody running brand new tires too. So, yeah, it'll be interesting. I'll break in a couple sets and then just take the best one.
Gotcha. So you are thinking that some people may go out there on a absolutely green tire with no laps at all and just break them in just in the warm-up laps.
Yeah, depending on how this last round of 4-wheel drive, I could do it too. So, yeah, just the fresher the tire, the better when the track's bumpy and hard to drive out there. So, yeah, we'll see.
Gotcha, man. Well, congratulations on your TQ. You are sitting pretty right now for that Masters of Dirt title, your very first one. So we wish you the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you.
All righty, guys, your 2024 modified 4-wheel drive buggy TQ holder, Brock Champlin. All righty, guys, we're going to take a 30-minute break as we get ready for concourse. So we'll be back here in just a little after 2 o'clock now. We should be back right around about 2:35. 2:35, we'll be back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today. Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All righty, guys, we are back for round number 3. It is the 2024 10th anniversary of the Masters of Dirt, brought to you by Exalt and Proline Racing. We'd like to say a special thank you to our sponsors, Exalt, Team Losi Racing, J Concepts, R1 Works, TZO Tires, Hobby Wing, Reedy, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Motive, Factory Tracks Racing, ProTech, and our associate sponsors of 1UP Racing, S-Works, Beachrc.com, Racecraft USA, True Form, Assault RC, FDJ Motorsports, Track Tack, Tire Prep, and I'd also like to give a very special thank you to everybody that has tuned in here this weekend watching the production from Elite RC Productions. Danny Paz, myself, and Patrick Rossiter are all here this weekend doing our thing. Hope you guys are enjoying the broadcast. We got one more round of qualifying still to go here as guys are getting lined up. There was a resort after Q2. Some of our classes have already been decided, but a few more still to go here this weekend. We'll be done probably getting started here now. Looks like right around 2:35, so we should be done right around 7:30 is when we should be done. And we'll pick back up in the morning at 8 a.m. with our main events. During the break, we had a little bit of fun. We had some concourse judging, and the tallies being figured up on that now. We also had a couple of birthdays here this weekend. We'd like to wish Tater Sontag a very special happy 18th birthday. We'd also like to say a happy birthday as well to Julian Overis. Looks like he's had a birthday as well this weekend, so happy birthday to those two. I think we also had another one as well. Van Sloots also had a birthday this weekend, so happy birthday to him. Getting them all gridded up here, getting them ready to go. Race number 1 of 36 for our final round of qualifying. RJ Henry has set TQ overall here in 21.5, two-wheel drive modified buggy. We'd like to say a very special congratulations to him. Young man also was the winning recipient of a brand new B7D, compliments of Lee Kessler, Elite RC Productions, Nitro Pro, J Concepts, Exalt, and Beachrc. And he's actually out there racing that thing right now. You see it lined up right there, very first on the grid, closest one to the start line. So congratulations to RJ, making use of it already. Here we go. All right, they're turning them loose. So it's RJ going to lead them off here. Again, he's already wrapped up TQ here for this weekend. RJ going to go for a tumble there as he gets bit in the shark tank. That washboard section, I call that the shark tank because, man, it will bite you in a hurry. Oh, no, having some problems there on the lander. I'd also like to say a very special thank you to Larry Genova as well, as Larry Genova painted that body for RJ, donated his time. RJ coming around that berm turn over there. Oh, one second, I got to refresh my scoring over here on this end. Excuse me just one moment. I have no scoring up. Apologize for that. RJ Henry right now finds himself out in front. Dean Howard running in that number 2 spot. Robert Lynn in the number 3. RJ working his way up and over the tabletop. Oh, man. Looks like Miss Beth had a little bit of trouble right there in front of him. But RJ going to clear that lap traffic now. Dean Howard holding on at number 2. Jeff Coons in number 3. Happy Dillmore in the 4. Robbie Lynn in the 5. Beth in that number 6. Bill Colster in the 7. And Dennis Harvey in the number 8 spot. There goes RJ in that brand new Team Associated B7D. It did not take them long, man. Them guys, they hustled over there. Put that thing together for him. Car was already assembled by Patrick Rossiter. It was a roller chassis, but it had no electronics in it. And we went around and we found him a brand new motor. We found him a brand new ESC, brand new servo. J Concepts donated some tires. Thank you so much to everybody that contributed. RJ still leading the way. Dean Howard in that number 2 spot. Man, I think my producer up there, director, he must be going to sleep over there hitting buttons. He's saying by mistake, but I think he's fallen asleep. He has not had a nap today, and Danny likes to have his siestas. You know, he is a Latino. He's Spanish descent, so he likes to have his siestas. When he went to Spain for Worlds, he definitely hit the siesta button every day. Oh no, RJ going to spin it out in the corner as he laid the power down. R.J. Henry still out in front. Dean Heckert still working that number 2 spot. Jeff Coons now moves up into that number 3. Got Dana Tindall cheering on Jeff Coons. Jeff from the Savannah, Georgia area down at Phil Hurd Raceway. Happy Dillmore in that number 4 spot. Robbie Lynn in number 5. Beth Ludwig in the 6. Bill Colster in the 7. And Dennis Harvey in the 8. It's going to be a totally different ball game tomorrow as these guys will be running a 10-minute final. You heard in that last interview that we had with Brock Champlin, the tires begin to fade at the end of the run, so it's going to be very interesting to see how the tire management takes place in the 10-minute run. It doesn't have quite the grip that they have at the beginning, so it's going to be a crapshoot for them tomorrow in those 10-minute finals. I don't think that the tire wear here is very much. The tire wear is very minimal. It's the green rubber, the fresh rubber, that it's the heat cycles that change the consistency of the rubber. Oh, boy, all kinds of problems here. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's upside down in the sucker hole over there. R.J. Henry had a 12-second lead up on Dean Howard. That's going to change a little bit. So they're carrying a lot of speed around the corners. They're carrying a lot of speed at the off cambers. Same way in the berm turns where they put a lot of pressure on the car. So it heats up the foams, heats up the tires. So whenever the tires cool down, they go through that heat cycle. The compounds change a little bit. They become a little bit less grippy from what I'm understanding from the guys in the pro classes. So that's why they like to go out on a fresh scrub tire. But some of them may be going out on a totally green tire and just let the tire break in and the foam break in during the race. So they'll be at a little bit of a disadvantage at the start, but maybe they're at the end with the speed that they need. Interesting to see how the tire game works and shakes down. So the race clock has now expired. R.J. Henry has led this one here pretty much from tone to tone. He's on his final lap, working his way around some lap traffic here. Here he comes over here on the right-hand side of the track, coming back towards start-finish line. It will be R.J. Henry taking the win here in race number 1 of Q3. Dean Howard going to come home in that number 2 spot. All right, waiting on Happy Dillmore. All righty, guys, we're going to grab a quick interview with Dean Howard, our second-place finisher in this race. We'll be right back. All righty, guys, his third round of qualifying. We are here with Dean Howard. Dean took the number 2 spot and number 2 spot overall here in 21.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Dean, RJ looks like he's going to be hard to beat out there. You got anything for him in that 10-minute final?
Unless I can figure out why in the world the motor keeps laying down halfway through the race, yeah, he's going to walk away with it. The kid's good.
Yeah, he definitely has some speed in his car this weekend, that's for sure. It's going to be a big win for him if he can hold on to it. But, hey, anything can happen in 10 minutes.
Yeah, well, he's just real smooth, and that's what's good about him right now. You know, hey, the kid's good. You know, you got to give him credit.
Yeah, so you say your motor's laying over. So is it motor fade or is it battery fade?
Well, no, we know it's motor fade. Took it apart, looked at it. We noticed some shims had rubbed down to almost nothing. Yeah, which was letting the sensor board touch the rotor. So took it apart, re-shimmed it, put it back together. Looked like it did good for about half the race. Then all of a sudden I had like half power, and that was it. And then all of a sudden it would take off again.
Yeah, it might be time to find a new motor.
Yeah, I do believe it's toast. Yeah.
All right, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck in your mains tomorrow, and congratulations on your second place finish, second place starting position. All righty, guys. That's it for 21.5 for this weekend. They'll be back for the mains tomorrow. Here we go, guys. It's time for race number 2. This is our first heat of 2 for 10th scale Truggy. Mini Truggy presented by Tekin. As you can see on your screen, guys, there is a QR code. If you would please scan that QR code, you will be entered in a chance for $20 is the cost to win a team associated B4.1 from Elite RC Productions. Every dollar that we raise is going straight to Keenan White to bring him over for AMS and Fall Brawl for this year's event. It's going to be doing the online commentary, and we need all the help that we can get. We have right at about 30 tickets remaining. Buy a ticket, guys. We'll give you a big shout out here on the feed and enter in a chance to win. Go home with a team associated B4.1. Even if you don't want to run the Nitro B4.1, hey, you can turn around and offload that thing. $20 out of your pocket, and next thing you know, you got several hundred in your pocket. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man. Corey McKelvin. Man, I thought he was going to break that one. That was hard on that left front on the lander. Thought it was going to break it for sure. Mike Kling right now leading the way. Mike Kling, Chris Zimmerman running 1 and 2 here in Baby Truggy. Coming across that start-finish line there. Let's see who that is. No, that's not Mike Kling. Chris Zimmerman now with the race. Oh, no, Zimmerman going to go for a tumble. Mike Hicks now going to be moving up into that top spot as there was only a 0.6 of a second separation. Mike Hicks now on a 15.508. I think Mike Hicks runs a black paint scheme. If I remember correctly, should be working the middle section of the track. No, not a black paint scheme. Here comes Mike Hicks. A long lap for Hicks. So it's going to be Zimmerman that's going to be moving up into the race lead. So back to Zimmerman in that all-white Truggy. That's him going all squirrely at the jump away double. Now in the middle section of the track, got Corey McKelvin there directly in front of Corey running in at number 2 spot. They're separated by 0.4 of a second. Here they come back to the line. Chris Zimmerman with a 1 second lead here up on Corey. The third and final round of qualifying underway. Guys, we're going to be done right about 7:30 Eastern Standard Time here for qualifying. We're going to start at 8 a.m. in the morning with the main events. It'll be an early start in the morning. Actually, I think it's 8 a.m. in the morning. They get a little bit of practice. Actually, I think we're going to start racing at 9. Yep, racing going to start at 9, so they get about 45 minutes of practice in the morning and 2-minute shakedown runs. Chris Zimmerman still leading the way. He's 1.3 seconds up on Corey McKelvin. Elvin need to find a way around that white truck. McKelvin running the orange. They come through the middle section of the track. Onto the right-hand side. They got lap traffic now stuck in between them. Enos Graves in at number 3. Mike Kling holding on to the 4. Mike Hicks 5. And Jeffrey Coons in at number 6. 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Got another heat coming up here in just a moment. Our A group. Zimmerman across that start-finish line, stretching out that lead now. 3.2 seconds up on the field. Showing 18.8. I'm showing 18.8 on my end. Yes. There he is across the line with 18.9 that time by. Corey McKelvin in the number 2 spot. Long lap here for Corey McKelvin. Oh, man, this doesn't look good. Corey going to drop down that number 3 spot now with a 25-second lap. That gives Enos Graves up to the number 2 spot. Dana Taylor asking, would I be allowed to run in 21.5 two-wheel drive? If this is an independent class with no sponsors, no, you would not, Dana. Zimmerman continuing to lead the way, coming across that start-finish line. Enos Graves in at number 2 spot. Corey McKelvin working at number 3. Mike Hicks 4. Mike Kling into 5. 4:30 down, 30 seconds left to go. Chris Zimmerman streaking across that line. Out in front. Race clock is about to expire here. Chris Zimmerman still out in front. As the race clock expires, the guy's going to be racing back to the line here. Looks like Zimmerman going to come home with the win here in race number 2. Yes, he will. Cross the line, 16.5-15. Give it to Chris Zimmerman here in the B group. That is the race, guys. All right, you guys, going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturers Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. Okay. All righty, guys, we are back to you here with race number 3. We're waiting on the screen to update here. We're still showing the results here from the previous race. All right, here we go, guys. Race number 3, Ryan Cottle, Van Sloots, Matthew Poirier, Nathaniel Grubbs, Eric Washburn, and Eric Irvin going to be in this one. So Ryan Cottle right now is sitting TQ. I think Ryan's got one and Van Sloots has one. So it's going to be decided here in Q3. The TQ time they're looking to beat, 16.5-15 from Chris Zimmerman. Ryan Cottle, one of the guys that helped out R.J. Henry here this weekend. Thanks to Ryan Cottle a lot for his help in getting the car ready here for young racer R.J. Henry. So Eric Washburn going to come across the line with the race lead here after lap number 1. Nathaniel Grubbs in at number 2, Matthew number 3, Cottle 4, Van Sloots 5, Eric Urban 6. Just over 4 minutes left to go. Nathaniel Grubbs now going to move up into the race lead. Washburn holding on to 2. Van Sloot's up to the number 3. Man, a tight battle right now. Everybody right now, top 5, 1.8 seconds, all that's separating them here. Dana Tennell, I am not sponsored by anyone. I thought you were sponsored by Pro 1 RC, Hong Nor, all that stuff. Pretty sure I remember seeing those announcements not too long ago where you were a factory driver for them, team driver for them. Nathaniel Groves right now out in front. Van Sloot's holding on to that number 2 spot. Matthew in that number 3. Top 3, only half a second separating them right now. It's tied up front. Ryan Cottle now going to come across the line. He's going to be in that number 4 spot. Man, your top 4 only separated here by 0.7 of a second. Minute 45 down, 3:15 left to go. New race leader, Van Sloot's out in front. Van took the win in Q1. See what he can do here in Q2. If he takes a win here in Q2, he be your overall champ. Oh boy. So now Eric Washburn going to move up into the race lead. Nathaniel Grubbs at number 2 and Matthew in at number 3. 2:15 down, 2:45 left to go. Eric Washburn coming across the line with the race lead right now, looking to be spoiler. So Ryan Cottle took TQ in round number 2, currently running in that number 5 spot. It is Baby Truggy, 4-wheel drive, 1/10 scale stadium truck, presented by Tekin, out on the track. Van Sloots finds himself with the race lead. Eric Washburn holding on to that number 2 spot. Nathaniel Grubbs in that number 3. Your top 3 right now separated by 5.5 as Van beginning to stretch it out here. So the track now very similar to what it was yesterday in that first round of qualifying. Oh no, on the wrong side of the track there for Van. He had a 5-second lead. He just ran his fast lap race at a 17.7, and he gets bit in the shark tank. We got a shark attack. Oh my goodness. Van having some problems here, having to be marshaled. 90 seconds left to go. Van, Nathaniel, Eric, Ryan, Matthew, and Eric Irvin. Right now your running order. Van Sloot's coming across the line, 2.5 seconds up on Nathaniel Grubbs with just right at 60 seconds remaining. Grubbs trying to close the gap. Eric Washburn right there as well. Your top 3 separated here by 2.5 seconds. Van Sloot's right now on your race screen as he comes across that start-finish line. Nathaniel Grubbs holding on to that number. Ooh, long lap here for Nathaniel. Going to drop him down to the 3. Put Eric Washburn now up to the 2. Van 3.6 seconds up on the field. Just got a couple of more laps here to go. Just got to keep it on all 4 wheels and off the pipe. Nathaniel Grubbs comes across the 2 spot. 3 seconds of the race lead, but only 1/10 of a second up on Washburn. Race number 4 in staging. Fixing to decide the TQ here in 4-wheel drive stadium truck. Brought to you by Tekin. So the race clock has expired. So, this is the final lap here for Van. 1 more corner to go, and he'll come to the line. It will be Van Sloot's taking the win and TQ as Nathaniel Grubbs going to finish up in that number 2 spot. Looks like Eric Washburn going to come home in. Oh, man, Washburn going to fall down to the 5. Put Ryan Cottle in the 3. All righty, guys, that's a race. So here, let's get a quick interview with Van. Alrighty, guys, we are here with your overall TQ winner here in four-wheel drive baby truggy presented by Tekin Van Sloots. You're going to be starting in that P1 position.
Yeah, it's going to be easy starting in P1. Get out to a good start.
How is your truck running? I know that it changed a little bit from Q2 to Q3.
Yeah, turn down the power a lot. This track is really tight, so little as power is good.
Yeah, I got you, man. So any secrets for tomorrow? It's a 10-minute final tomorrow.
No, just throwing clean laps. That's about it.
All right, man. Well, we wish you the best of luck at tomorrow in your 10-minute final. All right, guys. Van Sloots, your overall TQ here in in four-wheel drive baby truggy. We'll be getting back to the action here in just a moment. All righty, guys, here we are, race number 4, back with the action here once again. It is 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy presented by Reedy out on the track. We got 4 heats here. This is your D group resort after 2 rounds of qualifying. Looks like we're waiting on getting everybody checked in, waiting on a couple of marshals to get out here. Well, one of our marshals, our volunteer marshal, done fell down out there. Oh, boy. Those of you that are watching at home, if you haven't done so already, please reach over, hit that like button. Let's see where we are at on the likes. Last I looked, we had 83. Did we make it to 100 yet? We're at 96. Guys, we're 4 likes away from 100. Can we get 4 likes, those of you that are watching at home? If you haven't done so yet, just reach over there, hit that like button. We're looking for 4 likes. Oh, there's 97. We're up to 97. We need 3 more. Oh, bam, look at there. Just like that, we're up to 103. Thank you, guys. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. All righty, guys, we are off and running. Sean Volley, he is going to lead the way in this 8-car field. Oh, no, he's going to roll it over here at the start. Oh, boy. They're all tied up here. There's Doug Ludwig. Doug going to come across the line. Looks like he's going to be our race leader, as everybody having all kinds of problems here on this first lap. Oh, my goodness. Doug having some problems here on the second lap. John Grant, I think you need to start a 60 over class. Well, John, if you could find me 12 consistent racers that want to run week in, week out, or travel to every single race, anything's possible. But you got to have 12 of them. There just aren't that many of them out there, especially ones that are willing to travel regularly. 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Doug Ludwig with that race lead, 2.1 seconds up on Eric Haywood last time by the line. Warren Campbell in the number 3 spot. William Oberly holding on to number 4. Sean Volley in the 5. Sam Crow in at number 6. Chris Harrison at 7. Don Bordeaux in the 8. .90 seconds down and 3:30 left to go. Warren Campbell, 1.6 seconds up on Eric Haywood. Doug Ludwig now going to fall down to that number 3 spot. Sean Volley holding on to the 4. Sam Crow 5. Warren Campbell only 1.4 seconds up on the field. Man, they snaking their way through up and over the doubles. Here they come across that start-finish line. Looks like Doug bounced it off the wall. Still going to hold on to his position, though. Still working at number 3. Eric Haywood, 0.4 of a second behind Will Campbell. It's going to be Warren Campbell right here in that all silver. Oh boy, off the track he goes. Warren Campbell going to have to be marshaled. He did have a 4.5 second lead here up on Sean Volley. You're halfway there, racers. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Race number 4 on the track. Race number 5 going to be coming up next. Let's see here. I do actually, yeah. So I tell you what, after this race, I'll go out there and get it. Yeah, after this race, I'll go out there and get it. 1:40 left to go. Warren Campbell, Sean Volley running in that number 1 and 2 spot. Eric Haywood in that number 3. Doug Ludwig in the 4. Sam Crow 5. Chris Harris in the 6. William Moberly in the 7. Tom Bordeaux in the 8. Warren Campbell coming across the line. 2 seconds up on Sean Volley right now. Race 4 on the track. Race number 5. You're coming up next. It is Reedy 40+ two-wheel drive buggy. Warren Campbell coming across that start-finish line. 8.7 seconds up on the field. Doug Ludwig in that number 2 spot. 0.6 of a second up on Haywood. One spins out right in front of our race leader, Warren Campbell. Just barely skirting around the outside of him. 30 seconds left to go. It's Campbell, Ludwig, Volley, Haywood, and Harris, your top 5. To Warren Campbell now with a 12-second lead up on Doug Ludwig. Doug Ludwig coming across the line in that number 2 spot just in front of Eric Haywood. Sean Volley falls down to the number 4. It's a 3-car battle right now for that 2, 3, and 4. But Warren Campbell is well out in front. His race clock has now expired. Problems there for our race leader. Rolls it upside down. He's got a big lead up on the field. Here he comes back towards start-finish. And Warren Campbell will take the win at a 15.518. That's the race, guys. All right, we're going to do a quick commercial break. Be right back.
Hello there, children. Hey, Chef. So Lance had to go take a potty break, so I'm going to fill in for this one. This is heat number 2 of our Old Man two-wheel drive buggy presented by Reedy. It's going to be Justin Doyle leading them off on the tone, followed by Shane, Mark, Bubba, Michael, Owen, Chris, Will, and Eric. Lovely to see everyone tuning in on the Tube of You and the Book of Face. Hopefully everyone's having a great weekend. Shout out to Danny Paz, our moving camera person thingy. Been a pretty fun weekend here at Beachrc for the 10th annual Dirt Masters of Dirt. Hello, Brett. How are you? I know, Dana. I'll let him know that you're freelance now. All right, guys, here we go. We're about to get started. This is our C resort of Old Man two-wheel buggy. Here we go. Doyle going to lead them off in the TLR. Tell you what, boys, that washboard section, it's all about where you hit it, because sometimes you're clean and sometimes you're dirty, if you know what I mean, through the washboard. And here we go, coming around for lap number 1. Justin Doyle's opening lap going to be a 19.9. Shane McCall right behind him, 18.4. Oh, Doyle going to get that off camber. A little bit too impatient. Mark Reed, 20.1. Owen Simmons, 20.7. Will Santiago, 20.3. Let everyone's time. Uh-oh. Somebody trying to take a breath mint, but they need to breathe a little more, I guess. Yep, we're going to be following Justin Doyle, who is currently scored out front 63 thousandths of a second up on the field. Oh, look out in that bowl turn. Goodness gracious. Here comes Doyle back around for... Coming around for lap number 3. It's going to be a 19.4, but Shane McCall, 18.6. So McCall now to the point. Yep, that is Shane directly behind Justin there. Right now, TQ time to beat is Warren Campbell, 15.518. Right now, Shane and Justin are both on 16-lap runs. So we got 1.5 down, 3.5 to go. Thank you, Dana. Yeah, we're monitoring Jeffy. He's having the time of his life right now, and he's sober. That's the plus side of it. So Doyle coming back around. New hot lap by him, 18.5. McCall, 18.7. Gap now, 12 hundredths. We're doing some headset mic testing, guys. So that is actually my my inner voice talking out loud right now.
Check.
Yes, Brett. We will be there for Fall Brawl. Lefty will be joining us for Fall Brawl as well. Yep, so we'll have a full crew at Fall Brawl. Gene Shrout having to stay home and continue to do some damage control from his unfortunate house fire that he had a couple months back. Figuring out real quick that insurance company's #1 job is to find ways to not pay you. So he's having to take care of that and get his family all in situated there. He will be joining us in 2 weeks at AMS and Carpet Champs, yes. Yes, which is after AMS. Thank you, Danny. My talking calendar in my left ear reminding me. So we continue to follow along with Shane McCall. He is the blue, white, and red. I believe that is C-Main sidekick Owen Simmons right in front of him as they go through the washboard section. Oh, a gaggle of cars. Oh, boy. Oh, that's a butt clincher, and Shane's not going to clear it, but he's still got the best end of that crash, if there is one. So the gap last time by the line was 6.5 seconds between him and Justin for the race lead. We got 1:45 to go. As we follow along with Owen Simmons, currently scored in that #3 spot. After that wreck, he's going to drop down to the 5. So C-Main sidekick having to find some speed, and it's not there. Oh, and him and Justin get tangled up. Going to have to be Marshall. Dud Ludwig out there trying to do his best. Very, very hectic indeed, Danny. Oh, Jesus. Look. Oh. Oh, my Lord. It's like, I got it. I ain't got it. All right, so back on Shane. Follow along with him. We got just over a minute to go. Lead is very open now. 12 seconds on the field. Shane's just got to keep it Keep it clean. Be patient around the traffic. Now, the one thing that's very interesting about this layout, guys, is if you notice, the lanes that are furthest from you are actually the tightest lanes. So it's all about depth perception, where you stand on the driver's stand, and how tall your stool is in order to see. And as far as marshalling back there, you better be wearing cleats. There's a look of Mr. McCall in his pinky, Team Pinky Exalt shirt. I was telling Kevin, why is everybody wearing a pink shirt? Oh, support the Tatas. That's what it is. That's what we're doing. Always got to support them. 15 seconds to go here for Shane McCall, comfortably out front. 14 seconds up on the field. Mark Reed going to move into that number 2. Doyle down to the 3. Mark and Doyle only separated by half a second as they're going to come back toward the line. They may get one more lap after this one as the clock expires. We'll see how it shakes out. But right now, it looks like Shane McCall will reset TQ here in the C resort of Old Man Two-Wheel Buggy. And indeed he will. 16.504 for Shane McCall. Mark Reed going to come home in the 2. Justin Doyle 3. Owen Simmons 4. Michael Sunderland going to round out your top 5. Actually, those top 5 are all going to be better than previous round TQ. So Warren Campbell's TQ, he will now drop down to 6th overall for the round so far. All right, so we'll take a quick commercial break. We are back. Here we are for the B resort of Old Man Two-Wheel Buggy. We have Craig Action Jackson going to lead them off on the tone, followed by Eric Everett, Brad Powell, Kevin Abbott, Eddie Henley, Mike Hicks, Ben Warner, Daddy Tom Sherman, and Jason Westfall. Going to finish blowing off the track, let everyone get their warm-up laps in. Oh, how are we looking over here in the tube of you? Oh, I see Mr. Steve checking in. Looks like me driving always upside down. No, Mr. Steve, there's only one Papa Smurf, and that is you, sir. And here we go, guys. Scan that QR code to enter for your chance to win an awesome waffle to help get Lefty over here. We do need his airplane food stamps. So if you scan that QR code, see how you can win another great waffle courtesy of Elite RC Productions to help bring us Keenan, Lefty the Great White, over here to do some commentary for AMS number 15 as well as the Fall Brawl. Make sure you scan that QR code. You can win some free stuff. Free stuff, $5. So we got Matt Keppel cheering on Eric Everett. Eric looking good this weekend, actually, in the HB two-wheel. Actually see a couple of those here this weekend that are looking pretty good. I actually see some HB four-wheels. There's actually one gentleman here running Serpent tent scales, so busting out the vintage stuff. Here we go, race number 6. It's going to be Action Jackson leading them off from the pole. Coming into that treacherous bowl turn. I'm serious. Y'all need cleats to marshal over there. It's just crazy. I'm in my Hey Dudes, and it's like, whoa, bro. That's what it's like. I'm walking over there. Whoa, bro. All right, so Eric Everett coming out swinging 19-3. Look at Kevin Abbott, 19-1. Wow. He must be sobering up. They party hardy last night. Let me tell y'all. It was a 10-drink minimum, 2-teat maximum last night. The only thing that didn't make last night was Joey Fisher wasn't here in his mankini. Because believe me, if he showed up in that thing, it would have been a full moon. Good night. But there he is, Mr. Team Exalt. Team leader, Kevin Abbott. Having a little bit of trouble. He's going to drop down the board, so now it's going to be Eric Everett leading the way. Let's find Eric on the racetrack. There's Eric. That's him. Eric's sporting the beard now. He's got hair on his face, but not his head. Hell, I'm one to talk. Oh, dear. Look out. Oh, and Kevin's in the way. And there's Daddy Sherm right behind him. Tom's currently scored in that number 5 spot. Eric coming back toward the line, 19.9. He's got the hot lap on the track, though, with an 18.8. Yeah, that rumble tabletop is very, very deceiving. Very deceiving. And I think Kevin started drinking again on the track. Oh, boy. So as we follow along with Eric Everett right now, 2.5 up on Westfall. That is Ben Warner behind him, currently scored in the number 7 spot. There you go. Oh, and Eric trying to wall ride, but ain't nothing to ride up there. And Marshall going to have to get to him. So that's going to cost Eric a lot of time. It's going to be new race leader, looking like it's going to be Jason Westfall. Let's try and find him on the track. Let's see. That's him right there going into the double. There's Westfall. That is Sean Harding's right-hand man. Jason not racing that much this year, so he's really having to knock the rust off. He's not too terribly happy with his performance, but at the same time not too terribly disappointed as he currently leads here in the B Resort, a 40-plus two-wheel mod presented by Reedy. Halfway down, 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Westfall, Powell, Henley, Jackson, and Everett right now top 5. Eddie Henley coming out the door swinging 18.6 new hot lap, being scored in that number 3 spot. As we continue to follow along with our race leader, Jason Westfall, last time by the line, just over 2 seconds up on Brad Powell. Westfall's fast lap was last time by 19 flat. Let's see what he comes across. 19.2. Opens that gap up now to 3 seconds. You are correct, Brett. Wouldn't be RC racing without adult beverages. But I will say this. As far as last night, I did not partake in anything heavy. Because to quote my good friend Joe Bornhorst, how come you're not partying? I'm at work. That's why. And he looks down at his sponsor shirt when he tells me that. So I do agree with that, very much so. It's one thing to party hard, but you know, I've never seen very few people able to qualify well with a hangover. There's Mr. Westfall right there coming back towards start-finish line. That's Atson Jatson right behind him in that number. Oh, Jason going for a hard tumble, hitting that treacherous left side. That left side is actually a little higher on the very top. Hello, Kyle Brown, checking in from, I believe, the girlfriend's house in Manitoba as he's on vacation. Kyle's all excited because he did place an online order for one of the Dakota Fen Ultimate engines, and I actually went over to Dakota and had him, asked him nicely to sign the box for him. So now Kyle was giggling like he was at a Spice Girls concert. And if you don't know who the Spice Girls are, you're probably wearing braces. And if you do know who the Spice Girls are, you probably have back problems. Oh, boy. Westfall's about to have a back door full of Eddie Henley as now the Hoosier RC Complex owner moves into the number 2 spot. Comes across the line, 17.9. Eddie Henley now new race leader. Let's find Eddie on the track. Forget what his paint job looks like. I think this is him coming toward the line, Danny. Yep, that's him going into the washboard right there. Last car in line. There's Eddie. Yellow, orange, and red. See, Eddie's so happy to be here. That's actually Eddie smiling, if anybody doesn't know. All right, so race clock is expired. Let's see if Eddie can hold on to it. He's going to come across the line. 16.513. He's still on the clock. That was lap 15, so he's going to get one more lap. Not going to be able to reset TQ. Shane McCall's going to hold with a 16.504, but Eddie will go second overall so far here in Old Man Two Wheel for round number 3, excuse me. So good job, Eddie Henley. Jason Westfall going to come home in the 2. Daddy Sherm going to get a top 3. Brad Powell in the 4, and Eric Everett rounding out the top 5. All righty, guys. Quick commercial break. Be right back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing S-Works. Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at beachrc.com today.
All right, and we are back. Here we are for the A resort of 40 plus 2 on my buggy presented by Reedy. It is Uncle Paul Wynn. Gonna lead him off from the pole. Then it's Eric Washburn, Chris Van Air, Daddy Dave McHugh, Sean Harding, Brett Dunsford, Mike. I can't say his last name. I'm sorry, Mike. Mike T, Aaron Rowley, and Matthew Poirier. Matthew's actually pitting across from me, and very, very nice man. Very cool. Very cool. As we get situated there, there's Sean Harding. I see him up there. There's Chris Van Air. There's Uncle Paul. Sean Harding, as we call him, Homeless Jesus. There's Daddy Dave McEwen. Dave looks great. Dave has lost a ton of weight. He looks so much better. I'm sure he feels better. There's Brent Densford, our master of ceremonies. This is our A resort of 40 plus 2-wheel mod about to get underway. There's Eric Washburn, representing the world of RC up in Lucoma, North Carolina. We will be heading there for Beast of the East in late January 2025. I want to thank World of RC for inviting the Elite RC production crew back. That was a very fun event. As the top, we got a ball cup that has left the chat. Yeah, is that Brent? Yeah, that's Brent. Okay, well, Daddy Sherm should be able to pop it back on. Yep, there we go. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it. All right, here we go. Right now, TQ time to beat for round 3 is Shane McCall, 16.504. Let's see who's going to reset it for round number 3. As we follow, so Paul has already taken the overall, so he's using round 3 as a practice run. So kind of follow along with Uncle Paul as he leads it off for lap number 1, excuse me. Chris Van Air, 17.9. Paul, 18.3. Eric Washburn, 18.3. Daddy Dave, 18.8. Sean Harding, 18.8. Early top 5 for lap number 1. Next class coming up next is our bottom heat of 17.5 2-wheel buggy presented by R1 Works. That is coming up next. As we follow along now with Chris Van Air. Coming back across the line, 17.8 last lap. So he's got that B7 working. I was talking to Chris earlier, and he's in talks with Sean Harding to kind of do some changes, hopefully, to the Snap Hard series going into 2025. Hoping to do some more outdoor tent scale racing. So we'll see how what Sean is able to do. I know Sean is a new baby daddy, so he's got his youngins to worry about now. But Chris Van Air is still out front, 2.5 up on Uncle Paul. Daddy Dave in that number 3, Aaron 4, Densford in the 5. 17.1 last time for Chris Van Air. Coming across the line this time, 17.4 as we follow along now with Uncle Paul. Just turned his fast lap of the race, 17.6. Paul also sporting his B7. His car doing double duty this weekend. He's running 40 plus 2-wheel mod as well as regular 2-wheel mod. Dana says Lance said I couldn't be a bully in 21.5. You're right. You can't. So Van Air having a little bit of a mistake there. Got to be marshaled. Oh, he's got to gather it back up. That's going to cost him a lot of time. Yeah, 23.8. That ain't going to get it. So now Paul Wynn to the point. All right, so we're right at halfway. 2:30 down, 2:30 to go. Paul Wynn leading the way. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Paul this year turned 50. He turned the big 5-0 this year. Man. Paul's still doing it. Still kicking around. Looking good. Can't see who that is. I believe that's Eric Washburn that's in front of him right there. Yep, Eric currently in the number 8 spot. So Eric's got a little bit of work to do. But it is Paul Wynn. Actually, look at that, 5.8. So, yeah, 6 seconds up on the field. Chris Van Air, Sean Harding, Daddy Dave, and Aaron Rowley, your top 5. Paul does have more hair than me. Absolutely. One word, genetics. I'm just more aerodynamic, that's all. Which is kind of ironic because Paul actually designs all of the body styles for J Concepts. So all the airflow and all the high gripped options in the body world of J Concepts, partially thanks to Paul Wynn, all his continued hard work and supporting. Just over 1 minute to go for Uncle Paul. Right now, 17.506. Right now, top 4 drivers all ahead of Shane McCall's TQ run here for round 3. Paul in cruise control. Paul's going to do the same thing I did, or I'm going to do for a short bus, is just use Q3 as a practice run to test and tune since he's already got TQ locked up. He's just testing some stuff out, possibly breaking some tires in for the main tomorrow. As clock continues to wind on now, 30 seconds to go. I know, only close battle on the track I see up front is going to be between Sean Harding and Dave McEwen for that number 3 spot. Oh, we got a gaggle of traffic going into the big double, going into the back double. Excuse me. Big double, back double, only double. So there's Sean Harding directly behind Paul there. Sean being scored in the number 3 spot as clock expires. So looks like Paul is going to definitely wrap it up as he's going to reset TQ once again. So Paul has gone undefeated this weekend in 40 plus 2-wheel mod. 17.506. Good job to Uncle Paul. Sean Harding going to come home in that number 2. Chris Van Air 3. Daddy Day 4. And Aaron Rowley rounding out the top 5 for this race. It's Paul Wynn, Chris Van Air, Sean Harding, Shane McCall, Dave McEwen, top 5 overall for the round. As we're going to take a quick commercial break, get ready for the next class. Alrighty, guys, and we are back for 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. This is Heat 1 of 5. Eric Irving going to lead us off on the tone, followed by Mitch York, Eric Haywood, Thomas Burnside, Jermaine Merchant, Lachlan Croussard, Killian Dillmore, and Charlie Buckland. Okay. Oh, boy, so we got the static cam going as Danny Paz quickly runs downstairs to go use the potty. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in on Elite RC Productions Facebook page, as well as Elite RC Productions YouTube page. Give us a shout-out out there, man. We only got 103 likes on YouTube. Where's everybody at? Send in likes, man. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Share it around. Subscribe. Carrier pigeon. You know how expensive it is to get Keenan over here? DR is right near Miami, but it's still an international flight. We need them food stamps. We need them food stamps. No, seriously, guys, I really appreciate everyone joining in. Make sure you like, share, comment, subscribe, carrier pigeon to all of the Elite RC Production stuff. Oh, boy. We're about to have dual mics, kids. Okay. And Danny had to go to the bathroom.
Hello. Does this thing work?
Hello. Hello.
Why did I get demoted to the really crappy chair? You get to sit in the really good chair.
Would you like the really
Do I
good
suck
chair?
that bad?
No.
Listen, I've got me 2 good sleepy monster pigs. That guy right there is laid out. He gone.
He gone.
And then I got these 2 knuckleheads.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they look like brothers sitting there. Look at them.
Yeah, they're at the nursing home. That's the nursing home corner, as far as I'm concerned. They've been sleeping
I
like that
can't
for
wait
30
to post
years.
them up.
And he just woke up. He heard us talking about him.
They have no idea what's
Nope,
fixing to happen.
Not a clue. They don't know what Facebook is. They know what Rolodexes are.
Where are we at? Race 8? That's
Yeah.
all we're on is race 8?
Race
Man.
8 of 36. And
Good
I'm not up
grief.
until 19. I could probably go
19?
take a nap. Yeah. 19 for bus, 25 or
I
6
tell you
for
what,
Drew.
since you've already TQ'd that, why don't you let me go take a nap, and I'll race your car at race 19.
Wait a minute. How are you going to take a nap and race?
Talented.
Okay. Are you going to dream that you TQ'd?
It's a good possibility.
Okay. All right.
I mean, technically, if I was to go out there and race your truck in short course, I mean, technically, you're already TQ, which would means that if I raced, I'd be TQ as well.
That's true. And then I have to call you Peyton Sr.
I don't know about all that now.
Who's the Super Cup now?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Race number 8 underway. We're going to stay on the static cam until Danny gets situated as he's coming back from the little girl's room. Hello, Danny. Okay, Danny's back. There we are. So it is our Florida's own Mitch York going to start off because it looks like Eric Irving not going to be making the start here. So Mitch going to lead him around for lap number 1.
You want to know about this one guy that's in this race the first day of school? Every teacher's like, oh, great, I'm stuck with this guy. How in the world do you say Lachlan Cosrude? Because that's how it's said. That's how it's pronounced. Cosrude?
Because that's rude.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Lachlan Cosrude
I don't know.
is the man's name. But every teacher's nightmare right there. She's like,
Yeah.
is this real?
Just
Or
say
is this
AA Ron.
Is this a misprint?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's going to be Mitch York out in front. Got a 1.6 second lead here up on Eric Haywood. Killian Dillmore in the number 3 spot. Killian been turning a lot of laps for this weekend, running in 3 different classes
He is.
for that young man.
He is, and he's putting in work, too. I mean, every time I see him blow the track, it's funny because the blower's about as big as he is.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
We got
Mitch getting
a
tied up.
pile up over here.
Yeah, that was, I'm not sure who that was that Mitch got tied up. There's Mitch. There's our good buddy.
Charlie Buckland in that number 4 spot. Charlie didn't turn a single lap of practice until this morning, so he got a couple of laps in those shakedown runs, and here hanging out with his son Chad this weekend. Lachlan in the number 5 spot. Thomas Burnside comes across the line. He's working at number 6. Eric Irvin in the number 7 right now.
Oh, Eric finally joining the chat.
Yeah,
So
Eric
late
was
start.
Eric was a little late getting the start. He as always, people forget about the resort, which did 2 resorts here this weekend, so keeps the racers on their toes.
Oh, there is? Oh, I didn't even check it.
Yep.
Well, I should be fine.
Yep, there were 2 resorts here this weekend.
Yeah.
Mitch York and Eric Haywood now separated by 0.6 of a second here for the race lead. 15.5.19 to 15.5.21 respective paces.
No, Dana. Otto's not running 17.5. He's running open 2-wheel mod.
We need to find Dana a job. He spends too much time in the chat. We need to find him a girlfriend. I thought he was married.
He's married with 2
Never mind.
children.
Now I understand why he's in the chat so much. Go ahead, Dana. You're good to go, buddy. I got it. Eric Haywood and Mitch York running in that number 2 spot. Mitch York only now 1/10 of a second away from Eric, who's now moved up into the race lead. You're halfway there, racers. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go.
Whew. Halfway there, racers. Are
Halfway.
they listening to?
Hey, look, man.
I know.
Listen,
It's
listen,
hard.
listen.
It's
It's
hard.
nonstop. Yeah, you'll never get the RD.
Nope.
I should say halfway there, race fans. How about
There
that?
we
Race
go.
fans.
Yeah. Well, they're racers too. They're just not in this class that are listening. So
Yeah.
you're not wrong. You're not
Yeah.
wrong.
Well, this is the 17.5, so this is definitely outside of Dana's realm. He's trying to figure out the way to get into the 21.5 class.
Well, you know,
he says he's not sponsored anymore by our Pro 1 RC, but, you know, I seen the big announcement where he was sponsored, but I never saw the big announcement where he wasn't sponsored.
Well,
You know?
technically, I believe he's saying he's not sponsored because he's not using the product anymore.
Well, that's not how that works.
Okay. So you need a termination agreement. You need to talk to Carlos.
That's right. I need a press release. We need a press release interview. According to your agent, you are now relieved of your contract.
Yep.
Wait a minute. Is Brown his agent? Kyle Brown his agent?
No.
Huh?
Well, it depends on how many beers in they are.
Okay. 1:30 left to go. Mitch York comes across the line with 3.5 second lead here up on Eric Haywood, who's in that number 2 spot.
Now Dana's wife is in the chat.
Oh, Lord. What about Dana being married and spending so much time in the chat? Hey, you know.
Lauren.
Anything
to escape.
Yeah, I think that he is trying to hide. That's all I got to say, you know. But you're talking to a guy that's been married how many years now? 28, 27? 27 years? Yeah, 27 years.
Wow.
And I've talked to my wife 3-4 times, I think, in the last 3 or 4 days because she knows what I'm thinking and she tells me what I'm thinking. So,
well, you know, granted that in February Dana's about to get shipped off to South Korea for a year. So,
man, upside down there for Mitch Yorkovich and bad term marshal there.
Oh boy!
Now is his wife going? Wife and children? Are they going with him, or is he going to disappear for a year?
I think disappear for a year.
Well, it might be a blessing for her.
Yeah, that's true.
She's going to be able to gain her sanity back a little bit.
Dana will be in South Korea, and Kyle is being deployed in February to Egypt, which I'm trying to understand why. He had his phone screen sharing at my parents'. Oh my God, what a nerd! What a nerd! Look what I do. And I bet his father-in-law is like, really? You picked this guy? Okay. Well, he's playing with toy cars and not
Eric
drugs.
Haywood still continuing to way after the problem there from Mitch York and the bad marshal.
Oh, no.
Going to come across the line as the race clock expires. Mitch York going to close the gap down to 2 seconds here. So any kind of problem from Eric, and he's going to be there.
Yeah, it's still. I mean, it's going to come down to the last lap because it's they're still hot.
Lachlan going to come across the line. He's going to be done.
Okay. Eric with the late start climbing up to the 4. Good for him. So Eric going to come across the line 15.515. Mitch 15.520. It's going to be Eric taking the overall. Mitch going to have to settle for second. Lachlan third. Eric fourth. And Thomas Burnside rounding out the top 5.
All right, race number 8's in the books. Race number 9 going to be coming up on the stand. That was your E group's resort after 2 rounds of qualifying. Going to have the D group now coming up next.
All right, and we're going to do a quick commercial. Be right back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All righty, guys. So don't forget, scan that QR code. Get yourself a ticket for a really cool waffle in support of getting Lefty back over here to help commentate for the 15th Annual Alabama Manufacturer Shootout, as well as the Fall Brawl. Make sure you scan that QR code, and you could win yourself a really, really cool prize. Oh, God, there's my ugly mug. I've gone up a cup size. All right, so here we go. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works, Heat 2 of 5. It's going to be Mr. Keith Fasora leading them off on the tone. Rashad, Ray, Jonathan, Dustin, Aaron, Jacob, and Eric. Not too far behind. Lance, you having a good time?
I want to take a nap.
Okay. Is that a yes or no? Or should I ask that after?
You two ding-dongs kept me up too late last night.
Oh,
listen, I'm old. When I'm ready to go to bed, I don't want to chit-chat and talk about, bull crap. I'm just ready to go to bed.
Well, you know what? I fell asleep to your phone because you were watching Game of Thrones.
That's what I watch every night.
I know.
Every night.
Okay. So you had Game of Thrones and I had Judge Judy. Okay, fine. Actually, no. I was watching a bunch of videos of the customer states in the automotive world. And that's just like, okay, y'all need bicycles and Velcro tennis shoes because that's just no. Not just no, but heck no. All right, here we go. D Resort, 17.5 two-wheel, about to get underway.
Are you doing the hooligan race?
No, not this year. No, if I was running Baby Truggy, yes, but Nah.
Do we broadcast a hooligan race? I think we do, don't
Yes. Yes. Yep, and then I think it's the SCT Dash for Cash, or there was
something else.
Something, yeah. We'll see later. See what they got scored. Oh, what's going on? Oh, all cars got to be down in the bowl. At one little extra boost is not going to benefit either. Just get with everybody else and, yeah.
Well, it is the D resort.
Right.
So 17.5, so.
Yeah. If you actually read my report card in kindergarten, it would say.
The person that actually started 8th on the grid is liable to blow it by the 3rd corner. So.
Yeah, probably.
Nothing against Eric, but I'm just stating the fact.
Yeah. It's get up there with everybody else. Actually, if you read my report card from kindergarten, it would say, duh. Speaking of D.
Keith Vasor coming across the line, running in that number 2 spot as Dustin Phelps leads here on lap number 1 of 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy.
There goes that HB car. Telling you, there's a couple of them here. They don't look too terrible.
Aaron Bembry now up at that number 2 spot. Keith still out in front. Keith holding a 4/10 of a second lead here up on the field.
Keith actually told me that's actually the older model S-Works. That's the S12-1. It's actually got the old dorsal fin body on it. He just built that. I think he said this is one of his first times ever running clay. He's always run carpet tent scale, so this is definitely a learning curve for him, but he seems to be adapting well here.
Yeah. Hey, leading right here in race number 9. Finds himself out in front, 7/10 of a second up on Aaron Bembry, which I think Aaron Bembry, he's a local here to Beachrc.
I believe so.
Coming in through the middle section of the track, through the Twin Peak tabletops there.
Yep. Riding the bowl. Tell you what, that turn right at the staging area before the rumble strip tabletop, you do not want to haul behind through there because you will traction roll and slam right into the wall.
Yeah, I call the washboard area the shark tank because people go through there and they get bit, get a shark bite, and they're upside down on their lid. It's a shark tank.
You know what? I like that a lot better because, if anything, the front straightaway has actually become its own rumble strip.
Yeah, the track has really settled in a lot. It's crazy as much tamping and work as they did on this track to roll it in and get it as smooth as they did. Now that it's beginning to dry out, the moisture leaving the track, it's starting to roughen up.
It has, because I think there's just so much moisture in the ground that even though they were tamping it, it was like a water bed. It was just settling more in different spots.
And now it's got bumps at the end of the front straightaway in that high-speed sweeper. That's why you can't push that issue.
Oh, no. It's still off-road. Even though it's very high-bite off-road, it's still off-road. Anyway, 2:45 down, 2:15 to go. It is Keith still out front. He's got 9/10 up on Aaron. Rashad in the 3, Dustin 4, and Ray rounding out the top 5. Oh, boy, caution up in the bowl.
3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. The battle for the number 2 spot is hot and heavy. There goes Keith Vasor across the line, but Aaron Bembry and Rashad Tolliver, even though they're half a lap apart from one another on the racetrack, they're only separated by 57 hundredths of a second. Lauren must have got on to Dana. She said, hey, why don't you get out of the chat?
Exactly.
Boy, it has been silence over there. She must have got on his behind or something, took his phone or something.
Well, you know what her profession is? She's a teacher.
Oh, yeah, so he's definitely in timeout.
Yeah, she put him in the corner. I'm surprised she didn't go full Catholic nun and just beat him with a ruler.
Hey, don't bring back any bad memories, okay?
Look, I got PTSD too, okay?
I went 4 years of Catholic school.
I went 9.5.
Yeah, that explains.
Yeah.
Keith Vasoro going to fall down that number 2 spot with a new race leader now. Aaron Bembry out in front.
Oh, boy, caution in the bowl. Oh, poor little Killian. Hopefully he's got his Crocs in four-wheel drive. No, he's good. Let's find Aaron on the track. I believe that's Aaron, the second car in line. Oh, third car in line. There he is. He had that orange and purple right there. There's Aaron. He's got the hot lap of the race so far, 19.1, coming across the line, 19.3. There's A.A. Ron. 40 seconds to go.
Aaron beginning to stretch out the lead a little bit now. 3 seconds up, or 2.5 seconds up on Rashad. Rashad with a comfortable lead up on Keith Vasor. He's 5.6 seconds back. 25 seconds left to go. Here in race number 9, race number 10, you are on deck.
Looks like top 5 are all ahead of previous round TQ.
We got 150 people watching, so people love Danny, and Danny loves a cup of coffee. Can we get somebody to buy him a cup of coffee? Can we get somebody to send a super chat and buy Danny a cup of coffee?
I'm talking like Starbucks coffee,
Yeah.
not McCafe, okay?
Yep. Every time somebody sends money in the chat, we always give that money to Danny because he likes his little foo-foo-y coffee stuff that he likes to drink. His double latte mocha.
Oh yeah, if we can get
shot
if we can get some super chats for his avocado toast.
Yes, his avocado toast. Yes,
my
$13 avocado toast. One slice of toast and avocado, $13. And
Yeah,
my
no thanks.
dumb butt, it's like, oh, don't worry, I'll buy breakfast this morning. I look
Yeah,
at the
right.
bill and I'm like, $30 for 2 people for breakfast? Like, you've got to be kidding me. Then I seen it was $13 for a slice of toast.
He really likes guacamole, I take it. But
Good grief.
anyway, it is going to be Aaron Brembry. He's going to reset TQ so far here at 17.5 two-wheel. Rashad going to come home in the 2, Dustin 3, Keith 4, and Jonathan rounding out the top 5. I forgot to mention Jonathan Orchid is actually driving the Mugen two-wheel this weekend, and he's actually liking it. So,
Yeah.
anyway, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll come back for race number 10. And we're back. Race number 10, our Sea Resort. 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy presented by R1 Works. It's going to be Jason Haas going to lead him off on the tone. Michael Sunderland, Carson Zimmerman, Warren Campbell, Noah Crow, Justin Sherman, Will Santiago, and Chris Phelps.
Well, Danny, I hate to say it, buddy, but Dana Tindall sent 99 cents for your cup of coffee. So the only thing you're going to get maybe is a smell of a cup of coffee inside of a coffee house because we ain't buying no coffee for 99 cents.
Yeah, Dana sent $1, so you can probably smell somebody else's if you walk through the drive-thru before somebody punches you. No, we can get him a pup cup. How about that?
No, I don't think a pup cup's 99 cents. I think it's more than that.
I think just the cup itself, maybe. Jeez.
Like this is, hey man, this is a Bidenomics era. There's
Oh,
not
you
much
ain't
available
lying.
for 99 cents.
No, free stuff, $5.
I mean, even over there in the snack thing, everything's $1. We're a penny short right now, so we can't even go in and get anything out of the snack box over there.
Dana, you don't have
And-
to remind us of inflation.
And,
Jeez.
and doggone Brent, man, he double dipped. So I went to go get a bag of chips. I wasn't feeling too good.
Yeah.
I ate some sugar, so I'm like, man, he ate a piece of cake with a lot of sugar in it. I'm like, let me go get some chips, put something else on my stomach besides just the sugar. And I put my $1 in to get a bag of chips. What does it do, man? I had to put in another $1 because my first bag of chips was hung up, so I had to buy 2 bags of potato chips to get 1 bag.
See, that's you
I have to
know
have
what?
a talk with Brent Dinsford.
Yeah, really.
He's running a scam over here.
Yeah. Man,
Beachrc.
it's just like the rest of the most of the country. Even the vending machine doesn't work. What's going on?
Jason Haas right now out in front. Chris Phelps in that number 2 spot. Will Santiago in that number 3. Warren Campbell in the number 4. Noah Crow in the 5. Justin Sherman in the 6. Mike Sutherland in the 7. Carson Zimmerman holding on to the number 8 spot. Minute 15 down. 3:45 left to go. Haas comes across the line now, working on that top left-hand side of the track as your race leader. TQ time set by Aaron Brembry at a 16:5:17.
I tell you who has not been having a good weekend, he's just been feeling off, is Justin Sherman. He is just not.
No,
But he's been
he's not.
busy. He's been working. He's been doing other things, and I know he told me his stadium truck, it's brand new this weekend, so it's going to have its quirks, but I'm just shocked at, Jason getting all tied up with lap traffic there. But hopefully he gets it together here. He's got one last shot here in the third round. Right now he's currently scored in the number 4 spot.
Sam Arsenault coming through. We could get him a pumpkin spice. Sending us $20 on the chat. Danny, there's your cup of coffee that you're going to get to buy,
Danny.
buddy.
$20 for your pumpkin
for
spice
Danny.
Java Mocha bullcrap.
Great
job.
We met Sam Arsenault at Shaw's RC track last weekend. He ran in the monster truck race.
Oh, man.
So.
Yeah, seeing that is like, man, do I have to bust out the T-Max?
Oh, look at Lauren. Oh, showing up, Dana. Oh, Dana. Oh, your wife just showed you up so bad with $9.99. Thank you for the $10 donation from Ms. Lauren. Oh,
yeah.
Dana.
Yeah, Dana spent all his money on nitro stuff after I told him. He said, I want an e-truggy. I want an e-truggy. What does he get? Nitro buggy. I'm like, hello? What happened? You call me squirrel. Jeez. He's nuts.
3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Justin Sherman, Jason Haas. It's the water that's in Savannah. It's the water that's in Savannah.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Well, granted, we were talking about certain things, and Dana said that he actually is originally from Texas. So maybe it's the Texas water. I don't know. Uh-oh.
Thank y'all so much for the super chats. We really appreciate it.
Justin getting it wrong
Going to
over
get Danny some coffee.
Yeah.
We are actually going to be driving home after we complete our mains tomorrow.
Yes.
Patrick and I are going to rush back to Florida. Danny's going to actually go home to Miami, but Patrick and I are going to rush home to Florida as we have to build a driver stand in 4 days at Newberry RC Park. We are under the crunch, and
we got to channel our inner Bob the Builder.
Yeah, I'm looking at the weather, but it's like an 80% chance of rain on Monday. But no matter what, we've got to get the posts in the ground, get it all squared up, and we have to we got to get the posts set in concrete.
We got to do something.
So.
Yeah, see, Danny got pumpkin spice money. Yeah, because earlier we only got $1, and that wouldn't even get him a pup cup.
How much did they give him? $19?
Yeah, we've gotten almost.
Yeah, we got some money, man.
Yeah, we've gotten almost $100 this weekend, probably at least $50. We've probably gotten right at $50.
Dana, Kyle did not force you into nitro. Last time I checked, Lincoln freed the slaves.
30 seconds left to go. Jason Haas and Justin Sherman right now running 1 and 2. Sherman 1.2 seconds behind Jason Haas. Mike Sutherland into number 3. Chris Felt's now going to work his way up to that number 4 spot. Carson Zetterman in the 5, Warren Campbell holding on to 6, Noah Crow 7, and Will Santiago in the 8. Jason Haas been leading here.
Oh, man.
He's
Jason
had some
getting
problems.
it wrong on that double. Yeah, even through our sidebars, we've been watching Jason. And Jason's having clean runs, but every now and then he just has that one little bobble, and you know what it all has in common? Traffic.
Yeah.
It's all about traffic. You got to negotiate it well. You got to have the patience. Let them screw up, find the perfect number, just like there.
Oh, boy.
He checked up just as he should have. Very, very smart.
Going to be close here. Justin Sherman, Justin Sherman had a rough lap, a 23-second lap, but this is going to be a good lap for Jason.
But even with all those mistakes, Jason will reset TQ. Look at that.
Yep. He'll pick it up by 1 second. 16.5-16 for Jason Haas over Aaron Bembry as he resets TQ here in 17.5, two-wheel drive buggy. All righty, guys, it's heat number 4, race number 11 coming up next. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
And here we are. Okay, yeah, we got to let Scotty refresh it there. There we go. Well, eventually. We'll get scoring figured out here. Hang on 1 second, guys. Got to wait on RD to refresh things. Anyway, this is race 11 about to be on the track. They're getting their warm-up set. Got to let the scoring get updated. There we go. Race number 11. It's going to be Dagan Bledsoe lead them off on the tone. Van Sloots, Justin Doyle, Shane McCall, Chris Folkianos, Brady Lucas, Chris Christo, and Eric Everett. I actually found out that Chris Folkianos, I asked him, I said, is that Greek? He said, yes, sir, I'm full-blooded Greek. So him and Arthur, brothers from another mother. So young Dagan going to lead us off. Look, Dagan getting a little peach fuzz there. You see that?
I did. I was actually picking. He's actually got some hairs growing on his chin, too. Boy. I was messing with him. I'm like, hey, is that some hair growing on your chin there, buddy? All righty, guys, here we go. Race number 11. This is your B group sort. This is going to be the last chance these guys have to try to race their way up into the A sort. 8 going to lock in, 2 going to transfer from the lower mains.
Oh, Lucas doing a quick pipe repair. We're good to go. Here we are. So Dagan going to lead us off. I believe Dagan's running X-ray. Is that correct?
Yep, okay. Running X-ray. He just barely missed the A sort.
Do you know where he's from? Actually?
I don't know.
Can somebody in the chat tell us? Well, that narrows down the field. There are plenty of people on Earth that aren't from it. That's for Dag, I'm sure.
So Dagan Bledsoe going to come across the line 18-2 for that first lap. Shane McCall 18-5. Van Sloots 19-2. Folkianos with a 19-5. Brady Lucas 19-5. Folkianos 19-9. Actually, Justin Doyle. Eric Everett 19-3. Going to put him on 4th overall. Eric running that HB buggy.
Yep, the D2 Evo, as they call it. Eric is Mr. Easy Customs himself.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know that HB was still making two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, 10-scale stuff off-road. I truly didn't know they were still making it.
Yeah, believe it or not, they just, I mean, I want to say the D2 Evo was released a year or two ago or something like that, and it was kind of fell short of its, sales expectations. But there are a couple of guys here making it look good this weekend. There are actually some old, I shouldn't say old, but the D4s that are out there, the four-wheel drives that are holding their own. And there's one Techno that I know of, and that's mine.
I remember whenever the that four-wheel drive buggy came out.
Yes.
Ty Tessman was running it, and that thing needed so much work.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That front end, I mean, the front shot tower on that thing, like the front shot tower / bulkhead assembly, it looks like it's got a roll cage.
Yep.
It really does.
It
actually looks like that thing like that stands over well and you get the bucket out of it. That's what it reminds me of.
Dagan Bledsoe right now continuing to lead the way, feeling the pressure here from Shane McCall. We got Sam Arsenault cheering him on right now. Arsenault watching online here. Oh, man, looks like McCall having a little bit of troubles. Oh, McCall going to fall down that number 4. So still got a long ways to go. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Dagan Bledsoe now with a 5.5 second lead here.
Man, hot lap so far on lap 2. 17.8 by Dagan. That's a good one. Right now, top 5, all ahead of previous round TQ set by Jason Haas.
This is your B group sort after 2 rounds of qualifying. They did another resort after round number 2. So everybody has been shaken up once again, put them exactly where they are overall. But Dagan just barely missing the A sort. He started BQ here in this qualifier. Van Sloots holding on to that number 2 spot. Eric Everett moving up through the field. Eric seated in that number 8 spot here in the D group or B group. And now going to fall down to that 4 as Shane McCall picks it back up to the number 3.
There's young Dagan right there.
Brady Lucas holding on to that number 5, Chris Christo 6, Justin Doyle 7, and Chris Folkianos in the 8.
So somebody said, y'all talking about the Cyclone, the D4. We're talking about the D4. The Cyclone, if I remember, was HB's, or actually Hot
Bodies.
Bodies touring car.
Yep.
That was before the divorce with HBI. So that's going a little too far back. Yeah, we're talking about the D4
Yep.
four-wheel drive earlier.
Yeah, that D4, whenever it first come out, it had a very unique designed front end that was very odd looking. Had a really weird looking body as well.
Yeah.
That worked around that front end.
I would honestly say that was the most durable outdoor four-wheel drive car before the Techno came along. They were the two that you could really beat and bang outside, and they held their own. But unfortunately, just for indoors, my personal belief, they're just a little too heavy, too clumsy for indoor. But
Dagan Bledsoe continued to lead the way now with a 10-second lead here up on the field. He is making the argument for the A main. Van Sloot's holding on to the number 2 spot.
we got Tom Rendernick in the chat cheering on Dagan.
Yeah. Fellow X-Ray teammate there. What motor is he running there, Tom? Is he running some R1 motors? What's he running?
Yeah, what's Dagan's power plant, Tom? Do you know?
Sorry. I'll come talk to you right after I marshal 16. Yeah.
15 seconds left to go. Dagan laying down a
sounds good.
17.6. New hot lap. Continuing to stretch out. Van holding on to the 2. McCall 3. Lucas 4. Chris 5. Eric having a rough 2 laps, dropping all the way back down to the 7. So right now it looks like Dagan going to wrap it up here in race number 11. He will reset TQ. The only one to go 17 laps so far. Come back toward the line. 17.509. Well done, young man. He just earned another Peach Fuzz. Van Sloot's going to come home in the 2. Shane McCall in the 3. Brady Lucas in the 4. Rounding out the top 5 will be Chris Christo.
So he looks like he's running Orca. Got a confirmation there from
Orca.
Garrett RC Racing. Thank you for telling us he runs Orca.
Dagan Bledsoe, Team
Dana
Orca.
Tennell. Patrick is either showing his age or he is a historian of RC cars.
I am single with no life, Dana.
Dana, he is a useless mountain of knowledge.
Yes.
For crap stuff.
I am the part of the encyclopedia where the pages are stuck together. That's me. All right. Anyway, guys, that wraps it up for round number 11. I'm going to go try and find some more useless fats, and I'll be back with some more at race 12.
What a jerk.
If I was part of the Bible, I'd be the red. So Danny just called us lefty. I think Lance and I together almost make up lefty. Almost. But there, we ain't got the restrictor plate on this chair. Anyway, here we are, the A-Resource 75 two-wheel drive buggy. Nate Sutherland going to lead him off on the tone. Talon Henley, Stack, Doug LaRiviere, Hunter King, Carter Irish, Brody, Zach, and Josh.
Anything, everything RC. I thought this might be a fun question. What was your very first RC race car or truck build?
The very first one I built personally? Wow. Well, to be honest with you, I wasn't allowed to work on my stuff until, actually until my parents divorced, and I started having to buy my own stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. They
Well,
don't
I
know
had to
that.
buy
Tell
my
them what
own
it was. That's what they want to know. They want to know
think.
all the other crap. They want to know what it was. While you're thinking about it, I'm going to
You
start
go ahead and
off
talk
here.
about
All right,
the race,
you
and
got
I'll
your
talk about
A
useless
main
crap.
group out here. And Nate Sutherland has already wrapped up TQ here in two-wheel drive 17.5 buggy. So he's out there doing some testing right now, maybe breaking in some tires, that kind of stuff. Are you still thinking about it, or you want to talk about whenever people divorce it, people don't know anything about?
RC10 R5.
RC10 R5 was your first build?
Oval pan car.
All right.
That was my very first, mine personally. Yes.
Gotcha. Hunter King right now with the race lead as they come across for lap number 1. Vanderham, his first build was a RC10 GT2.
Ooh.
So
but I will say my very first car ever was a Team Losi JRX-T.
I made the mistake and bought RTR car stuff and used stuff for quite a while before I actually spent the money and bought a factory team kit. But my very first factory team kit.
Well, you actually said that Traxxas was the fast name in RC, and you believed it.
No, I was misled to buy a Traxxas to start.
What about Castle stuff?
But I don't want to talk about it. Listen, all I know is the very first race that we went to, we got outran. And whenever I went back to the hobby shop, I was like, I don't want to be outran anymore. We're running these batteries. I want something that's fast. So they gave me a Castle 7200 kV brushless motor for a two-wheel drive Traxxas. Yeah, so you can imagine what that was like. Holy moly.
Quick.
130 down, 330 left to go. Hunter King right now leading away. Talon Henley holding on that number 2 spot. Nate Sutherland working to number 3. You have Jeff Stackowitz in that number 4. Talon Henley in the 5. Carter Irish in the 6. Josh Parrish 7. Zach in the number 8. And Brody in that number 9. Hunter King in the TLR right now 1 second up on Doug LaRiviere. This is your A group out on the track. So they're still battling here for a little bit of position.
You know, Hunter always talks about going to Chick-fil-A, but I'm going to tell you what. I mean, I'm putting on weight too, but if Hunter gets any bigger, I'm going to call him Burger King.
Oh, man, they get together coming up over that second tabletop. Big pile up.
Yeah, that was Doug, Talon, and Stack.
Oh, man. Big pile up over that second tabletop.
Yeah, that was Doug, Talon, and Stack getting together there.
Hunter King now out in front. He's got a comfortable lead.
3.5 seconds up on Doug. Yeah. Then it's Nate, Stack, and Zach rounding out the top 5. So right now we're following along with Doug and Talon. Talon currently scored in the number 6 spot.
Yeah, Talon going to come up a little bit short on that jump away double.
Yeah,
once again, it's very deceiving from this camera angle on how wide that jump away double is, and it's tough. It's very hard.
Well, the one that's actually going from right to left, the first one is actually at an angle. So some of the guys are compensating too much and jumping it straight when it's not straight. That's why they're ending up in the back end.
You would know all about compensating.
What's that?
You would know all about compensating.
Well, it's why I'm single.
Hunter King right now leading away, 3.4 second lead here up on Doug LaRiviere. Nate Sutherland still in that number 3. No, take that back. Nate now going to move up to that number 2. Put Doug down to the number 3 spot. Stack going to come across line in the 4. Talon Henley to the number 5.
Nate Sutherland almost in the 16-second lap times in two-wheel drive 17.5.
Yeah, man, that's hauling the mail. That gets back to the conversation that we were having earlier.
Yes.
I think that it's getting to the point that 17.5 two-wheel needs to be changed to 21.5 two-wheel because the speed differences between 17.5 and modified are just not there anymore, and they haven't been that way for years.
Yeah.
And there needs to be a defined power speed difference in these cars.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. I do like, not to toot our own horn, but I do like how the FRCC 10 scale does it, where if you want to run stop buggy and it's independent, which is basically sportsman stop buggy, 21.5.
Yeah.
Pro stop buggy is 17.5, and then you got the modifieds. But you know, you are correct in a sense of the stock motors are just getting so daggum powerful.
Yep.
But from my driving perspective, a stock motor, you're giving it all it's got. Even with a modified motor, you're still having to kind of hold it back because they do have a little bit more. It's just a matter of, you know, how you drive.
Problems there for Nate. Nate was trying to close in on Hunter King here.
And Hunter had a bobble right in that same spot, but he was able to marshal it himself last time by.
So Nate now going to be back 4.4 seconds from the race lead as the race clock about to expire here. Looks like Hunter King will take the win here in Q3.
I tell you what, Hunter wants that stock master. He wants it because he's on track. he's on track because in four-wheel he's doing really good. Stadium truck, he's got the overall TQ, and it looks like he's going to take TQ for round number 3.
All righty, we're gonna go over and get an interview real quick with Hunter King.
All righty, guys. So Hunter King going to take the overall for round number 3. 17.501. Nate Sutherland in the 2. Doug LaRiviere 3. Zach Mazur at 4. And Stack rounding out the top 5. But Dagan Bledsoe going to go number 4 overall for round number 3. So good run to Dagan as we are about to head over to the interview camera and get a word with the Burger King.
Here's your top 8 locked in the championship final. Nate Sutherland going to be your TQ. Hunter King.
All righty, guys, we are here with Hunter King, your race winner and TQ holder for the 3rd round of qualifying in 17.5 two-wheel drive buggy. Hunter, you were on it, my friend.
Yeah, feeling pretty good. I found a little issues with my car before or after that Q2 run, and we got them fixed, and clearly the car's working really, really well.
Yeah, man, you are set up. You are set up very well for the main that's going to be run tomorrow. 10-minute main. Now it's a whole different ball game. I'm hearing a lot of differences about tires. You know, the fall off on the tires after the 5 minutes. Is that something that concerns you as well?
Not necessarily. I really haven't had any drop off at all. My tire program's been pretty strong so far, so I'm not really too worried about that.
All right, well, not really concerned and worried about the tire fade here in the 17.5, and we'll get to see how it's all going to shake down tomorrow. Congratulations, Hunter King, your TQ for round 3 of 17.5.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All righty, guys, we're going to get back to the action. Thank y'all for tuning in, and we will be coming up with your open two-wheel drive buggy here in just a moment.
All right, so here's our first group of open two-wheel drive modified buggy presented by Factory Tracks Racing. It is my boy, the Greek, Arthur Stathopoulos, going to lead them off here in the C resort of open two-wheel mod. Michael Allman in the 2, Noah Crow 3, Eric Morton 4, Giancarlo in the 5, Thomas in the 6, Wesley 7, and Chad in the 8. So Hunter King taking Q3 of 17.5 two-wheel. But I believe the overall TQ, according to what I just heard, goes to Nate Sutherland. So congratulations to those guys. As 17.5 two-wheel is going to be a one to watch, definitely. 8 lock in and 2 bump. Here we go, getting ready to start. Race number 13. The Greek going to lead them off. Oh, dear. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. So as Lance has been saying, it is true that Arthur's family does have their own authentic Greek restaurant located in Savannah, Georgia.
Alrighty, guys, we are here with Kevin Abbott, owner and CEO of Exalt RC. Kevin, how's your success going here this weekend for the team?
The team's doing really good. Hunter just snagged the round 3 in two-wheel stock, so Nate Sutherland looking really strong. It's going to be a heck of a battle between the guys. But, you know, I mean, a lot of our guys, unfortunately, couldn't make it. They have lives and, you know, start new jobs and such, but it's been an awesome weekend so far. The track's actually a lot of fun. It's got a lot of elevation, so haven't really had to do much with the motors. Not much of a horsepower track, but the guys are working hard, and other than that, I mean, it's been great.
Yeah, it kind of seems like we're going through a little bit of a transition stage right now in the 17.5. You see some of the new breed that's coming in, some of the guys that were 2 years ago were just kind of learning, now are stepping up to the top of the class, and it seems like that's kind of rotating out, which it seems to do about every 4 years.
Yeah.
You know, there for a while it was AJ and Glitch and you know, Matt Gonzalez. You know, them guys were top of the class for a while. Well, now it's a new breed. It's a new class that's coming in that were racing against those guys a couple of years ago. Now they're top.
Yeah. I mean, you got the Raymond twins out there on the West Coast, Chase and Levi. I mean, they look really stout. You know, Matthew's been working with them for a long time. So, I mean, to see those kids evolving is really impressive. You know, I mean, but yeah, we definitely got a new breed kind of coming in, and no one's, you know, Templeman. I think he's kind of more local racing now. I'm not quite 100% sure, but I mean, right now Nate seems to be the most dominant one from week to week. You know, he's on a good platform, good power, all that good stuff. And he's putting all the results together, you know.
Yeah, it seems like you bring up Mason, you know, last year's Master of Dirt Stock champion. I think he kind of accomplished really what he set out to accomplish last year.
Mhm.
He proved his point. He's ready to move on to the modified racing. I haven't been keeping up much with him with what he's got going on. If he's moved the mod yet, if he's still running stock, he may have. I know he's been dabbling around a little bit with the 8-scale stuff as well. You know, we still got, you know, we talk about the Raymond brothers as well. But yeah, it seems like a whole new breed. You're moving in now with Exalt. Company is still relatively young. You're now in your second year.
So I would say we just hit the 1 year mark.
Okay.
And you know, Masters of Dirt last year was like kind of our first big event.
Okay.
So kind of, I'd say, you know, I mean, when we started getting actually the product out and stuff, we're right around a year frame now.
Okay, so technically to the public, you've been around now for a year. So tell me where you're at. Did you imagine where you would be where you are right now, or did you have higher expectations to be a little bit more expanded than what you are? Tell me how your thoughts are on your first year.
I mean, honestly, I'm a hard critic of myself. You know, I mean, I want to do the best for the supporters of Exalt and everyone that stood behind me when really you didn't know what was going to come of it. You know, for quite some time, a lot of people didn't even understand what we were going to be doing, and a lot of questions would always arise that I wasn't even aware of, to be quite frank. So, I mean, I am pleased with where we're at, but at the same time, I want to keep pushing on. But I mean, from a perspective of knowing what it takes to do some of the stuff, we've done a lot. I mean, we've done a lot. There's been a lot of, you know, 15, 16, 17-hour days.
Yep.
You know, I got AJ in the office. He handles a lot of the customer base and stuff. So, I mean, we're really putting a lot of work behind it. And, you know, we're not remotely even close to stopping. So, I mean, I expect to see a lot more in the next 6 months. You know, I mean, I continuously get a lot of questions about ESCs and stuff like that. And that was one of the very first products we started working on. But I just don't want to release something that's just going to be just a product.
That ESC market is like a lot of other electronics with our phones and things like that. That thing is constantly changing.
Yeah.
Almost on a weekly basis. Trying to stay in front of technology with something like that is really, really tough. You put the R&D into it, and within months, it's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah.
Whole different ballgame with the way microprocessors are working and switches and different things like that. So it's really, really big difference. So, yeah, it sounds like you have exceeded your expectations for year one. I know it's an unbelievably competitive market.
Yes, that is.
Especially in the stock side of things. Everybody all claims to have, you know, the fastest motors, this, that, and everything else, but it comes down to results, which are extremely hard to get because you not only do you have to pair quality equipment, you got to pair it with a quality driver as well. It makes it tough, makes it really, really tough.
Yeah, I mean, and that's where, I mean, R1 right now is definitely looking very strong. You know, Nate's done a phenomenal job. I mean, he raced for me when I was at Trinity, and he's a heck of a driver, and I think people are finally seeing his full potential. And even though he's not one of ours, I enjoy watching him just because we do have a personal relationship. But, I mean, at an event like this is kind of seems to be the track's always kind of favored the Pro Line rubber, even though I think, I mean, honestly, this weekend the smoothies, the silvers and all that stuff looks really good. This has been one of the best years I've seen where the gap is much tighter. So I don't know if JC's done something or what, but the cards are really aligning for Nate. So it makes it really hard to be able to beat somebody like that when he's clicking on all cylinders, because he's heavily talented kid.
Yeah, he's definitely shown a lot of speed here this weekend. Even whenever he has those bobbles, he makes up time.
Yes.
And this is a really hard track because there's not a lot of speed on this track where you can lay down the power. You have to be very smooth on the throttle, because if not, you're going to blow through a corner in a hurry.
Yeah.
So to change subjects real quick, Roar has announced some changes to the motor rules, and you and I spoke briefly about it. It's kind of actually relaxing a little bit of the technical side of things to simplify things. But in our conversation, you have a feeling that anybody that's in the motor business that builds a spec motor is going to see and feel a power increase with the motor resistance essentially being eliminated.
I mean, yes. I mean, obviously, by the numbers, I mean, lower resistance is technically supposed to be better. And, you know, R1's dropped their new V30 that is going to be available, or that I guess they are selling and whatnot. But with that being said, I'm really interested from a manufacturing standpoint of where the industry is going to go with this. I mean, I kind of feel that I understand the purpose behind it. I think that the path to get there is going to be a little frustrating for all involved, but I understand the end result is supposed to be, I would say it's the best thing possible. You know, getting all the bodies on the same page so that we're not having to submit multiple motor versions. You know, EFRA version, whatever. So I get it, the big picture, but you know, it's a bittersweet in a sense, because I think right now the parity of spec racing, you know, like we were talking, like it's nothing against any manufacturer. This weekend personally, I mean, it doesn't come down to horsepower. It's coming down to who puts together the best, most complete weekend with their product, their tires, their chassis, everything. And that's what I think is fun, is to see customers can support the brands for whatever reason they have, whether it's loyalty, whatever. But I do think that it's going to kind of open it up a little bit, where it's going to be a wild, wild west, and we're going to get back into that Motor of the Month program. I mean,
that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, you know, I mean, and it's not that the manufacturers don't want to, they don't want to try to provide the best product for their customers, but at the same time, you got to kind of think about right now with the epoxy and stuff. I think that the durability from the motors is one thing, and honestly, I hate to say it, I've been to events where I see guys yanking wires and stuff, and that epoxy prevents it. You cannot yank it, So I think it's, like I said, it's the right thing that they're doing, but
I understand the whole epoxy thing. Like if you are running a tech, when you're trying to tear down the motor and stuff like that. For approvals and stuff, the epoxy causes massive damage to the motor, and has the window there, the gray area for some inconsistencies in your tech. So that part, I understand that part of it. And then also, trying to get on board with the same bodies, get everybody on the same page. So it's a double-edged sword. You know, the old saying, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. But I think the doing away with the epoxy part of it, being that we are the only ones right now that allow the epoxy in Roar, I think it's a good move to do away with the epoxy. It does open up a window, and I'm sure there'll be some adjustments that'll come along to the rules process, I'm sure. But
it's like anything else. It's easy to come to a track and criticize the layout, but the work behind it is a lot of work. I mean, I don't want to sit here and sound like I'm against it, because it's they've come up with a rule, and they've come up with what they believe is the best way to go about it. And as a manufacturer, we got to support it, because no matter what, it's the direction we're going. So I'm kind of excited to see what comes out of all this, because like I said, I mean, some of these companies have already started dabbling with lower resistance motors, and quite frankly, honestly, from what I've played with, I'm not blown away with the end result.
I got you.
So I think I wouldn't be surprised if you see some motors that might be better where the resistance isn't quite as high or quite as low.
I got you.
I could be 100% wrong.
Yeah.
And, by the book, by the numbers, I mean, you'd think not. But we'll see. Like I said, it's going to be an interesting next couple years. And hopefully the customers understand the big pictures to make it a lot more easier for not only the manufacturers, but for international racing, where we don't have to buy something special to go over there. They don't have to do anything special to come over here, kind of deal.
I gotcha. So, we talked about Exalt, where they're at in their first year. We also dabbled on, you're going to have to kind of almost retool for this new, the new rules that are coming out in the end of 2025 for these new motors. What is Exalt? What does Exalt have on the table for their supporters and that's coming out that you can tell us about?
Well, I mean, so we're working on the most current products we're working on right now is we're working on a lock timing motor, a fixed timing motor, if you want to call it that.
Okay.
But with all the different forms of RC, not everything is, if it's a lock timing motor, it doesn't matter. You're racing, everyone's running the same product.
Right.
But I think that what we want to change and bring to the table is a motor that is going to come from the box with a 30-degree locked end plate, but we're going to sell a 40 and a 50-degree end plate as well, so that maybe Brent here at Beachrc wants to do a 21.5 lock class. Maybe he wants to do 40 degrees, 50 degrees, whatever, and just kind of offer something different than a lot of the other manufacturers. I mean, it's so hard to compete with great brands that are out there.
Yeah.
So you just got to kind of find a little different of an area that maybe you can attack. And, from that perspective, we just want to offer that so that all these venues, I know Jake there out at Hobby Action, they have really introduced a big 21.5 class. And, we've talked to him quite a bit and got a lot of his opinions and such, and that's kind of where the idea kind of started to generate. So,
I know in Florida, our FRCC series, the 21.5 is gaining traction in a hurry. I actually just got a call from a local track a few weeks ago that for the longest time they've been offering 17.5 Indy and 17.5 Pro stock. They're changing over to 21.5 Indy class for their program at the beginning of the year. So the 21.5 and two-wheel drive buggy is definitely gaining traction across the nation for sure.
It is. And, one of the things that we started doing was trying to give customers a ground setup so that they can have something to get right out of the box and they can kind of compete with some of the best and not be down on horsepower. And I had a lot of customers that are down here in Florida that basically said, hey, do you have and I think it actually makes for better racing because myself, I do enjoy 17.5. I mean, I ran 17.5 at your race down at Beachline, and I had a blast. But I think 21.5 puts that gap between mod and stock.
Yep.
Because a lot of guys say, oh, well, AJ Marasco, or let's use the Raymond twins. These guys have national championships. They've acquired and reached some of the highest levels in spec racing. Why are they not moving on to mod? And I think when you got to make them bored.
Well, that's the thing. See, I think they are not different enough to push people to the next stage.
Exactly.
Like, I'm tired of. They can still go wicked fast into 17.5. That's why I personally feel, and I think it's coming, we're eventually going to see the 21.5, the 17.5 kind of get eliminated maybe, and the 21.5 will take its place. We may even see a 25.5, even with these new motor rules and the horsepower that they're talking about potentially making. We may see the 21.5 replace the 21.5, or 25.5 replace the 21.5, and 21.5 replace 17.5. I don't know. That's just my guess, but we'll have to see how it all shakes down in the next 12 months.
Yeah, I mean, and from my experience of running the 21.5, I mean, top speed-wise, there's not much of a difference.
Yeah.
Where the 21.5 lacks at is on the bottom end, and it does, in my opinion, really help beginners start getting comfortable quicker because they're not having to deal with, for one, I mean, honestly, you might see a difference in people upgrading their equipment to try to maximize, their speed as much as possible. But yeah, so I mean, I love 21.5, and I think it's great for them.
Yeah, I've been, whenever I first seen it ran at Beachline, it kind of helped me make up my mind when I started up the 10th scale series. that you know what, we're going to offer an Indy 21.5 class across the state.
Mm-hmm.
You know, after watching that for the last couple of years, it's like these cars are definitely ready for that. So
well, and you know, and one of your own, Bobby Phillips.
Yeah.
You know, he runs it, and watching him do it, he's kind of proven that you don't have to have. I mean, he's got great equipment. Don't get me wrong, but he is probably the most patient guy I've ever seen behind the radio.
Yep.
I mean, I show my Wicked Weekend. I was telling my son to watch Bobby.
Yep.
And I watched Bobby literally park it in the middle of a run just to not get hit by another car.
Yep.
And he came out faster. So sometimes, you know, and I think that maybe Bobby learned a lot of that from 21.5. Maybe not. I'm not quite sure, but he, you know, I love watching the racing in 21.5. You know, it is a lot slower for sure, but I think it's great for these younger kids to get into it. And like I said, maybe we slow the cars down a little bit, make these drivers that are, you know, right there at the spec level and could run modified as well. Maybe that'll push them to that next level.
Our tracks that we race on that are so high bite now and everything, we run a lot of carpet and different things. I run on high bite surface like this. It seems like the cars themselves for speed, they can't physically handle any more speed. Like you're driving them on the extreme edge. We don't run on loose dirt anymore. We don't run on fluff anymore. Everything's high bite. So your margins of errors are very, very small. The speed that's coming out of the 17.5s is really, really high. That's why you see these lap times. You know, Patrick even pointed out running a 16 flat or 16.1 or something that Nate just ran in the 17.5 class. You know, that's right there with the mod guys.
Yeah.
You know, them guys are running, you know, the high 15s, low 16s. So that stock motor is right there with those modified guys. Now, granted, we are on a track that you cannot utilize all the mod power. This isn't a massive track. It does have a lot of elevation, things like that. But still, it's almost everywhere you go. When we go to Beachline and race on the carpet, there's not huge differences because they're carrying so much corner speed. The cars are so equal and they're carrying so much corner speed. You don't really ever get to open up those modified cars anymore.
You know, and you know, kind of touching on oval, 13.5 sprint cars becoming something quite big, and it almost feels like they need to drop to 17.5 because at certain tracks, the mod guys and the 13.5 guys are not far off.
Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see where everything kind of grows. I personally would like to see the direction of eliminating 17.5 as the premier stock class or going to a 21.5 because then you have that gap.
Yeah.
I would really like to see it. I've been saying that for years and years. There needs to be a bigger gap between stock and mod because I think that once you have a good achievement in the 21.5 or in the stock class, it encourages people more to go to the modified side.
100%. 100%. I think in that you know, one thing I hear is, there's no sales in mod, and I mean, we do sell a lot of modified stuff, but I think that would help push more modified, and it'll push these kids to want to continue to evolve because I think as soon as they get to a certain point, they've reached a lot of goals, and they just kind of now just stick around, and you don't see any growth leaving modified. You don't see, you don't see the older guys leaving modified. You don't see the new guys coming into modified so much. So I would love to see a bigger spread in the speed, you know. So plus guys like me, I love racing, but the 17.5 stuff has gotten to be where it's a lot to hang on to.
It
you know,
really is.
so.
All right, man. Well, hey, thank you for the chat. Kevin Abbott, owner of Exalt RC. Make sure you check them out at teamexalt.com. If you need any product, they sell batteries, they sell motors, they sell accessories, they sell tuning devices, things like that you can use to make your program faster. And all around great guy, Kevin Abbott. If you having problems with your program, even if you don't run for Exalt, if you're still running for Trinity, if you're running for R1 and you need some help, need some tuning advice, stuff like that, he does not mind giving you some advice on making your program faster. It's been on more than one occasion. I've seen another manufacturer's motor on your table because somebody is struggling. They don't know what's going on. And you help them out. You know, it's been going that way for years and years.
People spend a lot of money to go to these events, and it's expensive for all manufacturers to come here. So I try to help out because, like I said, hopefully, they'll help me on the back end.
Yep.
So,
absolutely. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your time. We
Thank you.
appreciate the chat. Good luck tomorrow in your mains with all your drivers. We hope
Thank you very much.
hope y'all have some good success and things like that. Once again, thank you for your time and good luck in your second year with Exalt.
Thank you, buddy, and thank you for everything you do. This new adventure for years has been awesome.
Yeah, we've been putting a lot into it, so that's for sure. All righty, guys, that is Kevin Abbott, and we're going to get back to the action here. We're going to run a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today. Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
All righty, guys, we are back to the action here at the 2024 Exalt Masters of Dirt presented by Proline. We really thank Kevin Abbott for the chat here as we were watching the action and getting some useful information from Kevin there. If you need any motor help, needing any battery help, be sure to reach out to Kevin there on social media, and you can also find him as well at teamexalt.com. On your screen currently, guys, you see the QR code for AMS 15 and Fall Brawl to bring Lefty here. We have, the last I looked, we have not sold a ticket in a while. We are still around 30 tickets sold. Yes, we are. We're still got about 30 tickets remaining. So if you could help us out, guys, $20 goes to a really good cause in helping bring in Keenan White here for AMS and Fall Brawl. The winner will receive a brand new Team Associated B4.1 Nitro kit. So help us out if you got the money, if you got the time. Scan that QR code, enter a chance to win a Team Associated B4.1. So we got a false start here on this one. So Ryan Cavallari had some transponder issues in round number 2. I see he's actually got transponder counting this time, but man, that signal ain't very good. So I'm sure they'll keep an eye on that in timing and scoring. So here comes Cavallari, going to come across the line lap number 1 with an 18.3 pace. Got Paul Wynn in at number 2 to 17.1. William. Now Chad Buckland going to move to that 3. William in at number 4. Gavin in the 5. Mark Reed in the 6. Colin Leonard in the 7. We're going to have Eddie Henley on here in just a few moments. I'm going to talk to him about the Clash of Champions that's coming up at Hoosier Hobbies in January. It's the very first weekend of January. Very unique event. So we'll have him on here in just a moment. 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. P-Dub out in front, 18.5-16 for Paul Wynn. Paul Wynn already took the TQ here in 40-plus two-wheel drive buggy. He's looking to make the A-main here in modified two-wheel as well. Paul Wynn right now in that number 4 spot as Cavallari moves back up into the race lead. Okay. To 130 down and 3:30 left to go. Okay. Ryan Cavallari continually to weigh in the Schumacher. You got William in the number 2 spot. William also running Schumacher. Chad Buckland in at number 3. I believe Chad is running the Associated chassis. Now Paul Wynn going to move up to that number 3 spot just behind William. They're separated by 0.8 of a second here. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Ryan Cavallari, 2.3 seconds up on the field. William holding on that number 2 spot. Paul Wynn in the number 3. Chad Buckland in the 4. There goes Cav coming across the line. Cav said he's been doing a lot of on-road racing, getting prepared for Worlds. Said he's not going to be able to make AMS, but he will be at the Florida Carpet Champs 10-scale race coming up in November. There he goes across that start-finish line. 4.4 seconds up on Paul. Paul got a 1.7 second lead here up on Chad. Cav in the middle section of the track, working the Twin Peak tabletop. He comes across that start-finish line. Man, think about all the places that this man has been in his career. Multi-time world champion, multi-time national champion. Raced in every corner of the world and still out here turning wheel in 2024 as we're getting ready to enter in 2025. Running for Team Schumacher for his 10th scale program here. You know, I'm not sure how old Cav is. I want to say that he's probably around 37, 38 years old. I don't believe that he's 40. I think that he's in his mid to upper 30s. Somebody might be able to help me out here in the chat. Let me know how old he is, because I'm not sure. So 4 minutes down and 1 minute left to go. I want to say that he is. I want to say that he is in his upper 30s. I think he's 38, 37 years old. I'm sure somebody knows in the chat. Ryan Cavallari, 8.8 seconds up on the field. William in that number 2 spot. Chad Buckland in number 3. Paul Wynn in the 4. Gavin in the number 5. Colin Leonard in the number 6. Mark Reed in the 7. Cavallari right now 8.4 seconds up on the field, but it's a nice three-way battle between William, Paul, and Chad. They are only separated here by 2.5 seconds. I'm sorry. Okay. All right, so we got William right now on your race screen. Sorry, my headset there cut out for just a moment. William all the way from the UK, racing here with us this weekend. Going to come across the line and finish up in that number 2 spot as Ryan Cavallari races back to line and takes the race win. William going to come home into 2 just in front of Paul Wynn, edge him out by 0.3 of a second here. Modified 2-wheel drive buggy presented by Exalt A Group coming up next. All righty, guys, we're going to run to a quick commercial. We'll be right back. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com. Alrighty, guys, we are back to the action here. It is race number 17 that's going to be coming up next. Waiting on the screen to refresh here. This is going to be your A group. We have joining us here in the broadcast booth, we have Mr. Eddie Henley from Hoosier RC Hobbyplex up in in New Albany, Indiana.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for joining us, Eddie.
Well, thanks for having me.
Yeah. How's your weekend going so far?
Well, as you know, I travel to be with Talon at the track, and it's been pretty good so far. I'm starting to actually get a little bit of speed in my cars, but for him to have the speed in his, that's my main goal.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, see, you didn't even hardly get on the track at all during practice day until he had a lot of runs in. I got it, man. I was a father too and did a lot of support for my son. We want to see our children succeed.
I ran a couple packs. I think it was a ratio of 20 to 1 on battery packs on the track.
I know all about that too well. So currently we got our 2-wheel drive modified buggy A group out on the track. I know that's going to be the goal for Talon one day, to be mixing it up with these guys here.
For sure.
Talon turned out to be a really good racer here in the last 2 years. He has stepped up his program big time. Obviously, with the support of his mom and dad, it's helped out a lot. You guys are traveling a lot. This is your second year coming to Masters of Dirt. You've raced at 3 different national events now. And I guess maybe we might could have let a little bit of cat out of the bag. I think we will. Hoosier will be hosting the 2025 10th Scale Off-Road Nationals. So we're not going to say the date yet, but we will say where the track's going to be.
It's hard to say the feelings that I have for that because there's so many good tracks in the country. To be picked, we've only been open for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be 5 years in January. But anybody that comes to our place, they see that me and my wife Angie, our heart and soul is in that business.
Absolutely.
We treat it like it's our baby, which it is. I mean, we do this to make our living, to feed our kids.
Yeah.
So it really brings a special feel to us when we found out, because we had kind of heard little rumors that there was somebody else that had a pretty strong running with us. And when we finally heard it, it was just such a relief to know that we did have it coming to Hoosier. It's going to be in the Midwest, easy access. A lot people that haven't been to our place, we're one of the easiest access tracks in the country.
You ain't kidding.
We really are. We're a half hour from the airport. We're 8 hours pretty much from all of the major drivers in the Midwest. Until you get to Myrtle Beach and so on, but in Florida, a lot of drivers in Florida, and California, of course. But for the Midwest, we're right smack dab in the middle of race country.
You are very close to a major airport, which makes it really, really nice. It's not a terrible drive. Like the city drive isn't one of those drives where like, oh my God, I got to fly into this city.
It's not like Atlanta.
Oh my God,
a couple others.
Yeah, the one time that I went to the Reedy Race of Champions and then trying to get to OCRC, holy moly, what a mess that was.
By the Crow, it's a half an hour, and by car, it's 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it was terrible, but absolutely amazing facility. Let's talk more about your track. So you have off-road, that you offer a very large sealed clay track off-road, and then you also have a very nice sized dirt oval track in there as well.
That is natural.
Yeah.
So I haven't asked everybody else. It's kind of like asking a man to open his zipper up, but I think that if we're not the largest indoor heated and cooled track in the country, we're right there. We're sitting at 11,000 square foot of
big.
Actual track. We run. It's so big that we run 12-foot lanes all the time.
Yeah.
There's always room for passing, always room for racing. And the heated and cooled portion of it, to me, I've been to a lot of tracks, and that's a big plus. The comfort value, along with all the restrooms and being able to seat 150 to 250 people.
So that's something else that I was going to ask. So of all the tracks that I've ever been to, your permanent pitting that you have seat exactly how many? How many permanent spots you have? It's a lot.
I think it's 170.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, that one room where the off-road track is at, That's a pile of seating right there. And then behind the oval track, which is just right around the corner.
There's 80 back there alone.
There's a lot back there as well.
Yeah.
So I when I first walked in, I'm like, holy moly, at all the pitting that's in here. And it's permanent pitting. And then you've got a whole nother room that is open that you have set up, typically the races that I've been to, that you set up for teams that they can bring their tables and things like that for people that are local that want to have their own area.
Yeah, we supply the tables over there as well.
Oh, you do? Oh, wow.
Yes,
okay,
we do.
So it's even more over there. It's a whole other room, and that's probably a good 2,000, 2,500 square foot room.
4,000.
4,000 square foot room. Well, I was way off on that.
We can put another 120 or so over there if need be.
Yep, you've got monitors that are set up all over the track for information because, again, 11,000 square feet with multiple divided rooms. So you've got monitors that are set up all the place. You've got a massive hobby shop that's got a lot of stuff in there, not only for the racers. You got some rock crawling stuff. You got some Beachrc stuff in there as well. You've got support gear. You are one of the few tracks that I've been to where you have multiple OGO bags available to the racers that want to travel.
At least a half a dozen at all times.
Yep. You've got a lot of that gear and everything, and I was really impressed by that. It's an amazingly beautiful facility, and you think about everything. You think about it all.
The only way to explain that is I'm a racer. I've been in and out of the hobby since I was 13 years old in '88. I always had a dream. I had the friends that we would get in trouble for getting the tiller out and tearing up one of our parents' backyards, and getting close to getting beat to death. And it was just in the back of my head. It was always one of those things that I never thought I'd get to do.
Yeah.
We've worked for ourselves for the past 15 years or so. Oh, going on 20 years. We used to be in a collectible market that we worked for ourselves, and we had to travel a lot.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about collectibles. So I was really impressed whenever I come to your track. You have a vintage collection that you kind of display, and then you have a vintage collection that you don't display. So let's talk a little bit about your vintage, your vast vintage. Tell me what's your favorite, your rarest that you got.
I was a Losi. My very first car, I'll tell you this. This will tell you how old I am. My first kit car, I started with the Hornets and all that stuff, lunch boxes. My first actual kit car was a Traxxas Bullet.
Traxxas Bullet.
Gold pan. That was in '89, I think. I got that thing. Soon after that, I went to Losi.
Right.
My favorite cars that I have right now. Gosh, that's so hard. That's like asking me which kid I want to throw off the bridge. I love the BK1 that's new in the box. That's one of my absolute favorites. He was such an influence on the hobby.
Yep.
One of the greats. You can't say enough about Ken Wald. Next to that, the 10T3 holds a special spot in my heart.
Okay.
The first year that me and Angie got together, our very first Christmas, it was 98, 97. She bought me a brand new T3 and a brand new Airtronics back then controller.
Yep.
She bought me everything and got me really into racing again. So that truck, believe it or not, is right up there with my favorites.
And do you still have this truck?
Gosh,
No?
I wish I
You wish you
did.
did.
I have
Okay.
components of it.
Okay.
And I have started putting that truck back together exactly the way that I had it.
I got you.
Back then.
Okay.
It's so hard.
Yeah.
Between Associated and Losi, it is so hard to pick a favorite because we bounce back and forth. Back in those days, to get on a team,
it
man,
was tough.
you better be able to
It was
throw
tough.
lightning bolts out of your
Yeah.
fingertips
Yep.
because
It was
the
tough.
team was 12
Yep.
or 10,
Yep.
and that was
tough.
it.
So I want to change gears. I want to ask you about something. I don't know if you've gone 100% public yet about it, but I'm going to put you on the spot anyway. So tell me about this new venture. Tell me what Fast Eddie's is for those that may not know.
So the same aspect that you see in our hobby shop and in the track and in the pits, when I started traveling with Talon all the time, I would see these little things and I would just say to myself, why hasn't anybody fixed this? Simple stuff like the tape, the two-sided tape that we came out with. And then some other things happened with some places being bought out, sold, this and that. And one of our biggest sellers right now is the lightweight pinions. There's a huge demand for it. Stock racing, they want every gram.
Absolutely.
So Crazy Eddie was born from necessity and just going to all these races and hearing, I always listen to the racers. Yeah. You hear this, gosh, I wish they would just do this.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wish somebody made this. Steps in Crazy Eddie.
There you go.
I'm on the ground.
So tell me, have you got your website up yet?
Where it is in the works.
Okay.
Hoosiers as well.
Okay. All right. So very soon you'll see the product released for Crazy Eddie. Hop-up parts, accessories, different things like that for a lot of different manufacturers. I've already seen you've got a nice little selection of SKUs as it is already, and I'm sure it's only grown since I've last seen it because it's been almost a year since I've last seen you.
It's gone up another 30%.
Wow. Absolutely. Cool. All right. Well, moving on to the next thing. We are coming up to the end of the year, and we're coming up to your marquee event. We are coming up to the Clash of Champions. So this is the...
It makes me giddy.
What is it, the fifth year of the Clash of Champions now?
Third.
Okay, third year. They're all running together for me. So the third year of the Clash of Champions, very unique event. Very unique that you put on. You have a stock Clash of Champion and you have a modified Clash of Champion, where this year now it's only going to be about two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive buggy, where before you used to include truck, but now it's only going to be about two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive buggy on a point format that they will battle for cash at the end.
And as far as 10 scale is concerned, I believe it has to be right up there as one of the biggest paydays that either pro or stock guys can achieve. Outside of taking a couple national titles.
Yeah, that is definitely for the race itself. Not adding in any contingency money. It is very high cash payout for
that's
those
the
guys.
largest.
Yeah. It is definitely way up there. And it's not just about just the Clash that they take home money. The racers in the regular classes take home a little money as well, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so it ain't just about winning just the Clash of Champions. It's also about winning your division and things like that.
And if you look, if you saw any of the you may have saw the Losi flyer, where this year we're giving away a full kit to 21.5, 17.5, and 13.5.
To the
Independent.
Winners. Independent, okay.
We're going to pick, it's going to be a draw.
Okay.
Somebody from each independent class is going to get, gosh, I think it's close to $1,000 worth of stuff.
Wow, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Because we want to grow those people.
Yeah,
That's
awesome.
what keeps the hobby fresh and keeps it going.
So the Clash of Champions, again, held at Hoosier RC Hobbyplex, January the 3rd through the 6th.
6th, I believe.
January 3rd through the 6th. So you might want to check it out. Make sure you check them up on social media. It is available on RC sign-up, so you can go ahead and log in. You can register. I think also pit reservations are open at...
Yes. By all means, get your groups together, and after you've paid, get with the shop.
Miss Angie. Better call Miss Angie at the shop and get your pit reservation, because those things fill up really, really fast. And I know everybody wants to pit together and stuff like that. This race last year, if I remember correctly, pulled 400 entries. There were a lot of people there last year. It was a big crowd.
Yes, it was over. I think it was in the 450 range.
It was way up there. It was a big, big crowd. Big tent scale race, and it kicks off the start of the year with a major tent scale race. All right, one more question we got for you here. Tell me all about your vintage race that you got coming up in March. So all I've seen so far is the flyer. Tell me the specifics about the vintage race.
A dream. Okay. This is the biggest. This is going to be one of the biggest dreams aside from getting Clash going. This race is going to have some names that pretty much they helped RC be born. Names like Eustace from MIP, Joel Johnson. I mean, Magic Joel Johnson. I don't know how many of those motors that I had. There's other names that are coming, but you have guys Brian Dunbar. We're hoping to get Matt Francis to come. We're hoping to get a few of the other late 90s, early 2000 racers to come. This idea was born when I really got into the collecting and reliving the early days of RC. I was kind of pulled into it. and I have the facility, and I know a few people that were doing vintage races. Mike Kirby from K&K. Oh my gosh, you talk about an enthusiast of nostalgic RC. That's one of the guys that me and him started talking about this 4 years ago. And we're finally caught up enough to where my honey-do lists, and Angie's not begging me to build new stuff or make additions to where this could be done.
Yeah.
We're going to try and make it feel like a reunion.
Yeah.
It's not just a race. We want for guys to see guys that they haven't seen 5, 10, 15, 30 years.
And some of these guys have not picked up a remote themselves in quite a while after, really building RC what it is in today.
Yes. Speaking of, there's a gentleman that may have started one of the finest RC companies, Mr. Losi. I hope Gil comes. I hope so.
Yeah.
I know there's people working to see.
The more I honestly, I think the more the word gets out and the more those pioneers start committing, the more of them it is. It'd be like, you know what, it may be worth the trip out just one time.
Not to leave out Associate. I believe Curtis Hastings is coming.
Oh wow.
Again, just the roots of RC.
Yeah.
When you mentioned Losi and Hastings and the guys that are Associated. Absolute roots of RC. Without them, it wouldn't be where it's at.
Yep. So what classes are you planning on running? Is it all vintage classes, or are you going to allow these guys to run a little bit of modern?
We're gonna have mod class.
Okay.
We're gonna have stock class. I believe.
So you'll have some modern classes as well. Okay.
Yes. How else do you bring the new guys into the roots of RC?
Absolutely.
So you have those guys come and see where it all started.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, that's one of the favorite things of the vintage area with the parts in my cars is I'll get somebody that has been in it for a couple years, and I'll say, do you know what that car is? Oh, no, I have no idea.
Right.
Well, that's the great-great-great-great-grandpa of the car you're running right now.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And
you don't think about that, and I have never thought of it that way. I'm like, when you see the old RC10s and things like that, and then you think about where we're at with the B7s now, how it's morphed and changed over the years. But you're right, it's lineage.
It's a bloodline
Yeah.
and a lineage that when you've been in it since the beginning of the bloodline, well, I wasn't in it at the very beginning, but when you've seen it grow and you've seen the lineage just keep going, it's a really special thing. It really is.
Yeah, guys. Indy is a very special place. I went there for the first time a couple of years ago. Whenever I first walked in the building, I was absolutely shocked. And then I rounded the corner and I seen all the vintage stuff. He even has, and correct me if I'm wrong, you even have the red tires that go on the stadium truck. If I remember correctly, it was an all red tire. That's all mounted on one. It could have been blue.
They're blue.
They're blue. They're a solid blue tire. And whenever I see that, I'm like, I've never seen anything like that before.
One thing that older guys like us really appreciate about RC, and don't think that the wheels don't turn with me all the time on this aspect, back in the 80s, 90s, all the way up until brushless came to be, you would go to a race, and it was handout motors.
Everywhere.
Oh,
wow.
Big event, here's your motor. There was no rhyme or reason. You just got a motor with a number on it, and everybody was close. So you really knew.
Right.
You took all the other stuff out of the story. Can you drive the car or not? And that's one of the aspects that I know RC has to have it. The money comes in from stock racing.
Yep.
But boy, could you imagine having one race a year where everybody had the same
level playing field,
just to see?
Yep.
Wouldn't it be fun to see?
Yep. There's a motocross race that's held. Oh my gosh, Loretta Lynn's. Have you ever?
Oh gosh, yes.
So they have that rule at Loretta Lynn's where you can buy your competitor's stuff. Like, hey, you think you're getting beat by equipment? Okay,
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is. You can buy that. I think that would be a cool thing to have at a race, a very prestigious race. Say, hey, you need to understand that, this kit roughly on the retail side, you've got X amount of dollars in it. You have to leave the servo, you got to leave the ESC, you got to leave the motor, so on in the chassis. You can take out your receiver, you can take out your transponder, you can take your wheels and tires off of it. But that kit, $750, somebody wants to buy it, it's gone.
Yeah. There are some oval races that they do that.
Really? Oh, I did not
on the
know
motor.
that.
They do it on the motor.
Okay.
Because that's the big thing with the oval is.
See, I'd want the whole thing.
Yeah, they didn't want the motor.
I'd want the whole thing. If I was going to buy, I want the whole thing. Give it all to me. I want to see it all.
I can't hear you.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me now?
No.
No?
Oh, I can hear you still, but
okay.
If I talk a little louder, you'll know why.
You're good, man. You're good. Yeah, so we're going to start winding it down here. We got about 2.5 minutes left to go here in two-wheel drive short course. Eddie, I really appreciate the chat. Once again, guys, if y'all would please take the time, check out Hoosier on Facebook. They've got a lot of really big races coming up. They've got the Clash of Champions coming up in January.
Yep.
You have your vintage race coming up in March.
Yep.
We have the Rourke Nationals that's coming up as well. We'll release that date here really, really soon. And then you've also got another race that's coming up. You got the INS as well. That's
Next
coming
year's
up in September.
Be packed.
Yeah, got that one coming up in September. And there's some changes that's coming to INS, so we're not releasing any information.
Yeah, we
about
can't
that
talk
yet.
about that part.
Yeah, we won't talk about that just yet. We won't talk about that just yet. But
before we do go, I do want to mention this.
Yeah.
Guys, if you want to come to one of the races before. If you're within 5-6 hours, come to a Winter Point Series before you come to Clash.
Yep.
If you're going to come to the vintage race, maybe come to Clash. If you're only going to do INS, come to the vintage race.
Yep.
That's 6 months before just to get a feel for it.
Yep. Yeah, and for those of you that are listening right now, we make the trip up from Florida. I'll be coming again for the Clash of Champions. I haven't even put it out yet, and I need to do it because it's the end of October. I typically bring a couple of guys with me. So my Florida crew, Georgia crew, I head up 75, and if y'all would like to go to the Clash of Champions, you can get you a very cheap ride. I take my camper up there. You're welcome to stay in the camper with me. It's the cheapest way you'll ever go to a really cool race. So if you guys want to ride along with me to the Clash of Champions, hit me up on social media, and we'll put it all together. Like I said, just throw in a little bit of money for fuel, and I'll cover the room. You can stay in the camper, things like that. We stay right there at the track. It's a very, very fun event. We have a lot of fun with it.
And speaking of the cost of you helping out a couple guys get there really cheap, one of the good things about the Midwest and where we're at, you're not going to pay a fortune for an Airbnb or for a hotel room. I know that there's a couple Airbnbs. You get 3 or 4 guys together, and you'll stay the whole trip for $100 a person.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you can find them that cheap.
Oh, wow. Yeah, being that it is in the winter, it's not really touristy time.
There's nothing going on.
Yep.
And we do have the Bourbon Trail if you're into that kind of stuff.
The Bourbon Trail, I'm not sure what that is.
Over in Louisville.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh, that's the land of bourbon, Louisville, in Kentucky.
Never even heard of it.
I can't believe I haven't told you about that.
I've never even heard of it before.
Oh, well.
So,
yeah.
Well, that'll be another time. Eddie, we appreciate your time. Thank you so much for sitting down and talking with us here at the Masters of Dirt. We wish you the best of luck, and I know you're really going to be cheering Talon on. He's in a dogfight. There are a lot of fast racers here this weekend that's battling for the Clash of Champions, and hey.
That last Wheeler race was intense.
Yes, it was. It was very close. 10-minute finals tomorrow, so who knows what's going to happen in those 10 minutes. Eddie, again, thank you for your time, and we will see you tomorrow in the mains.
Thank you, Lance.
Can't
wait to have you back at Hoosier.
Yes, sir. All right, everybody, that's Eddie Henley. Thank you for his time and being there with us. We got the two-wheel drive short course. Patrick Rossler takes the win here once again. We are going to go to a quick commercial break and be right back. Alrighty, guys, here we are, race number 20 now on the track. We got 16 more races to go after this one. It is the 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Nitro Pro out on the track. This is heat number 1 of 4. Doug Ludwig going to sit atop of the leaderboard here in the D sort. Not D main, D sort. Let's see here. Give me a swig of something to drink here real quick. Hope you guys enjoyed the 2 interviews that we had. Get to talk to a few different people that you sometimes may not hear from. We're going to have Paul Wynn on here in just a little bit as well. Get his take on the J Concepts crew and some things that J Concepts may be working on. So we're fixing to get this one here, race number 20, about to get it underway. Thank you, everybody, for checking in on us here. Thank y'all for the likes. Oh, big special thank you as well to John Aguino. I hope I'm saying that last name right. Thank you very much for your support of the Elite RC Productions in purchasing a raffle ticket to help bring Keenan Lefty the Great over from the Dominican Republic for AMS and Fall Brawl. Let's do a quick check out, see how many tickets we got left here real quick while this race here just getting underway. Let's see how many we got remaining, because I haven't looked in a little while. We have exactly 30. We are 30 on the dot. 30 tickets remaining in the raffle. It's a 1 in 100 shot for every ticket that you buy. You buy 2, you get a 1 in 50 shot. Oh, man. Guy right there on the wrong side of the pipe. Cut the track there a little bit, but gave up some time as he had to marshal it himself. Now we got William Moberly finds himself out in front. Take that back. Sam Crow going to come to the line. He's going to move to the top of the leaderboard. 14-5 flat here for Doug. Moberly in that number 2 or 3. Got Dean Howard holding on to the 4. Pat Rosser in the 5. Don Bordeaux in the 6. And Alan Wan in the number 7 spot. Sam Crow. Here he comes down across that start-finish line. Now going to fall down that number 2 spot. He's 1.5 seconds behind Doug Ludwig. Doug should be just in front of me. That should be Doug over here in the orange buggy coming across the Twin Peak tabletops. Oh, on the wrong side. He's in the pond there. Coming across start-finish line. Yep, that's Doug Ludwig in that white and orange. Oh, long lap here for Sam Crow. There he is coming across the line now. 6.8 seconds back of the number 1 spot. William Moberly in the number 3. Dean Howard holding on to the 4. It's 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy presented by Nitro Pro out on the track. All main events going to be run tomorrow. It's going to be a heck of an event as these guys will be running 10-minute finals in those A mains. The track is going to dust up in the middle of the run. The track gets blown after every 5-minute race, so the track will go through a change in the middle of the run. You already heard the modified guys talking about how the tires warm up and things like that, so they get a little bit of tire fade as the foams and the tires begin to lose a little bit of grip when they start to warm up. You got some high-speed berms that put a lot of load on the cars where they're carrying a lot of speed. Doug Ludwig still out in front, got a 7-second lead right now up on the field. Race number 20 on the track. Race number 21 going to be coming up next. Oh, problems there for Doug Ludwig. Luckily just rolled right over there to the turn marshal. Oh, my goodness. Danny's going to fall asleep up there on me. He's yawning. Oh, he's ready for his siesta. Hang in there, Danny. It's 5 o'clock. We got a couple more hours to go here. Got 16 more races to go after this one. That's right at 2 hours. Should be done right at 7:30, maybe just a hair before. Ooh, Doug snagging the pipe as he was coming onto the front straightaway. Minute 15 left to go here in race 20. Moberly and Howard battling out right now for that 4 and 5. They're separated by 1 second. Allen Wan in number 6, Don Bordeaux in the 7. There goes Doug Ludwig coming across the trying. He's trying to make a statement right now for that top spot. Sam Crow holding on to that number 2 spot where Rosser into 3. 1, 2, and 3 got a big separation now as they're 23 seconds apart from one another. So no real close battles to call other than William Moberly and Dean Howard, and both of them got extreme long laps. Look like they both may be broke. Oh, there's Moberly now coming across the line. Looks like Howard may be the one that's broke. 35 seconds remaining here in race number 20. Doug Ludwig, 12 seconds up on the field. Good run here for Doug as he's trying to battle his way up in the charts. Climb out of that D final. Here he comes across that start-finish line, working the left-hand side of the track. Oh, getting really close to that dot there. Able to keep it. Oh, no. Gets a little bit too squirrely on the exit and into the wall. Keeps the car rolling in the right direction. Still got a big lead here up on the field. Oh, no, he gets it wrong there on that first tabletop. Race clock now expires. Going to be raced back to line. Doug gets a good run out of that berm. He's going to come across the line 14.503 here in 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy. Waiting on everybody else to finish up here. Got one more to finish here. Waiting on Miss Dawn. And so it's going to be Doug Ludwig taking the win. Guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC Performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Alrighty, guys, we're moving into the second heat here, a 40-plus four-wheel drive buggy brought to you by Nitro Pro. Sitting here in the booth with us, we have Mr. Paul Wynn of J Concepts.
I don't hear you.
You don't hear me?
Mm-mm.
Huh, that's weird. Yeah, we can hear you just fine.
There it goes.
There we go. Okay,
Yep.
so we had a little bit of a loose connection. Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right, so we got Mr. Paul Wynn here sitting with us from J Concepts. Paul, you're running in two classes here this weekend. Tell us about how your weekend's going so far.
So far, it's going pretty good. I usually kind of struggle at this track, but the track this year is a little more flowing. I would say it's a lot slower than normal, which is perfect for me, my old eyes. The back left's a little difficult, but kind of got the hang of it, and it's going well. So I was able to TQ all 3 rounds of 40 plus, and I ran the pro class this year as well, which I normally don't do, just to get a little extra track time, and was 10th overall.
Okay.
Actually 9th overall. So
Okay.
I was pretty happy with that.
Okay. So I think they're locking in 8.
Yeah, so it's going to be Julian, myself, and William.
I got you.
Gavin, we're all going to be battling in the
wow.
B. So,
Okay.
I'm 10th. Julian's 9th.
Okay.
I'm 10th. William is 11th, and then Gavin.
Okay, so I heard them talking about 10-minute A finals. Are they running 10-minute B finals as well?
I don't know. I haven't checked.
Yeah.
Usually I think it's just 5.
5.
Yeah,
Okay.
I hope so.
Okay.
I'll have to take a nap before that one.
Hey, look, it'll be some serious bragging rights on the drive home if you were able to take a bump spot away from Julian.
No kidding.
I'm sure he'll be a little quiet on the ride home. He
Yeah.
doesn't say a lot as it is, but he'll be quite quiet on the ride home, especially if you got all those bragging rights.
Yep.
You make the A and he doesn't. So, Paul, big supporters once again of so many races all across the world. It's not just in local. It's just not in national. J Concepts is all over the world. And I honestly, I do not see RC working without J Concepts being involved. You and Jason and Allison and everybody there at J Concepts, y'all give so much back to the racers. I want to say that right off the bat. It seems like every race you guys are supporting, you're either at, you're donating supplies, you're sponsoring. It's amazing.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, that's, it just, we have so much passion for the hobby. We've been doing it, our whole lives, really. I've been doing it. This is, I think, my 39th year in the hobby. I've, raced professionally. I've worked in the industry. So it's just our passion. We just love it. I mean, sure, we could probably go do other things and maybe even make a little more money, but it's not about that. We want to keep this hobby alive, and, we jumped on the elite production stuff because you guys are doing the same thing. I mean, the amount of work you guys put into it, I wish people could see it all, because it's pretty amazing stuff. And we try to, support the guys that are giving back to the hobby as well. So, yeah, that's our goal.
Yeah, one thing that's for certain, we are not making, none of us are becoming multimillionaires doing this. We are not making tons and tons and tons of money. We are all giving back to it to try to grow something, going into something better. So you say you've been racing 39 years. So tell us where you started at. You started in on-road, correct?
Yeah, I started in pan cars. They were running some parking lot racing in the local Kmart parking lot. My mom happened to drive by there, and she's like, oh, there's something going on there. And so she got home, told my dad, and so we went up there to check it out, which now she probably regretted. But yeah, it was, once we saw it, we were just hooked. And there was a local hobby shop there next to the Kmart, and we, got involved with that. My dad started racing for the first year on his own. I was like 11, and after about a year, then I got involved, and I was doing back then there was not a lot of trophy races or anything. You only had a few big races a year. So you would just race anything you could.
Right.
So I was running pan car, off-road, dirt oval. It just didn't matter as long as you could drive an RC car. So I was doing pan car on the Florida State Series.
Okay.
And which congratulations to F-Sierra because it's 45th year.
Yes, I think it's their 45th.
I think it's the longest series in the country.
Yep.
So I was doing that. So I grew up standing on boxes on the parking lot and racing pan car. And I also was doing off-road, did the Winter Champs, and that's where I got recognized from Mike Reedy. And he picked me up, and, we just started racing everything we could.
Yeah.
So my dad got involved. He actually had a motor company, battery company.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we had
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Redline Motors.
Okay.
There was, a few years where we dominated Whippoorwill.
Okay.
We kind of went after Ernie and Trinity, and I think we were the only other company that Joel Johnson ever ran for, because he took a sabbatical, kind of went to school, and we just called him up like, hey, you want to come race Whippoorwill?
Yeah.
And he's like, sure. So we brought him in and had a race with him, and got in all kinds of trouble with Ernie, but it was it was really cool. So yeah, I've just been doing anything and everything RC that I could get my hands on. And my dad was such a huge supporter, and we just did everything together. So
so I've learned something. I've known you for almost 15 years now, and I never known that you had your own motor company there for a little while.
Jason Rhoda actually raced for Redline for my dad for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
I learned something every time. That's very interesting. That's awesome. I did not know that. So again, 39 years of experience. You were in on road, but you kind of raced anything that you could get your hands on. But your big success early in your career was all in the on-road side. Now, I think you were the team manager for Schumacher USA, correct?
Yeah, that was a little later in 2000. So in on-road pan car, I made, I was usually top 5 at all the nationals with 10 scale. 12 scale on asphalt. Carpet, I wasn't super competitive. I was like top 20, but in asphalt, I was usually top 5 in all those events.
Okay.
Finished second one year to Joel Johnson. Made the A at the Worlds in '96
Oh, wow.
on asphalt.
Okay.
So
Was
that
that here
went
in the
well.
US?
That was here in the U.S. That
Okay.
was at Revelation Raceway,
Okay.
which is now a dirt track, but
Right.
was an 8-scale track, and they ran the Worlds there. And then I did off-road. I qualified third at the Truck Nationals in mod, so that was pretty cool.
Okay.
And that's when I picked up my sponsorship with Proline. So I ran Proline for many years doing that. And, just Winter Champs was our local event, which was basically the second biggest race to the world.
Yeah,
I mean, it was
the Losi Winter Champs down in Lake Park.
Yeah, massive event. International. I mean, Masami would come, all the Europeans, from the UK. It was an amazing event. So, and then I went to work for Schumacher in 2000 running touring car.
Okay.
And that's when I got my national title in touring car. And then in 2007, I came to work for J Concepts.
Yep.
And,
so tell me how that relationship started, because I've never heard the story of how you and Jason came to be together the way that y'all are.
So he started racing in the early 90s, and I'd say mid 90s we became really good friends.
Right.
We were racing together all the time, and he started to run for my dad for a while, and we just we did everything racing wise together. And then once I started doing on-road and touring car, I got out of the off-road scene, so we kind of didn't really see each other much. And then 2006, I was kind of looking to do something different, and Jason was expanding exponentially with J Concepts, so he called me up to help Jared Tebow with I forgot what the race was. It was the Losi race that they had annually at Minrig in Tampa, and then it moved to Lake Park. And so I came in just to help Jason and Tebow. I was his mechanic for the BJ4.
Okay.
And then after that, he's like, hey, if you're thinking about doing something different, because, at Schumacher, I was the team manager. I was doing sales, basically anything in the office.
Yeah.
And I wanted to get more involved in the back end of it again.
Right.
So he's like, yeah, bring your stuff, and we'll teach you how to make bodies. And so that was the end of 2006,
And now
2007.
you're the lead designer of all the J Concepts bodies now, correct?
Yeah, so I make, now I used to do everything by hand. Now it's a lot of it's computer generated as far as the drawings and 3D printing stuff. And then we have someone that helps with that. And then I do everything else by hand. I finish all the molds. And so I make all the production molds and then also go to the races and help support the team.
Yeah, I've been down to the J Concepts corporate headquarters many times over the years, and that was one of the very first things that I saw you doing. You were sitting just outside in a tent with a buck right there, and you were sanding away and molding away. You were adding, you were taking away, and things like that. That was the very first thing that I saw you doing. Y'all got quite the operation down there. And I remember the very first time I went down there, and correct me if I'm wrong, y'all were in a different part of the complex. You wasn't where exactly you're at right now, and y'all have quadrupled in size as far as the area that you have taken over inside that warehouse complex.
Yeah, I think originally, Jason started in his garage. Him and Brad Rouse did the BJ4. And Jason also introduced his first body shell at the 2003 Worlds. And everyone just, thought it was super cool. The car was cool. So he decided to go ahead and start the company and go with that. And he had a lot of knowledge of the body making before that, because he was doing stuff for other companies within the industry that a lot of people never, knew about. And, he's just like, you probably don't know what to do, but here's, he knew I was pretty handy with the Dremel and doing that. So he brought me in to do that. And, it was like not even 1,000 square feet. And now we're probably looking at 10 or 12,000 square feet.
Yeah, I know. Y'all's warehouse is, like, even the last time that I was just down there, I'm like, man, y'all have taken up that, the whole wing is all J Concepts now.
Yeah, so we had I think it was 3 employees when I went there, and now we're at 20. So
Yeah,
it's
and that may be something that some people don't know. They may think that y'all are a massive, huge operation,
right?
But everybody that works there does kind of hold multiple hats.
Sure.
And y'all are very efficient at everything that y'all do.
Yeah, it's it's still a family-owned and run business.
Yeah.
It's one of the few left.
Yeah.
At that level.
Yep.
That have stuck with it, and again, that goes back to just the passion that Jason and Allison have for RC.
Yeah, it's really cool to see what J Concepts has done, what they've grown into, and see the direction where they're wanting it to go. They are big supporters of many different events. We've already talked about that. Y'all are really helping us out in the Elite RC production side of things as well. It seems like y'all have a vision of where you want to see RC grow, and it's not revolving around profitability. It's about getting it out to people that may not even know anything about it. I know whenever I started in RC, I had no clue anything about the racing. And it's really crazy because I came up in a racing background, racing go-karts and racing four-wheelers and cars and all kinds of. I had no clue that they raced RC cars, and then you learn about the boat side of things. And there's a little bit of the aerial stuff where they race the planes. But it's a huge niche market that one day I think it's going to see the masses. And it'll be like, oh, this is something affordable that we can get into, because the old stick and ball sports thing is not what it was whenever I was growing up. It's ridiculously competitive. They have all these traveling teams now, and I see that stuff going to be hitting a decline here pretty soon. And I hope we can feel that decline with a growth on our side.
Sure.
So as far as J Concepts goes, I know we can't release any big secrets, but if you could, for the people that are listening out there, what does J Concepts have coming out on the horizon that you can tell us about?
I can't give details, but I think, a lot of people know monster trucks is Jason's number one passion.
Yep.
Before he started racing, that's what got him into RC was, just clodbusters and, the ERI, like truck conversions and, multi-link suspension. And that's the stuff he just thought was super cool.
Yep.
And, he actually had built a track at his house. And he had jumps and doubles and things that, but he'd never even seen an RC car or RC track or race cars.
Okay.
And then he, stumbled across a track, and, that's what got him into racing. But now he's gotten really involved in the monster truck scene again. And so there's some special things happening with monster truck that I think is going to really shock and impress a lot of people. So I'm looking forward to that.
That sounds exciting.
Yeah, so that's going to be a kind of a game changer, I think, in the monster truck industry.
Okay.
And then for racing stuff, Dirt Oval obviously is just skyrocketing.
Yeah.
And so I think you're going to start seeing some more tires and accessories developed for the Dirt Oval. So we do have a few new things in the Dirt Oval realm that I think people are going to get excited about. So we got some new tires coming out there. So I think that'll have a lot of people excited, and I think some of that stuff is going to cross over to what we're doing
to the off-road side.
Okay. So that'll be interesting. I don't know if it'll be better or not, but I think there's going to be a few new tires that I think will kind of start showing up at races like this.
Yeah, anything that burns rubber, you can gather information.
Sure.
And that could apply to something else.
Yeah, everything's changing because the tracks are just getting more and more like on-road. Obviously, you still have the jumps and, obstacles, but the traction levels are just so high. Tire wear's, kind of high, so I think we'll focus on that going forward.
Gotcha. Yeah, Brent, he's released the information on his Carolina Cup that he's got coming up in May. It's going to be his kind of like a Chili Bowl type race that he's going to be doing. He's going to be doing it at Lake Waccamaw, the same place that he holds the RC Pro-Am and the Fall Brawl. So they're going to be running some 8-scale oval there as well. I think we'll be running some 10-scale oval as well. I think it's going to be a mix of both. So he's putting all that stuff together. So we're looking forward to holding the production for that for him in May. So maybe make it have some product release maybe in May that people haven't seen yet.
It's possible, and it depends. Like for those particular tracks, that's going to be, I think, more of a looser type dirt oval. Some of the stuff that we're doing right now is more towards the high bite stuff to get the cars a little more drivable. I don't know if you've driven a dirt oval car or seen these things.
I haven't.
To me,
I have seen them, but I haven't.
Yeah, they've gone way too far with these things. Like,
okay.
I mean, they're just full rear steer. Like, I tried driving one. AJ Marasco let me drive this car, and I couldn't leave the starting line at first. Yeah, because they have so much rear steer. It's like 12 or 13 degrees rear toe.
What?
So the cars just turn by themselves.
Yeah.
So that's why you see all these tracks going smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So the car just turns
in a circle the whole time.
The whole time.
Yeah.
So you actually have to turn right to go straight.
Yeah.
So you turn right, you get rolling, and then once you get up to speed, they're fun to drive.
Yeah.
But as soon as you're around another car or you have to let off, it gets kind of ugly.
So that explains why they spin out so easy.
Yeah.
I did not realize that they were running that much toe in their car. So that makes perfect sense because I've never actually taken the time to look in depth into a car, especially the sprints and different things like that. So that makes perfect sense. So as soon as they let off the throttle, the only thing that car wants to do is just loop around.
Exactly.
That's all it wants to do.
Yeah, basically it's when the car's on power, it's great. But as soon as you have to lift it off for track, that's why the racing's a little ugly.
Yeah, I got you.
But I think with some more development, the cars are going to get a lot better, a lot easier to drive. Yeah. I would like to see them limit the adjustability a little bit. I think it would make racing so much better. You would go nuts as a race director. I don't know if you've seen this, but you go to the races and half the guys are driving from the ground.
Yes.
In the AMA, and I'm like, how is this acceptable?
Yep.
But they do it because they can just pull in and tune the wedge or the toe, and I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's very different. I've watched several races. Like, it took me a little while to get used to the rolling start and all the restarts and all that and everything else, you know. I'm not a fan of the whole restart thing, so that's going to take some changing for me personally, you know, because of the way the starts are run. So it'll be interesting to go or to be a part of.
Sure.
So we're going to start winding some things down here. I do want to ask, as far as the off-road side of things, we had a conversation with Kevin Abbott earlier. The separation between stock and mod. This is also a conversation that Jason and I had. Do you feel, or what do you feel? First, a two-part question. Do you feel that we should slow down the 17.5? Should we go to a 21.5 motor to have a bigger separation between stock and mod to encourage people to move out of the spec class and into a modified class, or look at something totally different?
It's really tough. It's Jason and I, going to lunch at work, we're always like trying to solve the world problems in RC, and we'd always discuss this. And one day I'm like, you know what? This is the biggest class. Why are we trying to fix the biggest class? Even though we don't agree with the way they're doing it, this is the biggest class. But for my personal, opinion is, I think that guys love to tinker. So they love the spec class because putting the time in at home on the bench can increase your lap times because the cars are still slow enough to where you can drive them really hard and run clean runs. So those little things help. Yeah. I would personally like to see them stay 17.5 but go to locked timing or a locked motor of some sort, like Hobby Action I think has been doing
a locked 30-degree timing motor.
Or whatever it is. Pick whatever timing. And I think that would do well because when you have these spec classes, they're so expensive to race. But at the same time, people like to be able to buy lap times. That's what I call it. And
buying the performance.
Yeah, because the cars are just the right speed to where a good driver can just drive them full punch. And a better battery or a better, motor or whatever makes a difference. And if you slow them down even more, that means the battery or whatever is even more important.
As I look at where the direction of the 10th scale off-road racing is going, as far as Roar goes, what concerns me is, are we going to have the next batch of racers that are going to be able to compete with EFRA and things like that, where they primarily run modified over there in those areas, and they're elite drivers. Are our elite drivers' pool going to be so small because everybody's stuck so long in spec racing that they're not going to be competitive on a world level?
Right.
You know, for years and years and years, Roar has kind of been having their butts handed to us.
Sure.
Whether it really doesn't matter. Now, granted, I know Rifkin, you know, he's had some great success and things like that, but the overseas primarily runs modified racing, where the spec racing over here is massive, and you're seeing the market share dwindle for
Right.
the modified. And on the world stage, are we going to be able to compete here in the next 4 or 5 years, because the pool is just gone?
Yeah, I agree.
You know?
It's not. Yeah, we don't have any racers. I mean, I can only think of 2 or 3 guys that have stepped up and been competitive, and you know, when the Ryan and Ryans and you know those type of guys, they're getting, you know, up there in age, families. They're going to be retiring in the next few years. So I think you're right. And over, you know, in Europe, England, Asia, it's all mod. Even in Nitro, their separation of classes is it's one class.
Yep, that's all it is.
So
one class.
yeah, and everybody has to, you know, compete together and grow and get faster, and we don't have that here.
No, we don't.
So
stock has become so focused and hyper-driven. You know, when they interjected the money, the sponsorship into it the way that they did, you know, and it's really just killing the mod class. And I'm not trying to say that I have any answers or anything like that to try to fix an issue, but I do see the problem on the horizon as far as Roar or, you know, the States part of it goes, Canada, things like that, not being able to compete on a world stage. I'm not saying we're going to be a laughing stock by any means. We're not. We'll still be there, but I don't see us being competitive.
Yeah.
And it's going to take years to rebuild that modified group of racers that can be competitive on a world stage. It don't happen overnight.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah.
It's a tough thing, because just the mentality now is I think if you make the car slower, they're going to be okay with it, and they're just going to find a way to make them fast.
I got you.
So that's my concern.
Yeah.
So I really don't know what to do.
Yeah.
And the manufacturers, that's their moneymaker.
Mm-hmm.
So the motor companies, they're going to keep promoting this class and pushing this class. So I don't know who. I don't know if it's Roar that's going to have to step up and.
Yeah, I know. I know. We said we were going to be wrapping this up here in about 4 minutes, but I'd like to continue the discussion. So, what would be your thoughts to maybe? Do you see the modified part of things going away completely and just going to a 13.5 for everybody?
It's a possibility.
You know?
We've had the discussions amongst ourselves, but there's a lot of guys. If the pro guys came into stock, it would change a lot of things. Like I know a lot of guys are like, oh, if Spencer and these guys came to stock, they wouldn't be so dominant. They would get.
No. I remember stock nationals at OCRC, and the lap times that those guys would turn was insanely different.
Yeah, I mean the guys, you see what Nate Sutherland's doing and Hunter King, and these guys are amazing drivers, and they're super fast. It's hard to even fathom, but if the Spencers and those guys came and ran with them,
it's a whole.
It would be another 2 or 3 tenths faster per lap.
It's a whole nother lap. Yes,
it is,
it's a whole different
and it's
level.
I even myself, I've been doing this, however long, and I think I would even be shocked at how much faster they could go.
Yeah.
So would that drive people to go somewhere else? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just looking at the entries for the Florida Carpet Champs. And even this race, the 40-plus class is one of the biggest classes.
Yep.
And the Nitro side, that's kind of the same thing. So it's good, but it's also scary because we want to see the kids.
Yep.
And now it almost seems like the older generation that's their escape from the kids.
Yep.
The kids want to just stay home, be on the computer, be on video games, and the dads come out here and race to get away from whatever's going on at home. But we need the more kids, and that's what's been cool about your series in Florida is the kids are coming back out.
Yep.
So that's
it was the whole reason why I introduced that handout car.
Yeah.
It's
So-
the whole reason why I did it.
Yeah. So that's been really promising. But like you said, I don't know what to do. The stock class is dominating, and we do need some change if we want to compete on the global level.
Yep. So I got one more thing. I'm going to surprise something on you here. So, Paul, I've known you for roughly 15 years. I have never seen you, and I've pushed a couple of times, I've never seen you compete one time in an 8-scale race. And I'm going to put you under the gun here. If I was to give you a car, race ready to go, what would it take to get Paul Wynn at an 8-scale race competing in the 40-plus e-buggy class?
It would be tough. I mean, I've done it. I've built a car. I've gone to, I went to the P&B in like 2011 or 12 or something like that. It was at the old arena.
Okay.
And I've done some Florida State Series events. And I just don't like the driver etiquette and the chaos, which some people love.
Yep.
It just, I went to a race even with my buddies, local in Orlando, and was out there having a good time. And, I put on a sweet pass on, one of my buddies. Next turn, he takes me out, just clobbered me. I'm like, dude, what's going on? He's like, welcome to Nitro, and just started laughing. And I'm just like, well, that's just not for me. So I've run 8-scale. I've raced it twice.
Yeah.
And I did the Clash. We used to do the J Concepts Clash. I did the warm-up for that. And I actually TQ'd the Nitro class with Jason Rona's car.
Okay.
I think JR was second. And like 2 minutes in, my servo blew up. And that was the last time I raced Nitro. And then I got an e-buggy. I did 1 or 2 races in e-buggy, but kind of the same thing. It was just the driver etiquette and I just, man,
you told me that
it's
several
brutal.
times. Yeah.
So I kind of made a rule that I always joke with everyone is if the vehicle has more than one diff, I don't race it. Just because it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
I have a dream job.
Yeah.
But just like anything, if you do it day in, day out,
Yeah.
the last thing I want to do when I go home is see more RC cars.
Yeah. No, I
I
understand.
want to spend time with my wife.
Yeah.
But it's, I'm sure I could do it, one
I would like
off
to see it
and
just one time.
try to have some fun again.
Yeah, just one time. I'd like to see you race. The last time that Jason Rona ran 8-scale that I can remember, the RC8 B3 had just came out.
Okay.
We were running the Roar Region 4 race at Sundancers. He was running Nitro. He was actually leading. And I think with like a minute 50 left to go, minute 30 left to go, he runs out of fuel. And he was going to win the Roar title. He was going to win the race, and he runs out of fuel with about a minute. And he is, to my knowledge, he has not raced Nitro again since.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's same thing. He just, again, it is his life.
Yeah.
And the 8-scale takes so much work and dedication. And back then, we, John Faulkner, I think, was with us then, and he would he would prep everything for Jason and have everything ready. So that made it a little easier for him to do.
Gotcha.
He loves driving them, and we all love driving the cars. It's just, man, it's just so much work.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, the driver etiquette is,
Yeah.
I was actually talking to a few guys here this week that run some of the race time events, and they said the same thing. They after 2 days, they're so burned out, and all the yelling and the people just, there's just no race etiquette. Everyone just drives through each other, and as a race director, there's no way you could call all that stuff, and it just is what it is, really, unfortunately. But it's a great time.
Yeah, it's so this is my first weekend being behind the computer screen here the way that I am and getting to see the things that I get to see. Even at this race, there's been many people just they'll plow right through them.
Sure.
I'm like, holy moly,
Yeah.
that's bad. We're as a race director, you're having to pay attention to the scoring system so much. Make sure this person's counting. You got to watch return marshal. You're trying to call the race. You're trying to call out times. There's just so much going on as an RD, but it's a whole different ball game whenever you're sitting behind this screen and you can actually watch the racing that's going on.
Sure.
As we're talking about it here for a minute there, I thought that guy was going to drive right into the back of him, but he checked up, luckily. But Paul, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate the support that J Concepts gives not only to Elite RC Productions but to every race that y'all go to, y'all are tireless efforts, and you are my passion. Y'all are my guidance. You're one of the reasons why we work as hard as we do, because y'all set the standard. And I can't thank y'all enough for everything y'all do.
Yeah, I appreciate all the kind words, and we'll just keep pushing and keep supporting and just go as far as we can, really.
Yeah.
So.
All righty, bye, guys. Hope y'all enjoyed the conversation here with Paul Wynn from J Concepts. He's going to get ready for his main events for tomorrow as he set TQ in the 40-plus two-wheel drive class, and he'll be looking to make that transfer up in the two-wheel drive modified buggy. Paul, thank you so much for your time, and good luck tomorrow.
Yep. Thanks, Lance.
Thank you.
Yep, appreciate it.
All righty, guys, we're going to go over to a commercial break here real quick, and then we'll be right back to the action. All righty, guys, it is race number 25 on the track. We are done with our interviews here for the weekend. We hope you guys have enjoyed the different chats that we've had with Paul Wynn. We've had with Eddie Henley. We've had with Kevin Abbott at Exalt. We get some little bit of inside information, their thoughts about the industry, some things that they may be working on and stuff like that. Sound like some exciting times ahead for J Concepts for certain. So here in race number 25, it's 13.5, two-wheel drive stadium truck brought to you by Hobby Wing. Jason Haas set the bar right now at a 15.509. This is your B group currently out on the track. Let everybody get their first laps in here, and we'll call it out. $11 more races to go here after this one. Hour and a half to go, roughly. And it should be done right around about 7:30 is when we should be done. I know Danny's he's been up here on that driver stand all afternoon, and I know he's ready to get down. We'll be back to action again about 8 o'clock in the morning. The doors are going to open up. There will be a little bit of practice in the morning. These guys are going to get some 2-minute shakedown runs, and then we're going to begin our main events at 9 o'clock. We'll cover every one of them from start to finish for you. We will have one interview that we're going to be doing tomorrow with Mr. Brent Densford. Michael Sutherland finds himself at top of the leaderboard right now on a 15. No, take that back. Chris Christo going to come across. Now it's going to be Rashad Tolliver. No, Michael Sutherland going to come back to line. Man, the leaderboard changing up really fast here. Sutherland on a 16.518. Tolliver only 1/10 of a second back. Christo 7/1000 of a second back. Shayna Fasor holds on to the 4. She's 1.6 seconds back. So it is very tight on the leaderboard here in race number 25. Christo, Sutherland, Tolliver going at it. Now the gap opens up to 2.7 seconds between that trio. Chris Christo right now with the advantage. Here he comes over here on the right-hand side of the track. Got some lap traffic there just in front of him. That's Craig Jackson. Jackson right now holding on to that number 4 spot. $2:15 down, $2:45 remaining. Halfway there, racers. Chris Christo, Owen Simmons. No, take that back. Rashad Tolliver now to 2. Owen Simmons into number 3. Craig Jackson in the 4. Michael Sutherland into number 5. Mike Kling holding on to 6. Shayna Fasora in the number 7 spot. Thank you, everybody that's been watching here this weekend. We've been staying right around about 150 people watching online all weekend long. Main events start tomorrow. Qualifying, not all that exciting. We had some that were kind of exciting, but the mains, oh boy. I'll probably blow my voice out for sure tomorrow. Chris Christo right now got a half a second lead here up on Craig Jackson, who's in that number 2 spot. Now they come across the line. They're separated by 1.2 seconds here. A minute 30, just over a minute 30 left to go on the race clock. Owen Simmons and Rashad Tolliver coming across the line, 4 and 5. Here comes your race leader, Christo. Beautiful paint job there in the orange, yellow, white. Looks like it's got brown on the back as well. Some fall colors. Craig Jackson now takes over the race lead. Christo falls down to that number 2 spot. They're separated here by 92 hundredths of a second. Michael Sutherland holding on to that number 3, finds himself 5 seconds back of the leading duo. Just over 1 minute left to go here in race number 25. Chris Christo with a 32 hundredths of a second lead right now up on Craig Jackson. Man, they are almost in a dead heat tie, 15.501. Both of them on TQ run. Long lap here for Craig Jackson. Oh, very long lap for Craig Jackson. That is going to give a 5-second lead now to Christo. Race number 25 on the track. We got race number 26 going to be coming up next. Chris Christo, Craig Jackson, last time by the line separated by 5.3 seconds. The problems there from Jackson has allowed Michael Sutherland to move up into the number 3 spot just behind him here. 15 seconds remaining. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in here to the 10th anniversary of the Masters of Dirt at Beachrc. We'd like to say a very special thank you to our sponsors, Exalt RC, Proline Racing, Team Losi Racing, J Concepts, R1 Works, TZO Tires, Hobby Wing, Reedy, Nitro Pro, Tekin, Motive, Factory Tracks Racing, ProTech, One Up Racing, S-Works, Beachrc, Racecraft, Trueform, Assault RC, FDJ Motorsports, and Tech Tire Prep. Race clock has expired. Here comes Chris Christo coming back to the line. He will take the win. He will reach that 16-lap pace at a 16.516. That is the race, guys. They're all done. We're going to take a short break, quick commercial break, and we'll be right back for your A-Main group. All righty, guys. We are back here with round number 3. And is the A group here of 13.5. Two-wheel drive stadium truck brought to you by Hobby Wing. I got me a guest sitting right here that I'm going to put this extra headset on. There we go. Put that on right there, buddy. So now me and you are going to both be on the microphone. So anything you say on the microphone, they're going to hear. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I've got Carson Zimmerman sitting here with me. So, Carson, we've got Hunter King, Nate Sutherland, Doug LaRiviere, Patrick Rossiter, Zach, Chris Van Air, Sean Harding, and Tally Henley. Who is your pick to win here in this race?
Hunter King.
You think Hunter King's going to win it? All right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with Nate Sutherland. That's who I'm going to go with. That's going to be my pick here in this one. He's been really fast here this weekend. He's been looking for some consistency, but I think he's going to have the speed and the consistency needed to take care of round 3. All right? You want a $5 bet?
Yeah.
Yeah, $5 bet? Okay, $5 bet. All right. I'm taking this little kid's money. And if he doesn't give me my money, I'm going to beat him up.
Hey!
All right. Race number 26, getting them gridded up here. I got Carson Zimmerman here sitting with me on the microphone. He's going to help me call this race. He's going to go with Hunter King. I'm going with Nate Sutherland. We'll see who the dark horse may be. Doug LaRiviere, he's probably going to be our dark horse. All right, here we go.
Hunter King is.
No, you called it. No, the dark horse is your long shot. Long shot. Which Doug's not really much of a long shot because he's a hell of a racer, so he's not much of a long shot. But you're going with King, I'm going with Sutherland. Okay?
Yep.
All right. Let's see who's going to win. Here we go, guys. Going to send him off here. And there goes Hunter King going to come across the line, going to lead him off here. Nate Sutherland right behind him in that number 2 spot. This is your A group out on the track after 2 rounds of qualifying. Oh, man, my horse has already had a problem. He just rolled upside down. We were talking about the consistency. I thought he was going to have it, but he has a problem here at the start. He rolls it upside down on that jump away double. And it's going to be Chris Van Air to the top of the leaderboard here for lap number 1. So both our horses down in the bottom of the pack here. We got Hunter King running in the 4, Nate Sutherland in the 8. So now Hunter King going to come back. He's going to lay down a big lap. It's going to be Hunter King back to the race lead. Chris Van Air in that number 2 spot. Patrick in that number 3. How are you feeling about your horse? You still thinking that he's going to take the win? Hunter King comes across the line with the top spot. What you think there, Carson? Yeah? All right, so Carson's still going with Hunter King. Chris Van Air right there on his back bumper, 1 second back. Camera focused in on Carson Zimmerman's pick. He's looking at him intently here on the race screen as he comes across that start-finish work on that left-hand side of the track. Hunter King on fire here in 2-wheel drive stadium truck. Van Air holding on that number 2. Oh, man, better not count my horse out yet because here he comes. He's up to the number 3 spot now, and he's turned the fastest lap of the race at a 17-1 now. What you think? Oh, man, he's up to the number 2, Carson. Oh boy. What you think?
No.
Oh, no, he says. Hunter King still with that race lead, but now Nate Sutherland putting the pressure on him here. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. There he goes across the line. The gap down to half a second. There's Nate on your race screen trying to close in on Hunter King. Hunter King just out of screen frame here. Hunter's going to have to deal with some lap traffic as he's coming onto the front straightaway. Nate Sutherland coming across the line. Nate Sutherland now down to 0.2 of a second. Oh, man, the battle is really starting to tighten up for that top spot as Hunter King working his way through that lap traffic. 2:15 down, 2:45 left to go. It's Hunter, Nate, and Van Air, your top 3. Zach holding on to 4. Rossiter into 5. Doug LaRiviere in the number 6 spot. Nate Sutherland now atop the leaderboard. Nate Sutherland to the race lead. Hunter King down to the number 2 spot. It's a pair of TLRs still out in front. They are only separated here by 23 hundredths of a second. How close is that, Carson?
Very close.
You ain't kidding. Oh, no. Oh, man, both of them having some problems here as they get tied up with some lap traffic. That's going to allow Chris Van Air to make up some time, but Nate Sutherland still holding on to the race lead. They're separated by 9/10 of a second here. Carson, your man right now running in that number 2 spot. My man running into the race lead. But as they're on the racetrack, you're seeing Hunter King just in front here of Nate Sutherland. Oh, no! Problems there for Hunter King as he traction rolls in the corner. Oh, no, Carson, what do we do? Huh? Are we hoping for a little bit of trouble maybe out of Nate so Hunter can catch back up?
Yeah, because Nate's coming on 2-lap cars.
Yep, he's sure. Yeah, exactly right. He's coming up on the backside of 2-lap vehicles as he's trying to. Oh, my goodness. Look how close they are. He's coming up on the backside of Van Air. Van Air pulls over and lets him come through. Nate Sutherland right now out in front. Looks like that is Talon Henley, I believe, just in front of him as they come down the front straightaway. Nope, I'm sorry, that's Zach. It just. Oh no! Nate! All kinds of problems. They're all tied up in the corner over here. Oh my goodness! It's a gang pile in the corner.
Nate got caught in the left side of the track.
Yep, he sure did. So can Hunter King make up some time here? He was 4.2 seconds back. Let's see where they're going to be. Now the gap is 2.6 seconds. Hunter King trying to work his way around that lap traffic as well. They are slamming, they are framming, they are bamming on one another. Nate Sutherland out in front. I'm fixing to be $5 richer, or I'm going to beat up a 5-year-old kid. How old are you? How old are you, Carson?
8.
I'm going to beat up an 8-year-old kid.
Oh, Nate rolls
taking this
over.
kid out, taking all his lunch money. Take his retirement. 15 seconds left to go. Nate Sutherland still out in front. Hunter King in the number 2 spot. Doug now up to that number 3. Patrick Russell working for Talon Henley in that 5. Race clock is about to expire.
Nate has been good through that right side of the track.
Yep, he has.
So,
you're exactly right. He has been very good.
I have a bad feeling that Hunter's going to get second.
Oh, my goodness. The race is over. It's going to be Nate Sutherland taking the win, resetting TQ on a 17.505. Hunter King comes home in the number 2 spot. Doug LaRiviere in that number 3. How about that $5 you're going to owe me, huh?
I'm not going to give it to you.
You're not going to give it to me? Oh, my goodness. He's not going to pay up on his bet. I don't know what I'm going to do about this kid. We're going to have to body slam him out here on the concrete or something. We're going to have to shake him upside down. Something. Holy moly. I ain't betting you no more. You don't pay up. All right, guys, that's the race. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today. Beachrc.
All righty, guys, here we go. We're back to the action. Race number 27. It is Mod 2-wheel drive stadium truck brought to you by J Concepts out on the track. I got my main man. He don't pay up on his bets, though. I got Carson Zimmerman sitting right here by me, 8 years old, hanging out with me in the production booth. Killing It RC, check it in here on YouTube. Y'all see the QR code right there on your screen. If you'd like to purchase a raffle ticket to help out the Elite RC Productions team, as we bring Keenan over from the Dominican Republic to do your commentary for AMS and Fall Brawl and enter in a chance to win the the Team Associated B4.1. You can buy your raffle ticket right there on that QR code.
Yeah, and this is hard.
So do you know this person Killing It RC? They said Carson is my friend. You got a fan. You've only been on the microphone for 5 minutes and you've got a fan already. How about that?
Good.
Huh? So what you think? Who you want to pick in this one?
Well, this is a hard class for this track.
Yeah.
And I think the best would be
So William Venables, he's running
The
the top spot so far.
Wait, who's this?
That's Colin Leonard. He's a local here.
Yeah, Colin.
You want to pick Colin?
Yep.
Okay, all right. So you're going to go with Colin Leonard. I'm going to go with William Venables. That's who I'm going to go with.
Okay.
So here comes William coming across the line. William's had a really fast truck here this weekend. He's trying to lock his way into the A final. That'll be taking place tomorrow. Oh, we got one out of the race. Oh, man. Something locked up on the left rear over here as they're working on it. William right now out in front. Michael Arnold in that number 2 spot. Mark Reed in number 3. Oh, rough lap there for Colin, but a strong lap, and he bumps up to the number 2 spot. So Colin now up to the number 2.
Yep.
He's trying to run down William. He's currently 4.1 seconds back. I would bet you some money, but, you know, you
I'll
didn't
bet
pay
you money. I'll come with money next year.
You'll come with money next year?
Yep.
What about this year?
I forgot my birthday money.
You forgot your birthday money.
Oh my
so you mean to tell me I'm going to be
gosh.
taking your birthday money? Oh, wow.
This
I am
$5.
really a bully.
That turn marshal back there jumped over a car going over the ramp.
Yeah? Well, I'm glad you saw it because I didn't see it. Oh, here we got an instant replay. Let's see. Who is it?
It was,
So we got us an instant replay right here.
it was him that jumped over.
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Oh, wow. Yeah, he did. He jumped right over trying to
Actually,
get
it
to
was
that.
through the legs.
Yeah. So
He's
you got
lucky.
a minute 40 down,
He's
3:20
lucky.
left to go. William Venables still out in front. I'd like to point out that my horse is winning again. You're not very good at this picking horses thing.
Hey!
I am. Your guy's running in that number 3 spot. You're losing money here, buddy. We don't need to take you to the horse track at all. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go.
At least he's in third and he can catch up to second.
So Chris Harrison making a comment here. How about once you win a championship in a class, you are forced to bump up to the next class and cannot enter the class you won the championship in? All right, so Chris, I'm going to tell you some experiences that I have had with that in the past.
In that
I'll
left
tell you
corner,
exactly what it
one went
does.
straight
Whenever you
into the
start
wall head
forcing people
first.
to racing classes that they do not want to race in, they stop racing. And that's the last thing that we want to do. It's a very, very hard thing that we do as race directors, even whenever we have bump-up rules and we move people up into other races. As much as they say, oh, support, 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 as soon as you start telling people that they have to run in a class they don't want to race in, the very first words that come out of their mouth, and I just heard it very recently, well, I'm never coming back.
William is in
3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. William
William
Venables
in-
right now with a big lead here up on Colin Leonard, who's in that number 2 spot. Brandon holding on to that number 3. William Moberly into number 4. Michael Almond holding on to the number 5 spot. William Venables with a big lead here up on the field. .90 seconds left to go. Carson going to have to get him some help over here to pick out some better drivers for him, because my guy's 24 seconds up on the field. That's a lap. Your guy's a lap down.
Dang. Oh!
That's so bad for you. That was like last year's birthday. Got a minute 15 left to go.
One right after the first tabletop, like, hit it in the pipe instantly and, like,
Yeah. So you got some race analysis there from the expert, 8-year-old Carson Zimmerman. William Venables still leading the way with 45 seconds left to go. Colin Leonard holding on that number 2 spot. Brandon in that number 3. William
was
Moberly
close.
into number 4. Michael Almond in the 5. My man over here getting all excited.
Yep.
.30 seconds left to go. Is two-wheel drive modified stadium truck brought to you by J Concepts, your B group out on the track. William Venables still leading the way in the Schumacher. Here he comes, coming across start-finish line. William, all the way from the UK, racing here with us this weekend. Oh, no, William's all in the pipe. He marshals it himself. Race number 27 almost in the books here. Race number 28, you're on deck. Well, there I'm sitting there like I'm talking to the racer. See, there's that RD mode coming out in me. Sorry about that, race fans. Well, if we were betting people, Carson, you would owe me $10 right now. Actually, your guy lost so bad, you probably owe me $20 because that was a whipping. He beat your guy by 2 laps. He finished up with 17 laps, and Colin finished up with 15 laps. Holy moly! All righty, guys, that's the race. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back for race number 28 right after this commercial break. All righty, guys, we are back here for the A group, the A sort, for the third round of qualifying of two-wheel drive modified stadium truck brought to you by J Concepts. This is one of your Masters of Dirt Championship classes. So a points tally will come from your 3 mains for two-wheel drive buggy, two-wheel drive stadium truck, and four-wheel drive buggy. You see on your screen there, you see the Elite RC QR code. Please scan that code and purchase yourself a raffle ticket in support of Elite RC for the B4.1 that will be given away. Every dollar raised helps bring Keenan over to the United States for the commentary of AMS 15 and the Fall Brawl.
I think Brock's going to win.
You think Brock's going to win? Okay. You know what? That's a very, very good guess, and you know what? I'm going to go with you on that one as well. So you and I both are going to choose Brock on this one. So who do you think is going to come in second? Since we're both choosing Brock to win, who do we think is going to come in second?
Probably,
got some big names
Dustin.
in there. Dustin Evans. Okay, you think Dustin Evans is going to come in second. Well, I'm going to go with Dakota Finn in second. All right, so
I'm going to go with...
no, you already put your pick in. You can't change it now. That ain't how that works.
No,
Tater
for like
Sontag,
third
right?
place.
Huh?
For third place.
Third place?
Yeah.
No, we don't worry about third place. We worry about who's going to win, and we both picked the same guy.
Yeah.
Which we're not doing too good. Carson, he's down in the 6th spot. I think we've made a boo-boo here. I should not have went with you on that one.
But you can't change your answer.
I know I can't change my answer, but I will like to point out that Dakota Finn is in third. So you chose Dustin Evans, and my guy that I chose for second, currently now in fourth. But it's Tater Sontag right now leading the way. 130 down, 330 left to go. Sontag into TLR out in front. Oh, man, Dustin Evans going to lay down a monster lap, 16.6. That by for Dustin. He's trying to move off the bottom of the leaderboard right now. What you think over there, Carson? I got to my right, I got 8-year-old Carson Zimmerman. He and I both chose Brock Champlin to win this race. Then for second place, I chose Dakota Finn. He chose Dustin Evans. Right now, Dakota's running in the 3 spot. Dustin running in the number 5 spot. What do you feel about your choice there, Carson?
I feel good about my choice.
You feeling good? Okay. Yep. All right. If you're saying so, we still got a long ways to go. You're 2 minutes down, 3 minutes remaining. Tater Sontag right now, 1.3 seconds up on Aiden Horn.
Oh,
Dakota Finn
Tater
in that
almost
number 3
flipped
spot.
over.
Oh, no. Now Dustin Evans is only 2 seconds back at Dakota Finn for that number 3 spot. Your horse is starting to come on strong here. Dustin Evans laying down some good laps there, Carson. He's over here just a grinning. Now Brock Champa going to move to that number 4 spot. Dustin Evans falls down to the 5. Brendan Schimmel in at number 6. Ryan Cavallari in the number 7. We're halfway there, Carson. What you think, buddy? Tater Sontag still leading the way. Aiden Horn holding on to that number 2 spot. Huh? What you thinking? You don't seem too confident over there. Your man right now running into number 6. My guy's moving up to the number 3 and battling for the number 2. He's 1.3 seconds out of the race lead. 2 minutes still to go here. Two-wheel drive modified stadium truck presented by J Concepts out on the track. Tater Sontag has led this one here from lap number 1, but the pressure has been applied to him from Aiden Horn. Now 0.8 of a second is the gap. Oh, bouncing it off the pipe over there on that top left-hand side for Tater Sontag. The birthday boy, 18 years old. Aiden Horn holding on number 2 spot now, not 0.5 of a second back. Dakota Finn holding on that number 3. There's a crowd that has gathered up around the track watching these guys do battle. Brock Champlin holding on that number 4 spot. Dustin Evans in the 5. I have a feeling that Brock has probably done a little bit of testing here in this race. He just ran the, or not just ran, but he has ran the fast lap of the race so far at a 16.6. But the truck doesn't quite have the consistency in it that he needs. New race leader Aiden Horn to the top of the leaderboard. Tater Sontag now down to the 2. Tater going to take it back away from him. Tater now up into that top spot. What a race. Back and forth they go. Here they come down across that start-finish line. Aiden Horn lays down a 16.7. That's his fastest lap of the race with only 30 seconds left to go. The Associated of Aiden Horn out in front. You've got Tater Sontag into TLR directly behind him. Aiden Horn now going to work his way around Ryan Cavallari as they come onto the front straightaway. 20 seconds left to go. Oh, no, Aiden Horn makes a mistake, rolls it upside down. Oh, no, Tater Sontag. Looks like he gets it wrong. Was that Tater?
No.
Oh, I couldn't quite make out the car there. Couldn't make out the paint job. Oh, that was Brendan Schimmel that rolled it upside down. So Aiden Horn with the rollover. How much is it going to hurt him here? He's going to drop down to 2 spot. He's 1.3 seconds back. Race clock still hot. Tater Sontag out in front. They come back towards start finish. Aiden Horn going to finish up 0.8. Oh, I'm hearing Tater Sontag now upside down. So Tater going to come across the line. He will finish up. And Tater Sontag will take the win here in two-wheel drive modified stadium truck as Aiden Horn going to finish up 0.6 of a second back. That is a race, guys. Everybody is done. We'll get a quick interview here with your Q3 winner, Tater Sontag. All righty, guys, we are here with your Q3 top qualifier in two-wheel drive stadium truck. Tater, you dominated the first parts of that race, but Aiden Horn really put the pressure on you there at the end.
Yeah, he was coming strong. I had a really good start. Made a couple changes to the truck that time for Q3. Car was super good. Last like 2-3 minutes, I was starting to strip an idler gear, so I had to back off a little bit. But I happened to see Aiden got it wrong in the sweeper, so that gave me a little bit of a cushion. And I'm surprised it held up, not going to lie. Probably wouldn't have won another couple laps, so we squeaked it in. But, yeah, car was really
Oh, wow. I had no idea. I didn't even hear that idler gear stripping out. So I would like to pry a little bit. So you made some changes. Can you share what changes you made?
Just some front camber link changes. Lowered it a little bit, helping the car. The car's rolling a lot, so lowered it, kept the front end a little bit flatter, got a little bit more steering, more stability. So definitely a lot better that time.
Yeah, it definitely showed, man. Your truck was really fast out there. And for having a idler gear that was stripping out on it, man, you did a fantastic job of maintaining and being able to finish that thing out.
Yeah, it's definitely not the first time that's happened, so we got some experience with it. But, yeah, we'll put an aluminum one in for the main so that doesn't happen again and battle it out.
There you go, man. All right, Tater Sontag, your Q3 winner here in two-wheel drive modified stadium truck, and we wish him the best of luck in the mains tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All righty, guys, we're going to get back to the action here in just a moment. Thank you all for tuning in, and I think we have race number 29 coming up next. All righty, guys, here we go. Race number 29 is 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. Race number 29 brought to you by TZO Tires. Let everybody get their first laps in here. We'll call it out. This is your D group sort out on the track. Eric Haywood right now looks like he's going to be atop the leaderboard on a 16.511. Noah Crow going to be in that number 2 spot. Thomas Burnside into number 3. Giancarlo Diagiovanni in the 4. Charlie Buckland into number 5 spot. Got some late guys back to the line here for lap number 1. Looks like we had no check-in from Jermaine Merchant. So we are 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Oh, no, one going for a tumble there at the end of the front straightaway. Another one having some issues. Another one bouncing off the wall. Wow. So Eric Haywood, the pink car. Okay. So here comes your race leader over here on the right-hand side of the track coming back towards start-finish. Eric Haywood just in front of Noah Crow. They're doing battle. They're separated here by 1 second. Rashad Tolliver in at number 3. Charlie Buckland in number 5 spot. Giancarlo in the number 4. Thomas Burnside in the number 6 spot. Vinny in the 7. Pat Rossiter in the 8. 2 minutes. Oh, man, our race leader bounces it off the wall. He only had a 1.2 second lead up on Rashad. Noah Crow right there in the number 3 spot. 1, 2, and 3 only separated here by 1.2 seconds. Long lap here for Haywood. Haywood now going to fall down to the number 3 spot. Put Noah Crow up to the race lead as we're nearing the halfway mark here. Here comes Noah Crow coming across the start-finish line. 15.509 right now. He's trying to make that final push to move up on the starting grids. See if he can make a B-main run here. C-main definitely achievable. Going to have to be nice, smooth, and clean to get into the B. Lay down a very solid time. Noah Crow coming across the line. 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy presented by TZO Tires. Rashad Tolliver now going to take over the top spot. He's on a 15.507 for Rashad. Rashad coming into the middle section of the track. Oh, looks like he's going to bounce it off the pike. Keeps it under control. Here he comes onto the front straightaway. Oh, nope, that's not Rashad. That is Rashad. That is Rashad. I'm sorry. He's in the number 2 spot. Noah Crow moves back up into the race lead. Noah Crow in the purple and white, I believe, as he comes across that line. Oh man, he snags the pipe. having some problems there in the Shark Tank. Oh, that's Noah Crow that just rolled upside down once again, so he's having a rough lap here. Going to drop down the leaderboard. Rashad Tolliver moves up into the race lead now, 2.2 seconds up on the field. They're very close together here on the racetrack. Eric Haywood in at number 3, Giancarlo in at 4. Burnside comes across the line in the number 5 spot. Yep, 1 and 2 right here on the race screen as they come across that start-finish line. Noah needing to pull away from Rashad here as they're 2.7 seconds apart. They got a turtle car right there in front of them. Oh, man, Rashad right into the backside hard of Noah Crow. Oh, boy. That aggressive move there cost him a little bit of time. Oh, man, looks like Noah going to grab the dot. They're going to get together. Oh, no, now he's hung up on the pipe. Oh, both of them have some issue. Now Rashad upside down. Oh, no, turn marshal, I think, stepped on Noah's car. Now lap traffic into the back. Oh, my gosh, it is carnage. Holy moly, it's a melee. I have no idea who's going to be leading us. We might see Vinny Diagiovanni all the way from the 8th spot move up in the race lead by the time they finish this lap here. Looks like Rashad going to be out in front by 5 seconds right now up on Noah. Eric Haywood, he comes to the line. He is done. Here they come back to the line over here on the right-hand side. Giancarlo coming to the line. There we go, guys. That's the race. Everybody's done. Rashad Tolliver will hold on for the race win at a 15.514. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brands and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com.
All righty, guys, we are back to the action here. It is race number 30. Getting them all checked in. It is our C group of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy presented by TZO Tires. That is Carson. So the little man you see there on the screen owes me $5. He doesn't know. I'm going to take him in the parking lot, and I'm going to beat him up here in a little bit. He made a $5 bet with me and didn't pay up. I think I could take him out. He's only 8 years old. I may have to get a big stick. Right, getting them all gridded up here for the roll call start. Danny, the camera's all out of focus, buddy. Okay, there we go. I mean, do a better job here, man. These people are paying a lot of money to see this stuff. Yeah, guys bought you all these lattes, all that money they're giving us, and you can't even focus the camera. You know what? We're going to have to replace you. Anybody got a telephone number for a better camera guy? Danny up there just a giggling. Y'all can't hear him. I hear him in my ear, but, you know. He looks like he doesn't say a whole lot, but all he does is complain the entire time that he's on the headset. I'm hungry. I want to take a nap. I want some coffee. I got to go to the bathroom. Y'all just don't know how Danny is. 1 minute down and 4 minutes left to go. Ray Seabaugh out in front, comes across the line. 16.509. Chris Phelps holding on number 2 spot. Will Santiago in at number 3. Got 1 minute down, 4 minutes left to go. Carson Zimmerman up to that number 4 spot. My broadcast host that I had here in the broadcast area out on the track right now. Running in that number 3 spot now. So Carson on the move a little bit. Carson only 9,500 of a second behind. Will Santiago for the number 2. Carson working his way here in the middle section of the track. Running in that 3 spot. Here he comes. Back to start finish. Now he's going to move up to that number 2 spot. Carson's car looks really good as he came in through the Shark Tank. Oh, man, I thought that turn marshal was going to put that car down right in front of him. Carson able to slip past. Carson only finds himself 0.8 of a second back of the race lead. This is a good lap here for Carson. New race leader. Going to be Carson. Oh, no, and right as I say it, he snags the pipe, rolls upside down. We got a stumbling, bumbling turn marshal out there trying to keep from getting his feet taken out from under him. So Carson going to fall down the leaderboard here a little bit right as he takes over the race lead. 2 minutes down and 3 minutes left to go. Let's see where he's going to be at. Carson's going to fall down number 3 spot. He's 3.2 seconds away from the race lead. Otha now on the move. Miss Samantha cheering him on from home. Otha in the 2 spot. 2.7 seconds out of the race lead. Now Jonathan Orcutt going to move to that number 3 spot. Warren Campbell into number 4. Carson Zimmerman into 5. Will Santiago into 6. Chris Phelps into 7. Jacob Hartman into 8. Now got Aaron Bembry in that number 8 spot. Here, you want to talk? No? You sure? Oh, well, I thought I was going to have me another guest in here, but he don't want to get on the microphone. So it's all good. New race leader, Otha, going to move up into the race lead. I don't know how to correctly say his last name. I just call him Snuffleupagus. For those of you that used to watch Sesame Street, y'all know who Snuffleupagus is. That was the big elephant. Otha, the Greek god of food, right now leading the way over here on the left hand. Oh, take that back. Ray Seabaugh going to move up into the race lead. Warren Campbell in that number 2 spot. Now Otha going to fall down number 3. Carson Zimmerman holding on to the number 4 spot with Jonathan Orcutt in the number 5. Will Santiago into 6. Aaron Bembry in that number 7. Jonathan Hartman Jacob Hartman in the 8. And Chris Phelps rounding out the field in the number 9. Warren Campbell comes to the line. He takes back over the race lead as they go back and forth here. Oh, long lap here for Carson Zimmerman in that number 4. Now going to fall down to the number 6. Having a little bit of trouble here. Warren Campbell and Ray Seabaugh, 1 and 2. Otha comes across the line into number 3. He's 5.8 seconds out of the race lead. 1 minute left to go. 6 more races to go here after this one. Race number 31 coming up next. Warren Campbell right now with the race lead. 1.6 seconds up on the field with Otha working that number 2 spot. Dylan Johnson checking in here on the old YouTube. Saying the track is cool. I will say this. The track is very unique. Devin saying he needs him a buggy. Well, if you go to beachrc.com, young man, you can order you a buggy right now. They will ship that thing out to you first thing on Monday. beachrc.com. Ray Seabaugh right now leading the way. Warren Campbell holding on that number 2 spot. Otha holding on that number 3. Will Santiago holding on to the 4. Jonathan Orcutt in that number 5 spot. Chris Phelps in that number 6. Aaron Bembry in that number 7. Carson Zimmerman in the 8. And Jacob Hartman in the 9. Devin, if you haven't bought a buggy before, I highly recommend that wherever you're from, you check around with your local track. See what is the popular chassis in your area, because it will be different chassis that are popular. You'll have X-Ray, you'll have Associated, you'll have Losi, You'll have Schumacher, different things that'll be popular. You want to definitely get something that is popular. So if you live in Sanderson, Florida, I can tell you exactly what you got that's popular in your area. So your closest track to you in Sanderson is Beachline Raceway. They're about an hour and a half away from you. And you can get you an Associated, very popular there. You can get you a Schumacher, also very popular there. And you'll have plenty of part support, plenty of people to support you with advice. Go over and see the guys at Beachline, Robbie, and them. They'll get you taken care of. If you love Associated, you're on the right track, buddy. You want to get you a B7. Don't get the B7D. You want to get you a B7 is what you want to get. Get you a 21.5 motor. Start off in that rookie class, in that novice class. Go have some fun. Race number 31. Oh, Dana's going to put up on the screen here. You see the QR code, guys. Scan that QR code. We have exactly 30 spots remaining here in our online waffle that we are trying to raffle off a Team Associated B4.1 Nitro Buggy 8-scale kit. Every dollar that we raise goes directly to Keenan, bringing him over here for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout and for Fall Brawl, both events. So we could definitely use some help there on that. Going to be right back, guys. Alrighty, guys, we are back to the action here. It is your B group sort of 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy presented by TZO Tires. Dagan Bledsoe. Right now sitting atop the leaderboard. Waiting on everybody to get them gridded up here. We're going to turn them guys loose. All right, we're going to have a static camera here real quick for just a little bit. Got to make a quick adjustment, quick bathroom run also for our camera guy, so we'll give him a break while we move to the static camera. All right, we are off and running. Roll call start here like we've had all day long. Race number 31 on the track. Race number 32 is going to be coming up next. Winding our day down here. We're going to be done right at 7:30. Just a hair before, about 7:20, 7:25, somewhere right around there. 2 rounds of qualifying that we ran here. Started at 10 o'clock or 9 o'clock this morning. They'll have a little bit of practice in the morning. Doors are going to be opening up track opens up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And on-track action will begin at 9 a.m. 8 lock in, 2 bump. I know they're running 10-minute A finals. I am not 100% certain. I need to get clarity. I've heard some people say it is 10-minute lower mains. But I've also heard some people say it's 5-minute lower mains. So we've got to get some clarity on that. So Dagan Bledsoe going to lead the way in the X-Ray. 0.6 of a second up on Brady Lucas right now. Got Matty G checking in from Beachrc in the YouTube chat. Thank you, Will. Appreciate it. This is my first time doing the commentary. It's kind of hard sometimes to get out of the RD mode. Hope you guys are enjoying it. We did some interviews earlier. We even had a couple of guest commentators come in. Had 8-year-old Carson Zimmerman. He doesn't know I'm taking out his knees for breaking the bet. I'm going to take that little kid out. Get my $5 one way or another. Dagan Bledsoe, 0.9 of a second up. Oh, take the back. Brody Treehorn going to move up into that top spot. Chris Christo holding on to that number 2. Van Sloots working that number 3. 2 minutes down, 3 minutes left to go. Boy, you can tell that the sun is beginning to set here in Myrtle Beach because the conversation volume behind me has increased by tenfold. So I have a feeling that there is some liquid courage that is beginning to flow. Oh, sweet. Matt, you're coming to Carpet Champs in November. Awesome. Look forward to seeing you, man. So Matty G coming to the Carpet Champs. That's going to be a big crowd, man. We have a lot of people that are coming over from overseas. Max Gotzel, I see, is coming for X-Ray. Bruno Coelho's coming from X-Ray. Got a lot of people from overseas. International people coming over to race at the Florida Carpet Champs again this year. It's probably the biggest national race in the world besides Worlds for tent scale carpet. Got somebody checking in from the UK. Man, what time is it over there? It is almost 7 o'clock here on the East Coast of the United States. What time is it in the UK? It's probably got to be around, 11 o'clock? Close to midnight over there? 3:30 down, 1:30 left to go. Oh, we got one out there with unfortunate. Oh, he lost the ball cup there on the back. They're trying to get it on. Oh, man, that sucks when it comes off. Oh, it's midnight, almost midnight over there in the UK. Brody right now with the race lead. Chris Christo holding on number 2 spot. Van Sloot's in number 3. Sweet. Going to be cool to have Charlie Swinka and Matty G coming over to the Florida Carpet Champs in November. Gene Shrout checking in. Gene, we're having a great time, man. Would I happen to know what ESC they're running with that 21.5 motor? I can tell you, Devin, you cannot go wrong with the Hobby Wing Just Stock. I just recently purchased one of those for a friend of mine that's building a stock car as well. You get a lot of product support. It's good reliability. They have a good warranty program. Another good ESC to look at as well would be a Tekin. You can look at them as well. But I would go with a Hobby Wing Just Stock is what I would get. 20 seconds left to go. I want to say those ESCs run, I think they're $109, maybe $99, somewhere right around there. Maybe Matty G could tell me what they retail for. And you have to run a 2S motor. You must run 2S battery. You must run 2S battery. That's mandatory. Yep. All righty, guys. Race clock has expired. Brody Treehorn looks like he's going to take the win here as he has a 10-second lead here up on Chris Christo. You're more than welcome, Devin. Ask any questions you may have. If I can't answer them, I'll find the answer for you. One thing that you will need that a lot of people forget to buy is a transponder. You will need to buy a transponder. I know it sounds like $100 is a waste of money, but it's the most important part of the car. Without that, the car doesn't get counted. So you will need your transponder. Brody Treehorn going to take the race win on a 17.504 for that young man. As he lays down a solid time, resets TQ. He's trying to brace his way up into the A final. Greg Holland checking in from Florida. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the shout out. Glad you're enjoying the coverage here of the 2024 10th anniversary of the Exalt RC. I almost messed up again. I did that earlier right at the beginning. For the Exalt RC Masters of Dirt presented by Proline. All right, guys, we're going to take a real quick commercial break. We will be right back.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl, Sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com.
All righty, guys, here we go. So I've got my main man, Carson Zimmerman, sitting in the booth with me. Carson, you were doing really good, buddy. You made it all the way up into the race lead. What happened? Did you get a little nervous out there?
Yeah, it's just normally at the end of the race I lose my speed, and you have to kind of change to where you kind of have to change your line during the race when your car gets slower. So I didn't do that.
So you started making some mistakes out there is what happened, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got race number 32 coming up. This is our A group. This is the fast guys, a 13.5 four-wheel drive buggy. So Hunter King right now has the TQ spot. He and Nate Sutherland are going to be doing battle. Doug Riviere are going to be looking to be the spoiler. Talon Henley, he's got a lot of speed in his TLR. You can't count out the X-Ray. Of Jeff Stackowitz, you got the Associated, Patrick Rossiter. Josh Parrish going to be starting from that number 7 spot. Zach in that number 8, and Carter Irish rolling off 9. Thank you very much to Matty G for telling me about that $62.99 for that just stock ESC. So you can go to beachrc.com. There for Devin, you can pick up all the parts that you need.
Hunter's in first right now.
Oh, no. Nate Sutherland broke right here at the start. Oh, no. He was not allowed to start for what? Oh, wow.
How did that happen?
Huh. So some sort of penalty being assessed here on Nate Sutherland. We'll see if we can get the word of what's going on. Give me 1 second here, guys. Aiden, can you go find out what happened to Nate Sutherland? Why he wasn't allowed to race?
It was late, and Scotty said he's been waiting on him all day, and he's sick of it, so he just started.
And he still wouldn't let him go?
Well, I guess he wasn't even up the driver's stand, I guess.
Oh, wow.
He stripped the spur gear.
Stripped the spur gear?
Yeah, one way.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay. All righty, so I got the word of what happened here to Nate Sutherland. It sounds like he unfortunately stripped a spur gear at the start here, and no minute graces here in qualifying. So it's going to be Hunter King to the top of the leaderboard here with 130 down, 330 left to go.
It sucks because he started second and
yeah,
he had
I know.
a chance.
He's had a very fast car here this weekend, so motor must have moved on him or something and stripped out a spur gear. Oh, man, we got one upside down right here in front of our race leaders. Doug Riviere, he's 2.3 seconds back in the Associated. What buggy are those? Are they kits? Are they jamming over the jumps? Pretty cool. So I'll tell you, we'll start off with our race leader. So our race leader is a TLR, Team Losi Racing. Out there, there's the four-wheel drive buggies that are out there currently running in that number 2 spot, which is Doug Riviere. He runs a Team Associated buggy. Then you have the TLR of Talon Henley in the number 3. So as far as chassis goes, anybody that may be considering about doing some racing and different things like that, one thing you want to keep in mind, you need to see what is popular at your local tracks. You don't want to buy a brand, regardless of how you may feel towards one brand or another. It is all about at-track support and local availability of parts. That's where you want to start when you begin. So go to your local hobby shops, go to your local tracks, see what people are running, talk to people, get the consensus of what the popular chassis is, whether it be Associated, X-Ray, TLR, Techno, HB, whatever it may be. That's the car that you want to get so you can get that at-track support. 3 minutes down, 2 minutes left to go. Hunter King right now with the race lead. Keenan White checking in. He said, I like these car and driver shot. Good to hear from you, Keenan White. Doug Riviere and Talon Henley right now doing battle right now for that number 2 as Hunter King is stretching out the lead. Hunter King now 3.8 seconds up on the field. 140 left to go. Hunter having a great run here. Hunter King looking to take the TQ overall here in round number 3. He is on an 18.502 pace. Hunter, Doug, Talon, Jeff Stackowitz in that 4. Rossiter in that number 5. Carter Irish in at number 6 spot. Josh Pearson at number 7. Zach in number 8. Just over 1 minute left to go. Hunter King 2.7 seconds up on Doug LaRiviere. Stack working at number 3. Talon hold on at number 4. Rossiter just in front of Carter Irish. Man, Hunter King, that TLR is looking good. He has been dialing that thing in here this weekend. He is going to be tough to beat in the main events.
Hunter's car looks very good out
I had
there.
originally picked Nate Sutherland to win the 2024 Stock Masters. I may have made a mistake. After what we're seeing right now, I think Hunter King is going to be the one to beat.
Hunter almost crashed on
dialed in both in two-wheel drive buggy, four-wheel drive buggy, and his truck, obviously, we know is super fast.
Hunter,
15 seconds left to go.
Coming to the second tabletop, a car flipped over and Hunter almost drove into it.
I didn't even see it. I'm glad you caught it. Good eye there from Carson. As Carson almost, as it says, had Hunter King almost got collected by a turtle car on that second tabletop.
Well, coming to it.
Coming to the second tabletop, he says. Here comes your man down the front straight, coming across start-finish line. There he is. He will take the win. He will reset TQ, Carson. 18.502 for Hunter King.
That's a hard thing to beat because I run like 19 stuff.
Yeah. So Doug LaRiviere going to come on in that number 2 spot. Jeff Sakowicz going to finish up at 3. Tally Henley going to come on with 4. Josh Parrish going to round out your top 5. Alrighty, guys, that is the race. We're going to head over real quick and get an interview with Hunter King. Here, the winner of Q3 for 4-wheel drive 13.5 stock buggy. Alrighty, guys, we are here with Hunter King, your race winner here in Q3 of 13.5 4-wheel drive buggy. Hunter, I just heard the announcement over to the school board. You are TQ overall. Congratulations.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I was just trying to do a lot of the same from Q2, and unfortunately Nate had a tough break there and wasn't able to start the race. But, yeah, I just kept it clean and I tried to get clean laps and take TQ.
There you go, man. You definitely laid it down, man. You were the class of the field. There's no doubt about it here in Q number 3. I originally, had picked Nate Sutherland to be our 2024 Stock Master of Dirt, but I think I'm going to be changing my vote. I think I'm going to go with Team Hunter King on this one.
Yeah, I'm trying to bring her back to Florida. Yeah, Nate's been really great all weekend, honestly. He got the TQ and 2-wheel and stadium truck, so it's going to be really tough to beat him overall, but we're going to give it our best shot.
Yeah, man, your cars look really, really good. You definitely tell you've been putting in the work. You have consistently improved every single round, and here you are, TQ and 4-wheel drive buggy. What a great accomplishment. We wish you the best of luck in the mains tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All righty, guys, Hunter King takes TQ overall here in 4-wheel drive buggy. What an exciting race it's going to be tomorrow. Make sure you tune into the main events as we get them kicked off at 9 a.m. in the morning. All right, guys, we're going to get back to the action here in just a moment.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in to this year's broadcast of the Masters of Dirt presented by Elite RC Productions. If you are interested in partnering with Elite RC Productions for the Alabama Manufacturer Shootout or for Fall Brawl sponsorship inquiries, please contact Lance McDonald at 386-397-5192 or Lance at EliteRCP.com.
All righty, guys, here we go. We are back to the action. Oh, man, we got Jim over here on Facebook checking in from Australia. Jim, what time is it in Australia, man? It's got to be like 6, 7 a.m. in the morning in Australia. It's already Sunday over there. It's got to be early, early, early. My man having him a cup of coffee here on Facebook checking in. All right, guys, we're going to have a static camera here for just a moment here. We'll be back from a moving camera here in just a moment. Jan checking in from Belgium. Jacko checking in from Belgium. I'm not sure what we're waiting on here. We're waiting on something. Here comes Aaron. Looks like Aaron was having a little bit of trouble getting it checked in. This is your D group of four-wheel drive modified buggy presented by TLR out on the track. Jacko, what time is it in Belgium there, good friend? Well, we're still waiting here. I'm not sure what we're waiting on. 1 a.m. Wow. Okay, here we go. Loop is live. Roll call start underway. It's going to be Michael Hine that's going to lead him off. So Jacko says it's 1 a.m. there in Belgium. So he must be a night owl. Hope he's enjoying the coverage here from Elite RC Productions. Ugh. Yeah, good job there, Talon. Talon knew that he had a little bit of a track cut there, so he held that car. Good job, Talon. Michael Hine going to come across the line here for lap number 1 on a 16.502. So, Jacko from Belgium. Belgium definitely known for their beer over there. I probably wouldn't be able to drink the beer over there. I can't even handle the beer here in America. It's probably totally different. I do not like the beer here in America at all. Probably would like that over there. I'd have to drink liquor over here. All the beer here does is just fill me up and make me burp, belch all the time. Got 110 down, 350 left to go. Man, somebody on the driver's stand hollering, get out of the way. Jacko, we are going to be live here for about another, I'm going to say 25 minutes roughly. And then we'll go live tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here in America. Oh, wow, it's 10 a.m. in Australia. So Jim getting his day started over there Sunday, 10 a.m. Hope you had a good breakfast. If not, hope you're eating a good breakfast over there in Australia. Michael Hine right now leading the way. Darren Windsor holding on number 2 spot. Aaron Bembry working at number 3. Michael Allman in number 4. Killian Dillmore on number 5 spot. Had Killian sitting in the booth here with me earlier. I tried to get him on the microphone, but he wasn't interested. Killian probably about 8 or 9 years old. I tried to put the headset on him, and he just wasn't having any part of that. He's like, no, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Oh, 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go. Man, somebody on the driver's stand getting really excited here in the D main sort. Not sure who that was. That's the loudest yell I've heard yet from the driver's stand. Darren Windsor right now with that race lead. See you, buddy. Carson heading out for tonight. We'll see him tomorrow. So Keenan wants to know where we're going to dinner tonight. Well, we are actually going to Hibachi tonight. Darren Windsor right now with that race lead. Comes across that start-finish line. 16.515. Let's pick up Darren here. Our moving camera should be coming back online here any moment now. Should be Darren here, I believe, in that blue car coming to the line. Nope, that's Killian Dillmore. There we go. There's our race leader. He's working the top left-hand side of the track, coming down the hill, coming in through the horseshoe turn. Third car line. Oh, no, one rolls over right in front of him. Darren Windsor trying to clear that lap track. Oh, man, I thought Darren was going to get into the back of that lap traffic. Here they come on to the front straightaway. Oh, no, they do. They get together. Oh, man, lap traffic in to the side of Darren Windsor. Darren with a 10-second lead here up on the field. Michael Allman now going to move to that number 2 spot. Michael Hine in that number 3. 1 minute left to go. Here comes Windsor all the way from the UK right now, working in the U.S. Woo! Oh, my gosh. Him and that, oh my gosh, that lap traffic went for a huge tumble. Now, Darren is going to clear it, have clear sailing right now. Got one playing out there, playing in the weeds, fishing for fish in the infield. Here he comes down across that start-finish line. Darren Windsor in the Schumacher. Had a good conversation with him yesterday. That man had a lot of fun last night in the Fireball race. Man, he come down off that driver's stand, gave me a big old hug. He was having a blast. Pretty cool young man. Thank you for his service and dedication to the military armed forces. They help keep us safe here in the world. A lot of evils in the world. Takes a lot of good people to try to keep it at bay as much as possible. One thing we will never eliminate is all the evil in the world, but we do our best to keep it at bay. And it's to find people like Darren Windsor in the military, civilian contractor. Oh, my goodness, he's getting tied up on the front straightaway. Not very happy right now with that lap. Oh, man, lap traffic just takes him out in the corner. Darren right now on the screen. If you're a lip reader, you know he didn't say anything very nice about that at all. He's going to be coming back to the line. Here he comes down across that start-finish line. Darren Windsor will take the race win, 16-5-14. No, he is not happy at all. I don't blame him one bit, man. That lapper knew he was out in front. You hear that very distinct sound when the lap car comes across the finish line. Lets people know where the leader's at. That is the race, guys. Everybody is done. Race number 33 in the books. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, guys. We'll be right back. All righty, guys, we are back to the action. Race number 33. This is your C Group sort out on the track. Four-wheel drive modified buggy brought to you by TLR. Eric Morton going to lead the charge here at the start. Oh, Zach Wright, I can't agree a little bit more with you. It's a whole different view whenever you're sitting here behind the screen seeing the same things that you're seeing. In that RD booth, it's very different. You've got a lot of things going on, man. It's hard to see what's going on the racetrack and keep up with everything. But whenever you're in here in the broadcast booth, you see a lot. Man, the driver etiquette is pretty tough out there. It's very clear. Whenever the winner or leader comes across the line, you hear a very distinct sound on the computer. Lets you know where you're at relative to the leader. And them guys were not giving him any space at all during that race. So getting everybody checked in here for race number 34. We got two more races to go after this one. We'll be done for tonight. Looks like we're going to be done probably right around about 7:30, just a hair before 7:30. 7:30 Eastern time. All right, Darren Windsor set the TQ 16-5-14. Let's see if anybody can better that here in race number 34. Hey, guys, if you haven't done so already, please help us out. Give us a big thumbs up, big like there on the YouTube and on Facebook. Helps us out with the algorithm. Right now we're sitting at 154 likes online on YouTube. Got some great racing going to take place tomorrow here as we get ready to crown a 2024 Exalt Masters of Dirt champion in both your stock and modified divisions. Brought to you by Proline Racing. All right, we are underway. It's 16:5:14. That is the time to beat. When are the mains? Mains are all on Sunday. Mains will begin at 9 a.m. Eastern time. Everything is single mains as well. Mike Hicks moves to the top of the leaderboard and on TQ run here in the early minute of this race. He's on a 16:5:07 for Mike. Mike running that all-black buggy coming onto the front straightaway, coming across start-finish line. No, take that back. It's Jacob Page up to the race lead. Jacob Page right now showing the way. Mike Hicks running the number 2 spot. Chuck Tuck running the number 3. Eric Morton holding on to the 4. Noah Crow 5. Enos Graves in the 6. Mark Reed 7. And Corey McKelvin in the 8. Still early in this one. Yes, sir, Mr. John Ford. We will definitely see you there. Look forward to seeing you. Hope things are going well with your health. I haven't heard much updates, but I see you here online, so I know you're still with us. So I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope I said 9 a.m. It's been a long day for me, so if I said 9 p.m., I do apologize, but it is 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time for the start there. Tyler Wallace. Jacob Page right now out in front, 16:5:01 on TQ run. Looks like, he broke something on the left rear. I see, yes, he did. He broke a camber link or something. Looks like they're going to try to get it fixed for him. Oh, man, unfortunate break there for Jacob Page. I think the same thing might have happened to him also in Q2, if I remember right. So now he's going to get back into the fight, but he's going to be well behind here. Chuck Tutt going to move up into the race lead. Chuck Tutt on a 16:5:15. He's 1 second off of TQ. You're 3 minutes down and 2 minutes left to go. Chuck Tuck, Mike Hicks, Eric Morton, 1, 2, and 3. Eric Morton only 58/100ths of a second back of Mike Hicks. Eric Morton had his wife here cheering him on earlier in the second round of qualifying. Not sure if she's here watching with us right now. We got about 140 people watching online. Chuck Tutt coming across the start-finish line out in front. Mike Hicks right there on his back bumper here on the race clock. Last time by the line, he's 1.5. Oh, man, he's going to give up some time here now. Now 2.7 seconds back. Noah Crow moving up here. Noah Crow now to that number 3. He's only 48/100ths of a second away from the 2. With just over 1 minute left to go. Chuck, Mike, Noah. Now Eric Morton going to come back to that number 3 spot. Morton hunting the front. Looks like Jacob Page having some more problems here with the 1 minute lap there that time by. Less than a minute to go here in race number 34. Race 35 going to be coming up next. Chuck Tutt right now with the race lead. Mike Hicks holding on to that number 2 spot. They're separated by 0.8 of a second. They are within striking distance of Darren Windsor's TQ time, 16:5:14. Chuck Tutt only 1 second away from that time. Here he comes down the front straightaway, 16:5:15.5. So he picks up just a little bit there. Chuck Tutt right now enjoying that clean track in front of him, really slowing that off camber on that top left-hand side. Now he's got to deal with lap traffic over here on the right-hand side. Chuck working the Twin Peak tabletop. Coming across the berm turn. Here he comes down the front straightaway. Going to get one more lap here. He's on a 15.2. He struggles over here on this top left-hand side. Didn't get a favorable line. It was really close to the pipe. Had to give up some time, check up a little bit. He cases the jump there on the lander of the jump away double. He's keeping it in the middle section of the track. It's going to be close. Here he comes back to the line. He will not make the time. Darren Windsor will hold on for the 16.5-15 pace, or excuse me, 16.5-14 pace for TQ. All right, guys, going to go to a quick commercial. We will be right back to the action.
Beachrc.com, the racer's one-stop online hobby shop. Choose from all the popular brand and variety in stock with super fast shipping and great customer service. Beachrc.com still has the local hobby shop feel with all the benefits of the internet. Beachrc.com is the exclusive distributor for Ultimate Racing, S-Works, Pro Circuit Racing tires, Nitro Lux fuels, and Assault RC performance products. So fill up your cart and check out at Beachrc.com today.
Alrighty, guys, we are back for race number 35, our second to last race of the night. One more race to go after this one. It is your B sort of four-wheel drive modified buggy presented by TLR out on the track. William Venables, he is going to lead the charge here at the start as he makes his final bid, final case for the top 8 to lock himself into the A main. DJ Tyler Wallace checking in. He says he's glad to see the Noble Fly Side becoming as popular as it is. It's a great transmitter. I've had heard nothing but fantastic things about the Fly Sky. Its affordability and its performance has been top notch from Fly Sky. So a big home run for them. Congratulations on kind of reinventing the transmitter market with for affordability and performance. So here we go. We are underway. William Venables leading the start. William, a.k.a. Briefcase. Yeah, I call him Briefcase. So there must be a story behind that Keenan knows that I'm not familiar with if they call him Briefcase. Gavin right now out in front. William in that number 2 spot. Colin in that number 3. Ryan Cottle holding on number 4. Matthew in the 5. Nathaniel Grubbs in the 6. Still early in the race here. Here comes Gavin and William coming across start-finish line. They're separated by 1.6 seconds. Gavin right now with the edge. On that jump away double. Here they come onto the right-hand side of the track. Oh, my goodness. Carnage right here in front of our race leaders. Joles Camoles. What is it that Keenan says? Kerfuffle. They're having a kerfuffle over there. I like that word. Keenan needs to have shirts made. Keenan's got some good words that he uses that needs to be shirts. He's got the, nitro is the glory, e-buggy pays the bills. Yeah, we got that part covered. But, man, we got other stuff. We need to have a couple of cars tied up in the corner. And it's, what does he call it, kerfuffleage or something like that? So Gavin right now leading the way. William in that number 2 spot. So Keenan says he raced with him back in 2014 in the UK. In other words, that means that Briefcase must have kicked Keenan's behind quite a few times because, oh, my goodness, Keenan, I wish you could have just heard that. Danny just says, yeah, like I did. Oh, man, Danny did put the spanking on Keenan at the Florida Carpet Champs. See, there's Zach Wright said he'd like to buy him a kerfuffle shirt. There we go. Gavin right now with that race lead. William in that number 2 spot. Colin Leonard holding on number 3. We're halfway there. 2:30 down, 2:30 left to go here in this B group. Matthew in that number 4. Ryan Cottle into number 5. Yeah, we got the perfect picture of Keenan, too. Where he's got his eyebrow raised like the Rock. Has that kerfuffle look on his face. We could add that picture in where a bunch of cars are all tied up in the corner. Kerfuffleage. I have so many good ideas, but they never come to fruition. Gavin right now leading the way. Instead, somehow I get mixed up with Danny in this Elite RC Productions thing. What a dumb idea that was. Gavin right now out in front. Got a 4.4 second lead here up on William. Matthew holding on that number 3 spot. Colin into 4. Ryan Cottle into 5. Now I got another ding-dong sitting over here to my right. Got Patrick Rossiter putting on the headset. This should be really interesting.
Packed up and ready to go as you requested, Master. I'm ready for a nap, too.
Dude, man, let me tell you something. When race 36 is over, if anybody is behind that black Ram out there, they are going to get their behinds run over.
Well, I'm going to tell you.
We're going to dinner and we're going to bed.
Yes. Well, I got to glue tires out on the front porch.
The hell with gluing tires. Screw that. Glue tires in the morning. Gavin right now leading the way. William Venables holding on to number 2 spot. Colin Leonard in number 3. Matthew in the 4. Ryan Cottle in the 5.
B Resort, 4-wheel mod. 1 minute to go. Gavin Vucina in the X-Ray. Red and blue. Well, I would say dark orange.
Yeah.
And violet. I don't know. Gavin colors.
Yeah, Danny says it's red. But then again, that guy.
Is that Guatemalan red?
That's exactly what I was fixing to say.
Guatemalan red, okay. I would say that is a dark sunset.
Yeah.
How about that? Yeah. I mean, if we want to dig out the Sherwin-Williams almanac. 30 seconds to go.
Y'all can't hear what all Danny's saying on the headset. He is absolutely roasting Keenan right now.
Yeah. Well, that and we don't have the SAP button turned on.
20 seconds left to go. I know Keenan's ears are absolutely on fire right now in the DR because Danny is just eating him alive.
Oh, yeah.
Here we come over here on the right-hand side of the track for our race leader, Gavin, out in front.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we can't actually broadcast Keenan's responses because this is somewhat of a family-oriented.
Yes, I mean, yes, there would be a lot of beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, sound like Morse code.
But then all of a sudden, Daniel just cut his throat. Just goes right straight for the jugular. Next thing you know, Keenan's just sitting over there with his jaw open, not knowing what to say.
I can hear him now. Mr. Keenan, are you still hungry? Mr. Keenan.
Oh, my goodness. All right, race number 35 is in the books. Gavin going to take the race win. He'll reset TQ. Great run for Gavin. Going to finish up with an 18.512. Good run for that young man.
The top 5 are going to reset, get ahead of Darren for overall TQ for round number 3.
All righty, guys. Our last commercial break of the night. I know you guys are looking forward to it. Here it comes. Coming up here in less than 5. All righty, guys, we are back to the action. Race number 36, our final race of the day. 2 rounds of qualifying, almost in the books here. 5 more minutes to go. Looks like they're giving the track one final. Make sure it's clean there. So
I was about to say what it was, but I can't. Never mind. I'm tired. My filter is weak.
Yep,
it's weak.
It's
waiting on
it's
scoring.
Been a long day.
Waiting on scoring to get refreshed here.
Yeah, we're waiting on the scoring. He'll get it here in just a moment.
Oh yeah.
We still got to get everybody checked in.
Yeah. I can't wait for AMS. Miss you guys. We miss you too, Lefty. See you soon, my friend.
I think we should fire Lefty.
Really?
I think I'd rather have Lefty job. Actually, you know what? I may take Lefty job, but I think Lefty's going to start doing RD work.
Oh, God.
The hell with that.
Oh,
I like
God.
this better than the RD stuff.
You're
I
right.
haven't had the first person all day today yell at me. Not one.
That's awesome.
I don't know how to act.
That's true. That's very true. It's like that falls under the category of NMP, not my problem.
I haven't had the first person come up here and say, "This is all your fault."
No, that's great.
That guy hacked me. You going to do anything about it?
Hey, was there a resort? Yeah. Go check the resort.
10,000 questions.
Yes.
Blaming me for everything.
All right, here's the A group. It's going to be Brock Champlin in the kitty cat. Going to lead them off on the tone. Followed by Dakota, Aiden, Dustin, birthday boy, Tater, Cole, Brennan, Cav, and Mijo. Going to round out our field. Julian was saying he's got to put in a good run to secure himself in the 4-wheel A because, unfortunately, he is going to have to bump up in the 2-wheel mod division, but let's see if he can lock in that.
Do you think Jose and Maria are watching at home, or you think they you know what, I've had enough of watching RC car racing, I'm not watching anymore?
I bet you Jose's having a smoke break and Maria don't know it. Oops.
Well, no, she knows that he's having a smoke break.
Either way?
Oh, yeah, no matter what. Yeah. He can't hide it.
I can honestly say there was a couple of years ago when they started yelling at each other and they were cussing in Spanish. Somebody just leaned over and listened to Maria cuss in Spanish like, God, that's hot. Get Maria fired up. Let's go. Make sure you're sitting down.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. All right, well, there is Brock.
I've never seen her mad before.
Oh, well, I mean, she's fiery. She has the ability.
Don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen her angry before.
Well, I was on the sidelines. I wasn't the cause. But trust me, if you want to know how to get Maria mad, ask Jose.
Can we get the race started here?
Yeah, what's going on? What are they doing?
I have no
Gavin's
idea.
playing with the cone and
Can we have,
oh, no, we're looking in the pits.
So we're
What's
looking
going on?
We don't have a check yet from Brock Champlin. I don't see him on the driver's
Oh,
stand.
Cav is in the pits running around.
Okay, I see Brock now on the stand.
Yeah,
So
Brock is up there.
Cav
Yeah.
is in the pits.
Cav is having issues.
Okay, there he is. He's running up on the stand now.
Yeah. I was looking around because Scotty was looking back. I was wondering what the world was going on, but Brock actually went to sleep 10 minutes ago. Nobody told him.
Okay.
And what? Oh, boy.
Bombshell Racing. Will we have Patrick on the mic at Carpet Champs? So Patrick will be there. He will be assisting the Elite RC Productions team. What? Look at Damon.
Good
Damon
Lord.
didn't even bother to pick up the fork. He's like, oh, just pick it off the table and just hoover it.
Well, I mean,
my goodness.
When you got a stash, I mean, it's like a broom.
Good grief. So yes, I'm sure Patrick will be on the mic a little bit at Carpet Champs.
I am not racing Carpet Champs just for the safety of everybody there, but I will be doing my floater duties, whatever is requested of me.
Yeah, he'll be on the RD side a little bit. He'll be on the broadcast side a little bit.
Yeah.
He'll be doing some interviews, different things like that.
Interviews, switchboard, water runs, bathroom breaks. I am a floater. You just jiggle the handle and I'll go away.
They just called you the Darryl Waltrip of RC racing. That means your jaws, which means you don't shut up.
Boogity, boogie, boogity.
All right, looks like we're finally going to get this one here underway.
All right.
Tone has sounded, so Brock Champlin going to lead them off here in the Schumacher.
Meow.
Dakota going to be in at number 2. Aiden Horn going to be in number 3. Dustin Evans 4. Tater Sontag 5. As they come across start-finish line, 16-4 for lap number 1 here in four-wheel drive buggy.
So Brock has proven to everyone that belts aren't just for pants.
Tater Sontag right now with the race lead, 16-3 Oh, Story Racing, you ain't kidding. I do. Darrell Waltrip made NASCAR unbelievably entertaining to watch.
So if I'm the Darrell Waltrip, I make this entertaining to watch.
Let's
Thank you.
not take that out of context there.
Okay, all
Mr.
right.
Rossiter.
All right. Hey, Dale Jr. has his own podcast, just saying.
He does.
He does. So I want to get your opinion, Lance. Who do you think is going to be this year's mod Master of Dirt? Do you think Dustin's going to get another title? Do you think Dakota's going to get another title?
I think right now we are looking at your race leader and your 2024 Masters of Dirt champion right now, Brock Champlin.
So I think Shuey's going to get the title this year.
He has consistently improved every single qualifier, and right now sits atop here, a four-wheel drive buggy. Brendan Schimmel in number 2 spot, Cole Toller at number 3, Dustin Evans in the 4. So this is the only reason why I say this is because Finn is probably doing a little bit of testing, getting ready for the mains on what works and what doesn't work.
That's true.
But I will say the speed out of that Schumacher, Ian truck, Ian two-wheel drive buggy, and four-wheel drive buggy is there.
His Schumacher Storm truck looked pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Pretty darn good.
Yep. So DJ Tyler Wallace says it's going to be Dakota will win his 4th title. He'll be the first 4-time champion.
I can tell you, too, that Dakota's doing a lot of work because when he gets done here, he goes back home to prepare for AMS and then immediately turn around for carpet champs. So he's going from dirt, 10th scale, 8th scale, carpet.
His schedule is almost as crazy as ours is.
Just about.
Danny and I were in Oklahoma just a few days ago. We drove home on Monday, turned around, and we were back here in South Carolina on Tuesday.
Yeah, you picked me up on the way.
Yep, we leave immediately after this race. We head straight to Florida. We got to build a driver stand, host a race on the weekend, and then we have Sunday off, but then we leave on Tuesday. I got to pack up Monday and leave Tuesday for AMS.
Yep.
So it's crazy for us as well. And then we turn around, we go to Carpet Champs.
That's right.
We have less than a 24-hour turnaround for Carpet Champs.
Yeah, so in 2 days, we got to put on our Bob the Builder skills and build some. How about this?
What a great race. Oh, my goodness. Oh, man, as they come onto the straightaway here, they get all
Yeah, I think that was Brock. I think that was Brock and Julian.
Finn?
Dakota
Finn break? No.
Okay. It was a crash in the bowl there.
Okay.
But I was looking at the screen because he was hooting and hollering earlier. Look at the new fast lap. Cole Tollard 16 flat.
Yeah.
Brock with us. Oh, it was Brock that got tangled up. He's now down in 5th.
Yep. I think Dakota is having some issues here.
Yeah, I think whatever
there's a long lap happening here for Dakota Finn.
Yeah,
I think Dakota Finn broke.
I think
so. He's out.
Yeah, he's out.
But you know what? You even said a little while ago, Dustin Evans may be the one there for a title, but here he is leading in four-wheel drive modified buggy with a 19.513. That is TQ pace right now for the Associated of Dustin Evans as he comes across the start-finish line. Aiden Horn directly behind him. That's a pair of Associateds right now running 1 and 2.
You got Schimmel right there on the TLR in the number 3. But, yes, Dustin Evans is definitely, if there was a sleeper in RC, that's Dustin.
Yeah.
He's always waiting for the opportunity to squeeze in and get it.
Dustin Evans right now out in front, long-time racer, 3-time Masters of Dirt champion.
Yep.
Oh, goes a little wide in the corner right there. Yeah, Brock Champlin now going to move back up to that number 2 spot. Brock is really on the move here.
Aiden's right there too.
Yep. So our top 3 right now separated by 1.7 seconds here.
And Schimmel's only 65 thousandths behind Aiden for the 3. So the top 5 are within a flea fart of each other right now.
Here comes Dustin Evans onto the front straightaway. Brock Champlin in the number 2 spot, only 9/10 of a second back.
How about that powerhouse lap from Tater, 15.9?
Yeah, Tater right now running in at number 6 spot, laying down the monster hero lap here. Going to have to deal with Cavallari here in just a moment. Race clock expires. Dustin Evans going to be looking to reset TQ here. He's going to get one more lap. Brock Champlin, 9/10 of a second back.
Cav is right there in front of him.
He's going to have to have a hero lap out of Brock Champlin to make the pass here on the race clock. Dustin Evans looking great. That car is dialed in here in Q3. Here he comes back to the line. Dustin Evans will take the race win here in Q3. Brock Champlin going to come on in at number 2 spot. Cole Toller going to finish up in a 3. All right, we're going to grab a quick interview here with Dustin Evans. Ooh, got a little bit of bad words here on the driver's stand. Oh man, these guys. Oh boy, we're going to stick with this here for just a moment. Oh man, Brock and Dakota. Yeah.
What's going on?
Scotty right now having words, trying to get them both calmed down here.
Yeah, I'd like to look back at our footage because it was.
Yeah, I think the camera was off frame whenever they got together. We were a little off frame when they got together.
Yeah, because we were following.
So.
Yeah, it was
right
right in the corner.
So it looks like it's all going to calm down here as them two going to discuss, or 3 going to discuss it out. We're going to get a quick interview here with Dustin Evans.
Yep.
Alrighty, Danny, we're ready whenever you are. Alrighty, we are here with Dustin Evans, your top qualifier in Q3 here of 4-wheel drive modified buggy. There was some fireworks out on the track, and Dustin comes in here and takes advantage of it and sets TQ.
Yeah, I mean, I was close. I've been super close all week and just keep making progress. I was leading 2-wheel and kind of got caught up with someone, cost me a second, which cost me that TQ. I've led some 4-wheel and mistakes on my own, so it's good to, as the weekend keeps going on, I'm kind of building and, finally get a TQ run. Unfortunately, not starting the greatest in the other 2 classes, but I have the speed and there's a lot that can happen out there.
Yeah, you got 10-minute finals, so there's a lot that can happen in 10 minutes, that's for sure. So we were actually talking in the chat a little bit, and right as we got started, Patrick was on the microphone with me, and he actually picked you as the winner for the 4th win of your Masters of Dirt.
Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. I know this place has always been really good to me, and I do really good. I mean, I've had good years, bad years, and this year kind of started not the greatest, and then I've gained a lot of speed. Like I said, unfortunately, in 2-wheel, that getting caught up cost me a second and cost me the TQ, which cost me 3 grid positions. So that was like super painful. But I know my stuff's good in all 3 classes. Yeah, same thing. I made a mistake on my own first lap of truck. But all 3 of my cars are awesome. I have the speed in all 3. Definitely, I think I might start second in 4-wheel, and then 5th and 6th in 2-wheel and truck. But it's a long 10 minutes out there. I just got to stay in the game, which is something I'm good at, and try to be there at the end.
That's what we like to hear, man. There's Dustin Evans, your top qualifier in round number 3 of 4-wheel drive modified buggy, and we wish him the best of luck tomorrow in your mains.
Thank you.
Alrighty, guys, that is it. That is a wrap for tonight. We hope you guys have enjoyed the broadcast here from Elite RC Productions of the 2024 Masters of Dirt, brought to you by Exalt and Proline Racing. All right. We will start tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with practice, and we will go to racing at 9 a.m. Good night, everybody, and see you in the morning.
Alrighty, guys. Well, that concludes our day as they instructed. Doors are going to open at 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have quick practice sessions here and there. And then racing will begin tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We hope you'll join us tomorrow right here on the Tube with You and the Book of Face. Everyone get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the final day of the 2024 Masters of Dirt, presented by Exalt and Pro